majority of them are NFL players, are American football players.
Yeah, like I would guess 99%.
Yeah, if you can't make it in the NFL, yes, you could play in teams that are overseas. There's a lot of different avenues that you could play.
But our roster's going to have Jefferson and Chase. I mean, we're going to win gold medal. I mean, come on, guys. The question is, do you want a Lion on that team?
Do you want a Lion team? And who would that Lion be? If I was selecting from this Detroit Lions team, knowing the flag football rules as they are, I believe they're going to be proposed, it's teams are going to be permitted 10 players for a 5-on-5 format. And so you've got to have, obviously, a quarterback, but then you're also going to have maybe some guys that play both ways, offense and defense.
Travis Hunter would be perfect for this team.
Oh, there you go.
So
and it's another 3 years down the road. He'd develop both sides of the ball. He'd be perfect for this game. Maybe that's your representative.
So you asked, let's back to the Lions part of this. What is the actual injury risk of playing in a flag football tournament? It's not zero, John, but this is not the same as playing contact tackle football.
No, it's not.
I suppose because our guy would be Gibbs.
Contact can still happen.
Our guy would likely be Gibbs.
Jahmyr Gibbs, yes.
And all it takes is a cut. You land wrong.
The
sprain,
worst injuries
pull, tear.
Are the non-contact injuries. Guy cuts the wrong way, or cleats grabbing the grass, or if they're on turf, whatever, you blow a knee. You pop an Achilles. You do something that would prevent you from playing for your team. And I'll buy into this bit. The Detroit Lions are building for 27 and 28.
Oh, here he is. Have they won a Super Bowl? Can I know that before I sign one of these guys off to play in the flag football tournament?
No, this is not a, we can guarantee this if this happens.
Because mentally, if I got a Super Bowl in my back pocket or two, the way you talk.
Let them all. Oh, the way I talk. You're such a dork. God, 641. First time I called you a dork today.
Yeah. I think because we saw this in hockey. You got to remember. You got to bear with me. It's been a few years when the Wings were chasing a Stanley Cup and Datsuk would go play for Russia, healthy enough to play for Russia, not necessarily healthy enough coming back. Zetterberg in Sweden. Larkin, people say, wasn't the same after Four Nations this year. I'm not going to make the excuse
Chuck's
for
brothers
him.
missed time.
Yeah, the guys missed time playing in Four Nations.
So, do you want to risk one of your players, especially if? I don't even know if it matters but if you are a Super Bowl favorite and now all of a sudden, hey, Jahmyr Gibbs goes over there. They win the gold, but Jahmyr Gibbs is unavailable for the 28 season.
I think some of this too, we're just talking through this.
This is only a potential, and I hate to put a name on it because I don't believe in jinxes, all that stuff, but I don't wish harm on anyone. That's not how this conversation's supposed to go. But that there is always that risk of injury. Do you think the owners will pass this proposal?
I think they will pass it because, as you've said, teams in this league support this. The players want to play in this. It's a good faith thing to do. And only, 12 guys will be on the team, 5 on the field. Like, you really are minimizing the risk for your one team. But Lions fans, no. John in Ann Arbor, no, not interested from an unnamed texter. You know what I think some of this is we aren't going to drive much satisfaction from winning gold in flag football, and we will do it without our guys playing in it anyway. I think that's where that comes from.
So okay, if we just go with college athletes who are professional,
we win.
We still win.
Yeah.
So I understand that, and I don't know. I would, if I was a skilled position player, I would be absolutely begging to play in the Olympics. And so from a player's perspective, and I know some guys won't because they don't want to be hurt. The main moneymaker is football, is the NFL. NFL is going to pass this because they want to continue to promote the game. They want to promote some of those players, but it's promoting the game. 7 international games this year. They want this to spread around the globe. We've talked about teams being in London. They want this to continue to spread around the globe, which, hey, more talent to pick from. If you're playing in Germany, if you're playing in London, if you're playing in Spain, you have more individuals that want to train to play football, and your talent pool grows, which will only make the league better. But it's I don't even know if the league cares if the league gets better that much. It's pretty damn good now, but they want to sell more tickets, more apparel, more of the NFL around the globe.
The league gets richer.
Yeah.
As a global game. Ticket Texture says, how about this? The Eagles can fill out the roster. Both sides, both ways. That's Sparty Steve.
Yes. Yes, they could. But again, the rules are
one per team.
One per team.
Guys, our guy would be St. Brown, but he'd be playing for Germany. Tim and Ford.
So there are rules about the same thing we talk about with, who was the Dallas Mavericks guard? Kyrie, who wants to play for Australia. There are hoops that you have to jump through to show that, he's got dual citizenship, so it's a little bit more possible.
Yeah.
I don't know if Monroe St. Brown.
Is this one per team per country, or could the Lions have someone play for the U.S. and have someone play for Germany?
You're asking a question I would ask Heather. I don't have the answer to that question. Right. I would imagine it would be one per team.
Roster, yeah. Ticket Texture
says... But, okay.
Oh, go ahead.
No, there is a caveat. If you have an international exemption, like they drafted the kid from Egypt.
Oh, yeah. The Boise State guy. Yeah.
He's
Hassanen.
Not necessarily going to be on the roster because of his position, but he would be an exception. You can have an international player along with one of your American-born players.
Lions fan here. I don't want any of our players. Get DJ Moore, Justin Jefferson, and Jaden Reed out there 100%.
What about this? The two teams that play in the Super Bowl fill out their roster.
They already have a shorter offseason, though.
Ooh, this is really going to be strenuous.
I don't know. This is...
Come on.
That's why I asked John. I said, I don't know. What's the injury risk to this?
It's not the strenuous nature that this will be. It's the risk of injury. And I would like to know, continue to know, do you want one of your players playing in this game? And we've picked Jahmyr Gibbs. Who do you think that player would be? Or who should the team be filled out with?
Hooker.
Sign Jamar and Westland.
Sign Jamar, yeah.
No, the team, we can talk about this a little bit coming up next. And we'll mix in the Lions and the tickets and how you guys are going to attack this season financially. It's all coming up. It's 97.1. We got some flag football topics or texts and part of the topic. We're going to get into Lions tickets and your plan of attack because prices are going up, up, up. But did I hear correctly? Greg, what was that liner about the shop the ticket and the T-shirt? And can you play that again for people? Okay. So I did hear that correctly.
Yeah. Fear Javier. We get a cut. We get a slice of that pie.
I was going to say, get in Jimmy's office when he gets in. Right? Yeah, let's,
we the
at least a
percentage.
Yeah, just a little bit. Fear Javier, right? You can buy that now. I didn't expect that, but cool.
Yeah. Shoptheticket.com.
All right. Ticket text on, actually, once you said that, I just heard an ad for Fear Javier. Justin in Madison Heights, he says, I'm trying to find it on the website.
Yeah, hopefully the website matches the advertisement.
Yeah.
This is such a good idea that they've already started taking orders on something that they're still creating.
Oh,
you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So.
Okay. On the flag football stuff, hell no to wanting a Lion to play in the flag football Olympic Games before the season. Another says hell no and says you need the most elusive player from each team. St. Brown would be our representative.
I mean, I don't.
Gibbs is the most elusive player on the team.
Yeah, I don't want to disparage Amon-Ra St. Brown, but it's clearly Gibbs.
Yeah. Yes, and yes, J-Mo on the outside all day long.
Yeah. I mean, did we
Wouldn't
go
it be
from
the most J-Mo thing, though?
Fear Javier to Fear Jameer? Like we
could.
could just keep this rolling into football season.
Good. Little brand spinoffs. Lions should send Jake Bates. There's no kicks in flag football.
No.
There's not.
No.
Good morning, guys. Interesting topic. How about this for criteria for the Olympic team? You would have had to be in the NFL on a practice squad for greater than 10 weeks. You do that, you're eligible with a bunch of practice squad players. Let me know what you guys think. Have a great weekend.
If the NFL is looking for, because they're the ones that are driving force behind this. The only reason it's in the Olympics because the Olympics are going to be hosted in the United States in 2028 in LA. I would anticipate that first of all, I anticipate that this will pass and there will be NFL players in the Olympics, which I think is awesome. I understand the risk of injury, but never having had the opportunity to play in the Olympics, everybody knows how much I'm into the Olympics. I think this would be awesome. A great opportunity. We see NBA players do it all the time. And Kevin Durant, we talk about his performance in the last Olympics, two Olympics ago. It was amazing. So, yeah, I want it in there. And I guess I'm just not.
You know what I think part of this is? In hockey, we have a rival in Canada and it's competitive and there's drama. In basketball, we're the best, but we've been challenged here or there, and we're invested in seeing the U.S. win the gold. I don't know that people would be invested in seeing us win the flag football gold medal the same way and then throw in the risk. I think that's why we're getting so much of the hell no and no's on the ticket.
I mean, it's year one of the dream team. Right? You just smoke everyone. And that's exactly what it would be. So for a competitive balance, maybe you go with, I would rather see college players versus, the big name college players versus practice squad guys.
Yeah, practice squad guys do nothing for anybody.
Who?
So, okay, we've got that. Ticket, text, phone calls. Lions season tickets. Big to do. Prices went up. People were priced out.
Mm-hmm.
How about single game tickets?
They went on sale just as soon as the schedule was released.
Yeah, and people have been posting screenshot of what these tickets are going for. And I'm seeing standing room north of $300. I saw one guy, $390 for a standing room only ticket to go to Ford Field and watch the Lions.
I understand wanting to experience a Lions home game. I just don't understand, and I guess I've never understood the standing room only unless it's standing room for a Super Bowl or an NFC championship game.
Or it's dirt cheap and you just say, get me in the venue.
Right. But nearly $400 and you're forced to stand for 3.5 hours?
Like, I wouldn't be mad if you're like, hey, Tigers got a playoff game and every seat's sold, but you can get in the ballpark dirt cheap just to stand and be there and be part of the crowd.
I guess the other question is, where do you stand?
I'm not even sure where the standing room only section is at Ford Field. And is it like it's first come, first serve? You got to fight to get a good sight line. Could you imagine spending $400 and you're behind John Jansen? You can't even watch the effing game. I mean, hey, pipe down. Down in front. Can you hunch down? Can you squat down for the game for us?
Yeah. No, that's not happening. But you're also not going to see me there with standing room only tickets.
Not at $400 a pop. So what does this do to you as a fan? Your plan of attack? Are you going to go to fewer games and pay up, right? Instead of going to, if you're a season ticket holder, you were getting 8 regular season games. Mm-hmm. Have you scaled back? You're going to do 1 or 2, but you're going to do them up and get good seats? Are you priced out entirely where you're just not going to get to watch the Lions play at Ford Field because the prices are ridiculous? If it's $400 to stand, it's going to be close to $500 to sit in the 300 section of the upper bowl. As a Lions fan, how do you navigate this? We'll throw the number out to you guys, 248-539-9797. We have a Tigers question in the 7 o'clock hour. We've got the cookie jar, so much more. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by DR Trail Sales. Dodgers joining the Tigers at the top of the MLB standings last night with a dominant 19-2 win over the Athletics. Both Detroit and LA sitting at 29 and 15 in first place in their respective conferences. The Tigers didn't have a game yesterday. They'll start playing in Toronto tonight with their first road game in over a week. Playoff scoreboards, Ovechkin and the Caps, they are officially done. As heard on TNT, 2 goals in the final 2 minutes. Canes win 3-1 and advance. Also, the Jets shut out Dallas 4-0 to stay alive against the Stars. In the NBA, OKC and Denver are going to a Game 7 after the Nuggets beat the top seed 119-107. The PGA Championship will resume today in Charlotte. Jonathan Vegas leading at 7 under. Ryan Lenahan of Walnut Creek Country Club did match Jordan Spieth in round 1, but they're both 5 over. Lenahan tees off at 8:50 if you want to follow a local guy. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Chris, you said you were looking up Browns tickets?
Yeah, once every, 8 years they come and play at Ford Field. So local, just go see my team. Amanda
Trophy
can
game.
see hers. Yep, log in. Maybe the baby can see her first football game.
It'd be great, right?
Yeah, it sounded really fun.
You logged in?
Yeah, logged off after about 5 seconds.
You like the Grandpa Simpsons meme? You walk in the bar and then you turn right around and walk back out.
Dude, I'll tell you what, 1 o'clock afternoon game against the Browns, who have really no hype, no primetime games for them at all. Spend $400 in the nosebleeds or standing room only. What are we doing?
It's so it is the cost of being a good team.
Ugh.
And I understand the pricing of the tickets. I just don't understand paying $400 for standing room only. And it's okay. The Lions have the right to do that. Should they?
Well, yeah, it's that classic. Just because you can, should you?
Yeah.
Well, you're pricing out all of the casual fans who can't afford that. There's got to be something, right?
Well,
it's not only casual fans.
It's okay to
Something.
price out the Browns fans.
You've got, they're going to make the trip probably because they're insane. But
Right.
Well, it sounds like it's working if one Browns fan isn't going to buy the tickets.
I can watch them on TV. That's fine. I'll watch Shedeur Sanders throw 3 picks on TV.
Is he going to pray to the pick 6 gods too?
The new Johnny Manziel.
Yes.
But we got the number out for you. Oh, no.
Wow. Hey, just one other thing on your.
What?
Did you see there is the catcher for Johnny Pareda for the Athletics has the ultimate bragging rights. Position player comes in, they're down, 19-2, and he's brought in as a position player to pitch. He has 1 strikeout to his credit as a pitcher. That 1 strikeout, Shohei Ohtani. Is that not the ultimate bragging rights? I mean, he's got 2 home runs in the game, but
How
he
hard's this
strikes
guy
out
throwing?
Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah,
He's probably
yeah.
throwing 50-mile-an-hour rainbows.
It throws him the eephus pitch.
These are beach balls for Shohei. Struck him out.
He was
Wow.
probably bored.
Yeah, it's the only explanation. I have not seen that. That's awesome. He's Chris Villar. He'll be on Updates all morning long. Ticket text pouring in. The numbers 248-539-9797. We're seeing it standing room only, flirting with $400 for Lions games.
Not only the tickets, I just got a text.
Yeah?
It's the ticket prices are through the roof, but one of the season ticket holders said their parking spot last year, $65 a spot. This year, $250 a spot. That is unbelievable. So you're going to be dinged. You already know you're going to get dinged with concessions, right? That's been a part of the game since the beginning of the game. But ticket prices, parking, it is really pricing out, especially families. But
What's the justification for 4X parking? Because you can is the only explanation.
right, that's bizarre.
Ticket texters, 248-539-9797. I'm too frugal to go to a Lions game. The last one I went to was the home opener against Philadelphia 3 or 4 years ago, and I will not go again if the prices are this high. No problem. I'll stay home and watch. Chad, in a truck.
Yeah, I mean, you can stay home and watch, and obviously over-the-air TV, it's all the Lions games are going to be broadcast locally, unless you live in that one little spot that we heard yesterday.
Little tiny, suburb of Flint that you don't get the game.
Mm-hmm.
If you're going to stand, you would rather be on the couch.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's
No
the thing.
doubt about it.
In a lot of these games, right, you're going to be standing frequently.
Key moments. Yeah.
Even if you have a seat, right, because you're up, you're cheering, you want to see, you just, hey, excitement brings you out of your chair. But then you have the ability to take a rest and sit down.
Like, I would even argue, like, the upper bowl, would you rather have the remote? Would you rather see all the replays?
That's a tough one because there's great energy in that
Yeah,
stadium.
that's what you're trading.
And it's do you want to say I was there when?
Well, you do, but at a cost. Like, it
Right.
reaches a
What's
threshold.
that
We're
cost?
going
Yeah. Have we gone way past that threshold?
I mean, you guys tell us, but if standing room's 4 and 300 level is 4.5 to 5 for $500 so $1,000 for you and your dad, you and your wife, you and your son,
Yeah.
you and your buddy.
Which is a cost that used to get you season tickets.
And we get it. They're good. This is what happens when you're good. Yeah. This is the reality, the economics of the situation. But you guys have to navigate that. We're all in this trying to figure it out. And you have your plan of attack, and then your plans change.
Yeah.
You used to be a season ticket holder. You used to get 8 games for the price of 1 or 2 games in some instances.
Yep. Are you still willing to pay that money?
And maybe the trade-off is I pick my one game against the. You wouldn't pick the Browns game, but if you're a Villar, you pick the one game you're willing to go to. That's your treat. That's your splurge. You're going to make that game kind of the centerpiece of your fall. Or maybe the other thing is, instead of going to 5 or 6 home games like you may have gone to in the past, you go to 5 or 6 road games. Because we're getting to a point where the cost is going to be
less to go to Cincinnati.
Yeah, than it is to go to Ford Field.
Okay, so this team has never had success like this in our lives, most people's lives.
Right.
That's driving this. I do think NFL travel is up in general in the league. So I went to the 49er, the Harbaugh-Schwartz game in 2011, and that was right after the big Monday Nighter against the Bears. And I noticed the 49er fans that were there, but it's nothing like how fans travel now. Like it is something that's increased significantly around the league over the last 15 years. So that's driving prices here too, just in general. People are willing. Like, this is their thing that they do. Like, I know we've got listener DJ that travels to multiple games for the Lions.
Yeah.
Well, there's other fan base that do that, too. I noticed an uptick in it when I went to that Raven-Tucker field goal game a few years ago.
Yeah.
I was like, wow, there's this many Ravens fans here? You know, it's just something that the NFL is so huge in popularity that is making these prices skyrocket. And then the local newness of this is just, I don't know. I don't know if we're going to a game or not. We found a way to get to one last year without paying what most people would pay. But look, there's no connections around here really anymore. I mean,
it all dries up. These tickets are gold.
Well,
no one's giving them away.
That's part of why I mentioned when we were talking about which road game That's a topic we wouldn't even done. Well, we wouldn't have done because the Lions weren't good 5 years ago, but we're doing now because, in part, more Lions fans, more NFL fans are traveling. So if you go to that Ravens game, you can double dip because that's a Monday night game and watch the Commanders on Sunday at 1 o'clock, hit the Ravens game on Monday night, come home on Tuesday.
Yeah, about 10 to 15 years ago, I think my common knowledge was that you didn't notice a significant, road team presence except for the Packers and Steelers. And that has kind of happened a lot more in a lot of other markets now. We do it. Our takeovers are pretty big right now and noticeable. But, it's this popularity of the sport.
I think is also at the heart of this, too, is this, some people get resentful that they're being priced out because this is their thing and now they can't go. And it's a weird time to be resentful because at the same time, the product on the field has never been more fulfilling to you, yet it puts you in conflict. Let's get some phone calls. 248-539-9797. Bill in Lincoln Park, good morning.
Hey, morning, guys. How you doing?
Good. How about you?
A little upset about the ticket prices, of course, but because they've been going up for the last couple of years. I have a group of us that started with my buddies and their dad. Then it grew to their nephews, son-in-laws, and myself. And there's about 15 of us that would go every year. And last year we went to the Buffalo game, sat in the very last row in the end zone, paid $320. And I couldn't even see the big screen. I had to watch it on a TV, so I might as well have been at home. Plus the parking was outrageous for us to, we got 3 spots for tailgating, and that was like $75 a piece. So, they pretty much just priced us out because this year we were talking about what game we were going to go to, and even the young guys who are, dire than we are didn't want to go. We all said we don't want to go this year. So they just basically priced us out.
I mean, the sad reality is they look at this and say, well, we don't need you. We got 10 more people looking to get in the stadium.
Yeah.
I mean, you feel for the longtime fans.
Oh, you certainly do. For those that were season ticket holders and maybe they were able to make that bump the first year, second year bump, they're not able to make it. Now they're looking at an individual game going, gosh, that's what I used to pay for my season tickets. Now it's the same price to go to a game.
Well, now that those single games have been scooped up, they went on sale when the schedule came out. Now you're going to pay secondary market prices,
which is only going up.
Let's just face this too, that with the economy and the cost of living for people, this is pretty high for middle class type people.
Oh yeah, or a vacation,
right? But there are people not only locally but around the country that choose. That's why I said this is
their vacation.
Yes, this is what they do. I'd rather go to 3 Lions road games than go to Disney.
248-539-9797. Texter says at those prices, I'm never going to go to a game again. They've priced me out. That's Doug mowing in Livonia right now. And Mike in Howell says, hey guys, I had the privilege of a friend who finally got season tickets this year. $173 for Upper Bowl. Should be able to go to 2 games. Would never pay $300 to stand unless it was a championship game.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're in the building and you're part of the celebration and the energy and all that. Mm-hmm. But for a Cleveland Browns game.
Got to make that NFC championship game.
Well, you do. 248-539-9797. Jermaine in Rochester, good morning.
Hey, how's it going, everybody?
Good.
Hey, I just want to say, so we do this every year. My brother and a couple friends, we pick a Lions game and we'll travel too. So this year we picked the Monday night game in Baltimore. Now, from last year we learned if you don't do it the night the schedule comes out, you're gonna pay even more. So that night we got it. I got a plane ticket to Baltimore. It was like $291 round trip. I got a hotel. It was like $150, like 10 miles away from the stadium. But the ticket itself was close to $400. Now, I say that it's a Monday night game in Baltimore. It's still cheaper for me to do that than actually try and go to a game here with the same style seating because of the parking and everything else. And at least I get a little vacation out of it to go. And it's a Monday night game in Baltimore. It's just not fair that this team just start getting good, but we got a team like Baltimore who's got a couple Super Bowls since we've gotten one, and we're more than them.
It's the desperation, right? Like their fans aren't desperate to go to
100%.
these games. Our fans are trying to get every second of this thing injected into their veins. Like they want to live and breathe every second of Lions football because it's so new, because it's so exciting. It's old news for the Ravens to have a Super Bowl contender. So prices level off. We have not experienced the leveling off. It keeps going up and up and up and up and up.
But in defense of it, it's still middle of the road in regards to what it costs to go to an NFL game across the league. There are cheaper. There are ones that are more expensive.
But he just told us Baltimore.
Right.
Monday night, prime time,
Mm-hmm.
he's willing to pay to transport himself there and get better seats for the same price it would cost to go to a Lions game.
Lions
that kind of
Takeover. We thank
refutes
him for
that.
doing it. Yeah,
well-
Lions Takeover.
I think it's part of the reason the takeovers happen. We got great fans, but it's also the economical decision in a lot of households. 248-539-9797. What's your plan of attack? Fewer games, more road games, not going at all. Have you been priced out? It's 97.1. All right, guys, the weather has us getting ready to get out and head up north for the summer. Now's the time to think about how you're doing that. Hit the road in style with a deal from Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer in 2024. If you need a truck to pull your toys, haul your gear, work as hard as you do, at Moran, you can lease the 2025 Silverado LT for $294 a month, $1495 down. Strength, style, savings, all in one. It's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Find your ride fast. Shop online, moranexpress.com. Stop by in person. They're on Gratiot north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Want to know your game plan? Lions single game tickets are out, and just like that, they've been scooped up. And at these prices, can you keep up? Standing room only tickets, I saw $390, almost $400 to stand and watch a regular season Lions football game. Now you start wondering, what's it going to cost to actually have a seat? And what if you want that seat to not be in the nosebleeds? And can you afford to go? Do you go to fewer games? Do you go to more road games? Do you go to no games and sit on your couch and say, hey, I'll upgrade the home entertainment setup for the cost to go to one game? I mean, I can get a nice TV, and I can load up the fridge, and I can watch every game.
Yeah, you can upgrade the man cave.
These are the questions we're asking you guys. Your plan of attack, 248-539-9797. Texter says, you know what's great about Lions tickets? You don't have to buy them. I know, but people want to go to these games.
Right.
It's become an event. It's not even a sporting event. It's an event, period, where people want to be there. And some of that is a problem because people want to go and be seen. The Jack and Coke Jerry's are buying up the tickets for $700 just to be seen, take their selfie, and say, I was at the Lions game. And to this person's point, it prices out not the casual fan, but the people who make that place loud and raucous to begin with.
That's a concern.
Yeah, that's
the
Kelly
environment might
Clarkston.
take a hit to it.
Yeah. Let's get to Tim and Flint. Tim, you're on 97.1.
Oh. I don't know that I've heard this old music
Softer.
before. Yeah. A little stargazing.
Dylan and Howell, you're next up. What's up?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
How you doing?
My family and I are planning to go to our first home game of the season, which happens to be at Lambeau against Green Bay.
So you're going on the road this year.
Yeah. We went to Indianapolis last year, which was a great time. It was awesome to see the amount of fans that traveled.
Mm-hmm.
And we just, the price does stink, but, we think just one game a year is worth it for us. So we just bite the bullet and enjoy the experience.
You flying over? You driving over?
We'll probably drive, maybe after the game, try to get to like Mackinac City area and stay the night.
Oh, so you could go the north way.
Oh.
Yeah, we are in Howell, so I mean, it's probably
6
about
of
the same
one, half
distance
dozen
either
of the
way,
other. Yeah, yeah. I love going there. When I used to live in Petoskey, and I'd go over to Green Bay to fish, I would certainly go over the north way, and it's be careful on Route 2, but it's a beautiful drive.
Yeah, definitely more scenic. So I think that's another part of it too. Is my family really hasn't driven out that way, so it'd be a nice experience just to do something you don't normally do, right? I mean, we've all been to Ford Field, so just try to experience other locations and just see how the fans travel.
What is the bucket list destination? I know you're going to Green Bay. You went to Indy. Is there a destination in the NFL that you're just like, yeah, whenever the Lions play there, I have to go?
I would actually probably say that Green Bay is the place.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, I was a little bit more of a Green Bay fan, so I have some history about that. But obviously now with the Lions, the way that they've turned things around, I'm definitely a Lions fan through and through. So just, because of the nostalgia of it being Lambeau Field, I think is a big draw to it.
Sure.
Yeah, we mentioned it yesterday. The fact that it's week 1 and you kind of gear up for it, and it's not going to be 22 degrees. There's reason
Still could be chilly
to make the pilgrimage to Lambeau. I've been there in the summer for a wedding. I've not gone for a game.
Yeah.
The place is really cool.
Oh, yeah. It's a great environment. I played there a couple of times, and that's one of those games where I would get to the stadium as early as they would open up just to be able to sit there, have a cup of coffee, and just take in watching that city and that stadium come alive.
Texter says staying home, Thomas. Another one says, we love the NFL product, especially the Lions, but 3.5 hours is not worth a mortgage payment. Depending on where you're sitting, how many tickets you're buying. Yeah. It says, not only is this the price for the Lions and too high, you may have to balance it with Tigers tickets that time of year.
Oh,
John and Shelby.
Man, if you could get a double dip going downtown.
But then it begs the question, would you rather go to a regular season Lions game or a critical Tiger playoff game? I like football more.
Oh, you're putting me in a bind there.
Yeah.
Who am I watching?
I like football more.
Oh, yeah.
But the Lions they're judged on the playoffs now. And so are the Tigers, by the way. I'd rather go to a playoff baseball game. The atmosphere, you're waiting on every pitch. Playoff baseball is a different animal. Remember last year we got our first taste of it for the first time in a decade, and the heart palpitations of the Houston series.
Oh, yeah.
I go to a playoff baseball game, and I like football more, and I consider myself more of a Lions fan. But if the cost is
Less?
Yeah, it probably would be.
Or if they're back-to-back, at least you could rationalize it by, hey, parking's gone up, but I'm only paying once and I'm going to 2 events.
Oh, you
split the difference.
You're still on this I'm going to go to both games thing? You got people who can't afford to go to one game.
Again, as a sports fan,
Yeah.
you try and rationalize every little bit that you possibly can. Oh, well, this makes it okay.
Kev on the ticket text, my buddy and I paid $220 a piece for week 5 in Cincy. Lions games at home are just too expensive. I think this is the hack. And it's not a great win, but it's the roundabout way to get to Lions games. Last year it was Indy. This year it's Cincy. If it's at Midwest footprint.
Just caution everybody. Going south of the border, you're at risk.
You asked me something off air. You said, do people understand this?
Understand.
Like the ticket pricing, like they understand. Do they get it?
We could sit here and talk about how ticket prices have gone up, and it's okay. They priced this out, but is there any measure of understanding? Like, okay, they are good. The ticket prices are going to go up, and I mean, I understand it. Don't like it, but I understand it. I don't know if, and maybe it's right now because it was Wednesday night, because these tickets just went on sale.
The hotness of it.
Yeah, maybe everybody's like, I can't even get my mind around why are they doing us this way?
Well, and when does it level off? Like, if the Lions are good, they're never going to be cheap.
Right.
But when do they level off to where we don't see these spikes seemingly every year in every game? I mean, is it they win a Super Bowl and then everything kind of comes crashing down a little bit? Or until they win a Super Bowl, we're just going to keep this buildup going?
I don't know. There's probably somebody way smarter than me running those numbers and doing the cost plus analysis.
Do you think they would go down if they won a Super Bowl, right?
Not for the first couple of games. No, especially if they're unveiling a banner. That's going to be those are going to be record prices.
It's never going to go down, is it? It's got to go down at some point. What comes up must come down.
It's not gravity.
I mean, they have to be bad. Is that the answer? Is they'd have to go?
Well, that's the question. Is if and again, everything is cyclical. At some point, they will not be as good as they are now. I don't want to say bad, but they will not be as good. And I don't know that they ever say, the Lions ever say, okay, well, we're not good this year, so we're going to take ticket prices down.
But secondary market is where you would see it. Is there a fed up factor? Like if they don't if they extend this window. And it's the philosophy of getting multiple cracks at this and managing the cap sheet. Yeah. They don't win it this year. They don't win it next year. It's 27. I still don't think people will be fed up. I think they'll be ferocious. I think this is our final chance. This is our chance. This is it. I don't think prices are going down unless you get they win the Super Bowl and then you get kind of that exhale maybe a year later where prices come down, or they bottom out all the way to being a bad football team.
Something I haven't looked at is Tiger ticket prices. Obviously, best team in Major League Baseball right now, or at least tied for it now with the Dodgers.
Yeah.
I don't know that they've adjusted the prices there. We know the home plate club is sky high.
Yeah. But I'll give you an example. Tigers. I'll pull up some Tiger prices here in a second. Let's take a phone call. Christine in St. Clair Shores. You're on 97.1.
Hi.
What's up?
Good morning.
You guys are talking about the Lions and the Tigers and the prices going up, and you haven't really mentioned the Red Wings. I actually ditched my season tickets because they've gone up so much in the past 2-3 years, but they're not getting it done. They're not making the playoffs, and there's no basis for these prices to be what they are. At least the Lions and the Tigers and even the Pistons at this rate are getting the job done. I don't see that. I don't see that the Lions doing badly or the Tigers doing badly will bring the prices down, because it certainly hasn't done that with the Red Wings.
That's a good point. Yeah, Christine, I only bought in. This is my first year, so I can't really compare it to what it was 3 or 4 years ago.
No, but you're part of that new group.
But I'm pricing out Christine over here.
Yeah, big money Jim.
No, that's not it. You're making me the bad guy. We're only doing a half season. I don't got it like that. No, I mean, people bring it up like, you're in media, you could just use a press pass. I've talked to you about this off air, and I've talked about it a little on air. It's not the same.
Yeah.
To sit up in the gondola or sit up in a press box at Ford Field, and it's a very sterile. It's sterile. You're not experiencing the game in the way that is the most
entertaining. You can't even
entertaining.
wear your Wings gear or your Lions gear in the press box.
You can't have a couple of brewskis and get after it, big goal, high-fiving everybody. Like, being a fan is unique, and it's worth going to, but as the prices go up, I think people are forced to make really tough decisions. And I hate that because we have
year over year for your season tickets with the Wings, did they go up?
very little.
Okay.
Yeah, it wasn't. I mean, if it had gone up a lot, I would have bitched to you about it at least off air and probably on air. Because again, her point is valid. They're not winning.
Yeah.
Anyway, we talked about how they could benefit from another team's misery earlier in the show. Odyssey Rewind if you missed it. Coming up at 7:35, which is next, we'll get to the cookie jar. 8:02, apparently we have beef with the afternoon show. They started their show yesterday exactly how we thought they would, but I thought they went a little far. I'm cool with the banter and the bickering. I thought it was Bush League, to use a different word. We'll get to it at 8 o'clock. It's 97.1. All right, it's the cookie jar, and it's brought to you by Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. I got a series of questions, mostly ridiculous. We need big, bold opinions, and the first is a viral challenge, the 50 challenge. Beers, miles, and donuts, any combination, add to 50, you have 24 hours.
All right, so I'll go first. If this is supposed to be a challenge, I'm not going to take the donuts because that's no challenge.
You just eat 50 of them?
50 in 24 hours, that's, again, not a challenge. The beers, that would be a challenge, but it's not one that I really want to take on. So I'll do a combination of the miles and donuts because the more miles you run, the more donuts you get to eat, and it's all free.
Exactly.
So I'll take 30 miles.
Marathon plus.
Yeah, and 20 donuts.
I'm going the same combination as John.
No beer?
No. And I think, first off, 50 beers in 24 hours, are you going to live?
Well, no, you're not going to do 50. You could do 10 to help lessen the miles and donuts you have to eat.
Right, I know, but no, I would actually do the 40 miles and 10 donuts.
Okay, I get that. Yeah.
40 miles?
Yeah, walk.
Yeah.
You can walk, you can run, you can jog, you can,
I walked home from school once, and it was like probably a 7 or 8 mile walk, and I kind of
uphill both ways.
Yes, in snow.
Yeah, in the snow. Yeah.
In Tecumseh. We don't have hills down there.
Yeah, no sidewalks either.
I would go 6 beers. I am a bit of a lightweight, and 2 beers would totally knock me out. So I got to do this like at the end of the day, do a little bit of a wraparound kind of 24 hours here. Donuts, I'll go 20, and miles, I'll do 24. That's 8 1-hour walks.
Yeah, because you could space this out. You've got 24 hours. I looked at this as a challenge, a competition. I broke it down into quarters. I did way too much work here. I would start with 5 donuts, 2 beers, and walk 5 miles. Repeat that 4 times, and then end with 2 beers to celebrate. It breaks out to 20-20-10, and I pace myself the whole day.
Wow.
Lots of fun in that. Yeah.
Way more work than that 13 and 4.
Yeah.
Where do you stand on HOAs? My brother recently moved into a neighborhood that has them.
So I recently moved into a neighborhood that has an HOA, and for the most, I'm not a huge fan or supporter. That's why I loved our old house. It wasn't in an HOA, but there's also some benefits to having an HOA, and just in terms of making sure that nobody does anything stupid. You don't have a bunch of vehicles on wheels or on blocks sitting around your neighborhood. As long as they are responsive. The only issue I've had is a delayed response in doing some things to the new house. It was turnkey when we wanted to put a deck on the backside. Landscape was a little bit different, and it seemed to be a little bit. My reservation with HOAs is I don't like somebody telling me what I can and can't do.
I wouldn't think you'd want an HOA, knowing you.
No, I'm not a huge fan, as long as they are reasonable and responsive.
I'm against them overall. I've been in one, and I've been in a house that I'm not in one right now. And the reason John nailed it with the vehicles on blocks, okay?
Yeah.
It's those people that made HOAs happen. Nobody wants that in a subdivision, okay?
Yeah.
And it's check yourself a little bit here and have some respect. But if I want a fence, I get to have a fence. And that's why I'm against them. They do provide good things. Like, I know our old neighborhood, they do put the money back into the roads, and that's something I've noticed in general. Like, neighborhoods, streets are really starting to get bad.
Yeah.
And they replenish that into it and stuff, but it's because they salt it. They also, the HOA pays for the salted roads and all
The
that
plowing.
stuff.
So when you were buying a house, is it a turnoff if an area had an HOA fee?
See, when we bought our first house, it wasn't, because it was only like $425.
Yeah, see, that's the problem now. Is it's not cheap to buy, and then you start throwing in extra money, and then you don't even have control over what
Right.
fence you're putting up.
I think it's doubled since 2011. I
don't-
think it's just almost like college and how the rate goes up so fast.
Yeah, I'm not a fan. Greg?
I enjoy city living, so I would not go into a place with an HOA. I would say that if you are going into a house, John, I'll say this to you, that's got an HOA, understand it, know it, and understand the benefits that they have, the drawbacks that it has, and basically don't complain when you get into there and they have whatever
it's
rules that they have.
my
Understand
God-given
what you're
right
getting
to
into.
bitch and moan. It is, but it's their right to say, well, we don't care.
This is the agreement.
Boundaries.
If you could get rid of the internet, would you want to?
No, because it's all in how you handle the internet. I don't care that much about social media. That's part of the internet. I don't care about a lot of things, but it does give me access to a lot of information. It makes the job that we do much easier. It also allows me to watch more sports.
Yeah, and I'd say no, even though I could go off the grid technically, myself
sure.
personally. You're asking, would you get rid of it in society,
Yes.
right? No. I mean, my job would be way harder. Like just the affiliate stuff I do for the networks.
Yeah.
Calling everybody. I mean, what the...
No email?
Right.
Yeah.
We do everything through email with them just about.
No.
It would be tempting because there are moments where you go, boy, it's a total brain drain and it's made us dumber in a lot of ways. But everybody uses it for work and it makes your life easier. And if you can handle it, a lot of people can't, but if you personally can handle it, it can make your life easier.
Yeah, it all comes down to personal choices. If I want to go unplugged, I can.
Yep.
But then I can also have the choice to, at some point, plug back in.
When do you refill your car? In my case, plug in your car.
Depends on the time of year.
Segue was there. Anyway, John.
It all depends.
Are you riding on E?
The time of year. No, I never ride on E. So during the summer months, when I get to right near a quarter left, I fill up. If it's in the winter, almost never, I don't want to say never. Nothing is ever finite. I almost never go below half a tank.
Now, there's this theory that it's bad for your engine in the wintertime. Is that
well,
true?
Condensation, yeah. I mean, you risk getting water in your tank, and engines and everything are so much better now. So it's probably not as big of an issue as it was even 10, 15 years ago.
Because I remember when my dad would say that, don't, especially in the wintertime, don't leave your car low on gas.
Yeah.
I usually do a quarter of a tank too, although yesterday on my way home, I was pushing it. I got the light to come on and everything.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. At that point, you're like, how far can I go?
Yeah.
Then it becomes competitive.
Yes.
Have you ever run out of gas?
Once in my life.
You?
Yes. Once in my life, but it wasn't my car. It was one where it was a loaner from a dealership, and I didn't want to put money in it.
When I get that ding under 50, that's when I get the fuel light. You get 50 miles. For me, that's at least a drive here and back to work.
Yeah, I plug in every couple days. And it's not because I need to. There's enough range. I have a short commute. It's just great. I mean, you'd fuel up every day if you could in front of your driveway, right? It'd be easy. You'd never have to stress about it.
Sure.
This is not a cookie jar sponsored by the EV lobby. We'll move on. NASCAR Day. Apparently that's a thing. Is it a sport?
Yes, it is. Because there are rules. It's competitive. And I'm a little bit jaded in this one because Joe Gibbs was a coach of mine for a couple of years. And I had a chance to interact with a lot of the race car drivers and their description of how physically taxing a race is in terms of just the mental focus that it takes, how much they work out to prepare for a race, physically work out to prepare for a race, the G-forces, all of the different things that go into it. They said when they get done, they are absolutely exhausted, like the Daytona 500. Absolutely exhausted when it's done. So, yeah, it's a sport.
Yes, because of what John just said, it takes athletic ability. Part of that is stamina.
Skill.
And none of these guys are fat. Like,
Well,
there's
they
other
wouldn't
sports
fit.
that people would call sports like golf. You can have fat people in golf.
Yeah.
I've always viewed it as competition, entertainment, but not a sport.
Oh, why not?
I don't think it's athletic in the way that other sports are athletic.
Oh.
I go by the Kang description of a sport. This is not a sport. No element of defense is required. You can get in your car and drive the track around and around by yourself. Now, I know you can say that you can block, you can bump draft, you can do all these things, but
there's an
the
element of
basis
defense.
the basis of the sport of the element you can do by yourself with nobody else on the track.
Yeah,
Not
but
a
if
sport.
nobody else is on the track, then you're not racing. Robin's racing.
Time. The time is your enemy.
Last one, classic movie day. Your favorite movie made before 2000.
Well, so mine is probably one that very few people have seen. You guys have heard me say this before. I watch
Gone
a
with the
John
Wind?
Wayne. No,
John Wayne.
I watch a John Wayne movie, at least part, not maybe a full one, but at least part of one every single day.
Isn't everyone the same?
No,
Westerns.
El Dorado is my favorite John Wayne movie of all time. I have watched that. I can't even count the number of times that I've watched that one.
I'm torn between Goodfellas and Shawshank. I think I'd probably lean Goodfellas.
I'll take Shawshank, so we got our bases covered. That's where I was going. Greg?
Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan, 1982. Good year.
I expect nothing
Does that
else.
make you a Trekkie over a Star Wars guy?
Probably. You can like both.
I know. I just didn't know which one you preferred.
Is there a rivalry between the two? I know you're
Whatever
on
you
both
wanna
sides of
make
that
of
fence.
it, man.
No, I'm just asking. I'm not saying there is. I'm just, don't get offended.
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, you can make that out of anything. I tend to like both. Sometimes I go into Star Wars phase. Sometimes I go into Star Trek phase.
Okay, that's not the question. The question is when you run into Star Wars fans and you mention that you're a Trekkie as well. Like, it's okay for you, but do Star Wars fans get offended by Trekkies or vice versa?
I have not run into that
Okay.
dynamic.
I've heard the rivalry exists, though.
Oh, okay. All right.
It's the cookie jar. We can explore that in a future week. 97.1.
Hey, when it comes to an IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of all types of tax problems. And when dealing with the world's largest civil law enforcement agency, your case could take a lot of twists and turns. Your first call, your only call, should be to Abraham and Roast. They're experienced and they're prepared to advocate on your behalf, no matter if it's civil or criminal or even the Michigan Department of Treasury. So whether you're jammed up with personal income tax or business payroll taxes, you're going to need a real team of local lawyers, not a tax organization that you're not, with a random individual that you're never going to meet. Visit abrahamandrose.com today, or you can call 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
Wrap up the hour with some of your ticket texts on the cookie jar and the Lions tickets that we were talking earlier. 8 o'clock, we got to set the record straight.
Okay.
They did exactly what we thought they would do. They opened the show complaining about us. And truth be told, I like arguing and banter and all that stuff, but I thought it was Bush League the way that they did it. So we'll get to it at 8 o'clock, set the record straight on that. John, on the cookie jar. A lot of people looking at Greg's NASCAR take saying, what about golf? There's no defense in golf. Is golf a sport?
No.
Golf's not a sport.
No.
Okay.
You can go out there and shoot 18 by yourself.
All right. So then.
But you can't compete with someone, right? Does that change it? If you're golfing against someone?
No. No one's D'ing you up.
Okay.
Okay. Then, I mean, the 100-meter dash, that's not a sport? Really? You're running the mile in the Olympics or whatever they call it, 1,500
Greg is
meters.
shaking his head no. Allegedly, par is the defense in golf. Par beats you if you don't shoot par. Yes, par's here.
Par's got a hand in your face. He's D'ing up Tom in the studio right now.
Remember, I did use the word allegedly.
Well,
I don't agree with that, but I think it's a sport.
So it's funny because you would D him up. Andrew in Harrison Township says, well, apparently by that logic, basketball is not a sport.
Yeah, the NBA basketball.
The NBA is not a sport anymore. There's no defense.
There's physical exertion. Check that box. And there are it could be individual or team competing. Like that's to me the definition of sport.
People breaking down their 50 challenge, miles, beers, and donuts. Unnamed texter says 30 beers, 10 miles, 10 donuts. Boy, if you have 30 beers, you're not completing 10 miles.
No, I mean you'd have to do 10 miles first,
and then
the donuts, and then the beers, and then the donuts come back.
Again, you could break it down. I mean, you could do this in spurts. You got 24
it's 24
hours.
Yeah, that's why I was more up for the challenge. I actually thought when I read this last night, I'm like, you know what? The ultimate challenge would be just go 50 miles. Because I don't really want anything to do with the beers. You might go 49-1 if that's the case. And there would be no challenge in 50 donuts.
What do you mean? There'd be a challenge in 50 donuts?
In 24 hours? No. That I have curbed my eating over the last few years, which explains a little bit of the weight loss. But 50 donuts, I think I don't even need, I would half that time, especially with Coach Larry. We all know everyone needs a Coach Larry.
Jason in Royal Oak says 24 miles, so about a marathon, a little shy. 13 beers, 13 donuts. That's how you'd break it down. I do think miles is the biggest. Miles or donuts. I don't think beer should be the thing you're.
Miles, I think, would be the biggest challenge, unless you're a marathoner. Miles would certainly be the biggest challenge.
248-539-9797. More of your ticket text. Classic movies.
Yeah.
Not sure why, but if White Men Can't Jump is on, I won't turn it off. Tom in Flat Rock. Some other love for El Dorado. Seen it so many times.
Oh, love it.
Says Rio Bravo is similar. I've seen that a bunch as well.
Rio Bravo's great. Rio Bravo's great. D. Martin.
Mario says El Dorado is the best John Wayne movie. Clockwork Orange getting some votes for your classic movies. You asked about the debate, Star Trek, Star Wars, if there's a rivalry. So it says, morning, guys. If you're ever bored enough and you want to see a bunch of nerds get into a heated argument, ask who would win in a fight between the USS Enterprise or an Imperial Star Destroyer. You would think they were arguing Jordan versus LeBron, Brady Montana, etc. Bobby and Macomb. Greg, who would win that fight?
So you pull the pin and you just throw that one out there as between the two?
That is a style of discussion I do not get involved in.
Okay. On the question of would you get rid of the internet? No. Get rid of social media? Absolutely.
Yes.
Different conversation there. On the Lions tickets, we brought it up earlier. You knew season ticket prices were going up. Single game tickets also went up. And we want to know about how it affects you. Are you going to less games, no games, road games? Texter says, I want to bring my son so bad, but I literally can't afford it with these prices. It's devastating. Another one says, I'll buy a nice TV for my finished basement and bathroom with the mini fridge. Do all that and record the Lions game. Done and done. Nick in Sterling Heights says, we looked at tickets for a family of 4. It's Amanda driving to work. Says now instead we're looking at an 85-inch TV and staying home instead.
Yeah, upgrade the man cave.
Brett in Bloomfield Hills says with 4 300 level tickets, he would want to be there in person. It's tradition with the boys, and it's worth the sacrifice to him. It's getting harder, though.
It is definitely getting harder. It's a bigger. You talk about sacrifice. It just becomes a bigger sacrifice.
All right, let's get to the update. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by the Michigan Lottery. Michigan native Ryan Lenahan shooting an open 76 in the first round of the PGA Championship, tied for 125th. The Southline Pro needs a great round today if he wants to make the cut at Quail Hollow. He tees off at 8:50 this morning. Venezuela's Jonathan Vegas leads overnight with a score of 7 under. Lions coach is pleased to see the progress that star Aiden Hutchinson has been making as he rehabs his broken leg. Defensive coordinator Kelvin Shepard believes that he'll be good as new based on Hutch has looked during the team's offseason training program. Assistants also spoke, including safeties coach Jim O'Neill, who's excited to figure out the depth at his position in the coming months. To the Diamond, it was an off day for the Tigers yesterday. They'll begin a series in Toronto beginning tonight through the weekend. AJ Hinch says it's possible for Matt Vierling to rejoin the club from his injury on Monday, but won't be with them north of the border. And Michigan baseball dropping a pretty important game as they began their regular season finale, falling 8-7 to Indiana. Bracketology has the Wolverines on the bubble to make the NCAA tournament. As they head into the conference bracket, they'll face the Hoosiers again tonight and tomorrow. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Lions schedule came out, and it's led to some infighting at the station. Claus came out, Greg. That's right. He's miming Claus behind the glass.
Oh, is this a cat fight?
Does that mean you will stay out of it?
Yeah, this is not one that I really care about.
It means I'll take Jim.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. As the actual cat.
Okay. Look, the reason I wanted to bring this up is I don't mind banter. I think it's healthy for the station. I like arguments, and I don't mind if the afternoon show disagrees with us. We knew they would address our optimism. You had them winning 14 games. How dare you? I had them winning 13 games. What a homer. I don't mind if they disagree with us. My issue with them is how they presented it, and specifically these Bush League comments. Lazy, dishonest, and boring, accusing us of lying to the audience. Look, just because you disagree doesn't make something dishonest. And if anybody in America is allowed to say the Lions are going to win 14 games, as grandiose as it may be, it's the man sitting across from me who called his shot last year. If anybody's allowed to go 14 wins this season, it's John. I don't agree with John. I was toggling between 12 and 13 and settled on 13. You see, I just have an issue with calling us dishonest because you disagree with us. Like the only honest presentation on this radio station comes from 2 to 6. That's what I take umbrage with. It's only honest if you agree with Mike and Rico. Anything more positive is poppycock. That's how that was delivered. And we are lying to our audience because we don't see it the way Mike and Rico do. Where I think it comes from is they don't like being painted as negative. And we yucked it up a little yesterday. But that narrative predates me in the mornings. It predates John in the mornings. If they're upset because they are occasionally perceived as negative, it's on them, not on any other day part.
I don't feel the need to insult someone else to validate my opinion. My opinion is my own. You could disagree with it. And in fact, I understand all the disagreements. I understand that it hasn't happened a lot in the NFL. And it's a tough road for this team. 14 wins. I didn't predict more than 14 wins, which is what they said.
You would have thought we said 17-0, the way they referenced us all show yesterday.
This is why it's very tough for me, and I rarely listen from 2 to 6.
No, I like those guys. I do listen. You do. I consider them friends. I don't like... Fine, you don't have to. To me, it's Bush League to insinuate that we are dishonest and lying to our audience. That's what got me. You want to call me a homer? If they had opened the show with a disco montage and said, oh boy, boys are at it again, I go,
sure.
Okay, that's funny. That's funny. We're not lying to you guys when we present our opinions. I don't ever think John's dishonest with what he says. Delusional, maybe. You could use a different D word if you'd like, but I don't think you come on the air and you do it to be liked. You give that opinion because it's genuinely how you feel, right or wrong. And that's what this is all about. That's what bugged me, is that the pot shot at the integrity of this show.
Well, again, I'm not going to throw insults to validate my opinion. And I would appreciate the respect that we don't have in return, where they want to throw insults to simply validate theirs.
If we want to talk about the football of it, I would acknowledge the Aleem McNeil injury early in the season with some good quarterbacks. Maybe there's a loss in there, an extra loss that I didn't pick. Fine. What are we squabbling about? But the way they talk about losing these coordinators, they lost both coordinators. Did they lose Bill Walsh and Bill Belichick? I really wonder about this. Like, you want to stick to just the facts of it all and being straight up with the audience. The Lions under Dan Campbell own the North, 17-3 the last 20 games. They haven't lost back-to-back games in 2+ seasons. And if you want to talk about the gauntlet that is the schedule, we all acknowledge it. They also have the biggest rest edge in the league, and the second biggest since 2002, which means extra days off between games, which we know what a gauntlet the schedule can be late in the year. And when you get an extra day here, essentially 2 extra weeks over the season, it should help you navigate that. I don't want to do a ton on this. I felt like I wanted to defend the show. I felt like we had to say something about it.
I'm glad you did. That's fine. Now we can move on.
Okay.
And just caution you, won't be the last time you get your feathers all in a ruffle be from something that is said on another show, and it's not going to bother me.
Okay.
I didn't lose any sleep last night. I wouldn't even have known it unless you hadn't sent me a text.
And again, I like the banter with the shows, but you can't be calling people dishonest, and you can't be calling people dishonest because they disagree with you, more importantly.
They'll do them.
Okay. Sheldon in Highland Park, and then we'll get to what John was doing yesterday. You called into a different afternoon show.
I did, yes.
And you were bickering with those guys. Let's get to Sheldon. What's up?
I want to say I think the Lions could win 14 games, which is a huge number, because I think they're going to be healthy, and them being injured and winning 15 games is almost miraculous. But another point I want to make, and I don't want y'all to turn back into this subject, I think it's ridiculous to call somebody like our general manager arrogant for the moves he's making or not making when a guy is 15-2 with guys off the street. And the moves, if he don't want to get a defensive end, he don't want to get a defensive end. However he answers the questions or whatever he does at his $1 million salary, I mean, we're just fans and people that's radio show hosts. We don't know what they know and how they know and doing their job. They're 15-2. I'm not 15-2 as a fan, and none of you guys on the radio are 15-2 running the Lions. I just think it's ridiculous to call that guy arrogant.
I think he's come across as arrogant at times. I mean, you could say it's an earned arrogance based on 15 wins last season and his draft record, but he has stuck to his guns quite a bit, Brad Holmes has, right? I'm doing it this way. Why would you even ask about an edge? I think there's an arrogance to that. Is there not?
It's an earned arrogance. I think that's a great way to put it. It's an earned arrogance. Now, to be ultimately arrogant, there's only a handful of general managers that have earned the ultimate arrogance, and that's winning a Super Bowl. Brad Holmes has been really good, and he's got a philosophy on how he's going to build a team, just like Dan Campbell has a philosophy on how he's going to coach a team, his offense, who he wants as his coaches, who he wants as his players. They'll talk about that together, and ultimately, will it work? It hasn't yet. Mm-hmm. In terms of the ultimate goal, has it worked in regards to putting out getting a number one seed, being a 15-win team? Yes, that's worked. The ultimate goal, though, is winning a Super Bowl, and it hasn't yet provided that.
So why were you on Kansas City radio yesterday?
So it's interesting. They contacted me. I've been on with them before a couple of times, and they do this thing when the schedule. We do the win-loss thing.
Yeah.
That's kind of our bit. And they, as soon as the schedule release comes out, they contact a member from 17 different media markets to provide insight and a little preview of what that matchup is. So I was on, obviously, talking about the Week 6 matchup between Kansas City and Detroit. And it's always a fun back and forth. I enjoy listening to those guys. They do a good job. And one of the things that they threw out at the very end was, I was surprised for a team that is frequently in the Super Bowl and have frequently won Super Bowls.
Yep.
They're still holding on to something that happened 2 years ago. The very last comment that the host made to me was, hopefully in Week 6, we won't have an issue where Chris Jones and Travis Kelce aren't available. The implication was,
oh, we're doing this again?
We're still doing this. This is the only reason we lost that game to you guys 2 years ago to start the season. And I was surprised. My response to them was, well, Jared Goff has never lost to Patrick Mahomes. Now, I think they've only met 2 or 3 times, but again, has never lost to Patrick Mahomes. And maybe this year will be the year that Patrick Mahomes can get over that hump. That was a little tongue-in-cheek
shot
because,
across the bow.
Shot across the bow. But my first answer was, we're still doing the Mike Tirico asterisk issue. We every once in a while bring that up, and it's more of a fun jab at Mike, and he's taking it, tongue-in-cheek as well.
Oh, Tirico messes with us too. I like that.
Yeah. And so but I came away with, wow, they're still holding on to this. Now, when you have very few losses over the span of 4, 5, 6 years, I understand each of those losses sticking with you. You start off a season defending Super Bowl champs, and you lose to, at that time, the Detroit Lions. And they hadn't yet gone to the NFC Championship game, hadn't yet been a 15-2 team, haven't earned a number 1 overall seed. It was a team that wasn't even in the playoffs the previous year. I understand how that irks them and how it can stick with you. But are we still doing it?
Is that your question to people?
Are we still on this? Hey, the only reason they beat Kansas City was because Chris Jones and Travis Kelce wasn't available? And I don't even, Taylor Swift wasn't even a part of the equation yet either, was he? Was she? The start of that season?
Not at that time, I don't think.
No, she hadn't yet made an appearance at a Chiefs game.
No, it was later that season.
Yeah.
Swift Mania. 248-539-9797. We got calls, the infighting about what the Lions' expectations are for the upcoming season and what's dishonest or not. But yes, John's question about this hangover stuff with the Chiefs. We're not doing this asterisk stuff. And by the way, that goes for us as fans too. We don't get to do the asterisk routine either.
Oh, after you have decimated by defensive injuries, well, you would have beat Washington otherwise.
But we thought
No.
they should have beat them regardless. We weren't making
Yeah.
excuses after that game. They lost that game on their own, the Lions did.
That's why we brought out the disco.
You're wrong. That's okay. That happens. It's 97.1. If you're injured in a car accident, stressed, you're in pain, you're confused, you're looking for help, auto accidents, you need help, and you look to KG Law. I know Lawrence KG. I know his team, and it's true. He's got an experienced staff to get you the biggest possible payout, and they don't treat you like a number in the insurance game. They'll look after you when you need it most. The phone number is 877-KG-CARES. You can check them out online, kgcares.com. You'll see the testimonials and more of the stuff I'm talking about. If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, you need to call KG Law now. kgcares.com. That's KAJY, kgcares.com. Cookies definitely had his Chef Boyardee this morning. Catio claws out, Scott and Carlton. What got me was when they had callers saying 12 wins, that's okay, but 13, you're insane. It's weird how much time has been spent on predictions. Well, some of this is the schedules come out, and some of this is...
Yeah, we want to have a little fun with it.
Yeah, but that's the thing. You
football
ham it up
season
a little
still.
bit.
I mean, college football is now 99 days away. Not that I'm counting. Week 0.
And at the center of this, it really comes down to how big a deal losing these coordinators are. And Danny and Shelby Township, you want to speak to that. That's a huge reason why afternoon shows got them around, 11 wins, I think was the consensus. And we're a little more optimistic. Danny, how big a deal are losing these coordinators?
And just to chime in on how to get over 13 wins, I think if you really look at it, and again, we're all entitled to our opinions, but if you look at the fact that the last 2 years, all of our divisional rivals have tape on Ben Johnson, have tape on Aaron Glenn, what they're going to do next. Coming out of the gates and playing Green Bay, I think having a fresh approach with these new coordinators, with all the talent and having health on our side, I think that's a factor. I mean, these guys are going to be guessing, scratching their head where they would have went left. Our coordinators may have, made them go right. So these new guys, there is that factor of the freshness of 2 new coordinators, and you got to remember the Dan Campbell factor. He's got his finger on the button when it comes to the offensive plays as well. So everyone's fearing these new coordinators coming in. I believe that is what's going to get us over 13 wins, because those tapes, throw them out the window. Ben Johnson, Aaron Glenn, that stuff's gone. These new coordinators are going to bring their own style, their own feel to the whole thing, and I think that's going to be a huge contributing factor. I just, I want to back you guys up on getting over 13 wins, and I think that's going to be one of the key components because the talent is there.
Well, I think there's an unknown, and Danny, you're saying it could be a positive because the tweaks and the twists and the things that they put into this playbook that are their own.
It's going to go one way or the other. It could go bad. And we've seen Dan Campbell, when things don't go well offensively, when it is not called the way he wants it called, he's not afraid to make a change. He did it with Anthony Lynn.
Demoted Lynn. At one point, he fired Aubrey Pleasant from the defensive coaching staff. If it's a disaster, I trust Dan Campbell to grab the reins and do something about it. I think it is an unknown. Look, you could point out that the Eagles swapped out, lost 2 coordinators, and had a down year 2 years ago. You could also point out they had 2 brand new coordinators last year and won the Super Bowl. It's going to depend on how quality these hires end up being. Mm-hmm. But I think some of that gets washed out with, so you're getting a talent upgrade in terms of you're not going to have 24 injuries. So I kind of put those on the scales of justice and feel like, a little uncertainty with the X's and O's, but the Jimmies and the Joes, call it a wash. Okay, it's a more difficult schedule. Going to be tough to win 15 games. Nobody said they would. But you go, okay, tough schedule. But the fact that this team has rallied, they haven't lost back-to-back games in 2 years. They don't wallow and sulk and they bounce back. They may lose 1 or 2 more, 3 or 4 more, but they're not going into the tank under Dan Campbell. And they have extra days, more rest than anybody they're going to play this season. That's going to help them navigate some of those tough matchups too. They got teams coming off Monday nights, teams where they're coming off a bye and the other team's not. Like, there are schedule edges that will help this team if you dig a little deeper.
I hate the toxicity over May prediction win-loss records. I really like. I look at this as this is fun. It's a way to talk football in May, and it's silly to be honest. We all have our opinions, but to make it so vicious, I don't understand it. I the Broncos in '96 were one of the best football teams I ever watched in my life. Mm-hmm. They had Terrell Davis and John Elway. And Elway got his running back, and Shannon Sharp. They crushed it in the regular season. And then they lost their divisional home game against the Jags and Mark Brunell, that was one of the biggest upsets in NFL playoff history, actually.
So it's funny you bring this up because I did see that undercurrent yesterday, just in the general discourse, not even like the in-show stuff here. People talking about records and expectations, and there was an undercurrent of who cares? This team ultimately, it doesn't matter if they win 11, 12, 13, 15, 17, because when the playoffs start, that's when we're all going to start to keep score.
The point of me bringing up the Broncos, everybody was like, it'll never happen for LA, this and that and all that stuff, and they were, written off the next year. They go 11-5, they get the wild card, and they win the Super Bowl, and then they repeat. You know, it's what you just said. In the end, you guys are 2 wins apart. Mike was 11, you were 13.
Oh, and I toggled. I was like, I probably should be at 12, but when I played the game, my honest opinion was 13.
I mean,
and whatever. John had 14. Who cares? It's not dishonest to have a different opinion. That's my biggest takeaway. Disagree, make fun of us, all that's fair game. It's not dishonest. No one's lying to their audience.
They won 12 games 2 years ago. They won 14 last year. That's 26. If you split the difference, it's 13.
They have
exceeded. If you just think that they're going to do the same and that they're going to get better, no, it's all about the road schedule.
They have exceeded their Vegas win total by 2 to 3 wins the last 2 seasons. If it's 10.5 now, 11 plus 2 to 3 is 13 or 14.
And I understand the challenge at hand. It is new coordinators. It's a tough road schedule, especially to start the season. And it's playing outside, 7 games outside. We've seen Jared Goff take on that. It's always going to be a part of the conversation with Jared Goff. No matter how many games he wins outside, it's going to be a conversation every single time they play. It's always going to be a factor. So, is this a daunting schedule? Yeah. Is this a good team? Also, yeah.
So, yeah, if you look at the schedule like this, taking aside squabbling over 1 or 2 wins here or there, the schedule sets up for them to take some lumps early. Both of us had a couple early losses, and they could stumble because of the opponents and because of the injury to Aleem McNeil. It also sets up for them post-bye very nicely. Because if we're talking about them only being judged by postseason success, they have a chance to rattle off a bunch of wins in the last couple months of the season.
Yeah, the biggest challenge, obviously, on the road to Washington, on the road to Philly.
But after Philly, and that's like November 16th.
They got the Giants.
Right, but look at that stretch coming up. It's the Giants are in there, the Steelers
Cowboys
are in there. Yeah, you're going to have some time to make some hay there and rattle up. Like the Eagles, I keep thinking the Eagles last season winning 15 of their last 16 games. And the opportunity the Lions have to get McNeil back, healthy, couple games under his belt. I don't know his status for the Commanders game or even the Eagles game. But if you get him back, a year from his injury would be December. And he's playing competitive quality football for this team into January. Now you're looking to play February football.
I think my biggest takeaway from the schedule is I think this year, I think we can all agree that we believe this is a playoff team. At least, I don't know, put a number at 95%, maybe higher, believe that this is still a playoff team, no matter what happens in the regular season. They're going to be better prepared for the regular season. They're going to know more about themselves throughout the course of the regular season going into the playoffs than they ever have before because this schedule is so difficult. And it really doesn't matter if they're a 14-win team. It didn't matter last year that they were a 15-win team.
Right.
The whole goal is playing in the postseason. And if you're a 10-win team and you're the last wild card, it doesn't prevent you from making a run in the playoffs and winning a Super Bowl. Makes it harder, but the schedule should prepare you for those tough moments. Going on the road and winning or losing to tough teams early, if that's what you're going to have to do in the playoffs, all right, been there, done that. How are we better now than we were in week 3, in week 4, in week 6 at Kansas City?
You said if they only win 10. I think that was Rieger's prediction.
Yeah.
He took some lumps for it because he said they'd only win 10 games. And I haven't talked to Jeff about it, but I imagine he views it that way, where the light really goes on when the playoffs start. And I think he did the game by game, which not everybody does. And I think Rieger had them winning. Yeah, I have it right in front of me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 straight to close the regular season, which then, 10-7, you're playing with a line to get in, but I'm assuming he'd have them in, and then you'd be going, hey, let's see what happens. 248-539-9797. Chris and Ypsilanti, you kind of have similar thoughts?
Yeah, absolutely. I think you guys are right on it, right? The win total ultimately is kind of irrelevant. The real question is, and this is about playoffs, are we going to win the division? And yeah, we have a tough road schedule. It's really tough. But we also have a really pretty cake home schedule. And here's the important thing. The other teams in our division play the exact same schedule. So we can make all this, hey, we play the Ravens and the Bengals and the Eagles and the Commanders. Yeah, the Vikings, the Bears, the Packers, they have to play all of those teams too. The different games that we play, Chiefs, Bucks, Rams. And the Rams don't even have a home field advantage. LA
Right.
is an awful place.
And
So-
we get
so,
a
like,
10-day prep on that because the Lions will play, I
Exactly.
believe, Thursday before. Yeah.
Yeah, and we're just and we're a flat out better team than the Packers. We're a better team than the Vikings. Do we think that the Vikings, with a rookie quarterback, essentially, are really going to threaten
Chris-
for a division championship playing this exact same schedule?
Yeah, if you want to, that's an interesting way. Compartmentalize this. Winning the division gives you a home playoff game. It guarantees you a playoff spot. The Lions have questions at coordinator, 2 of them, and we can disagree over degrees of how much that's going to hurt them. Would you rather replace both coordinators or a whole new coaching staff in Chicago or break in a rookie
Right.
quarterback in Minnesota? Those teams in the division are going to be
Right.
dealing with some adversity, too, in terms of that.
And the Packers, did they even really get better? I mean, their number one receiving option is a rookie receiver. It takes rookies time. They don't have Christian Watson, right? So, and the defense, who's playing cornerback for that team? So, like, I think that whether it's 11 wins or 14 wins, we should be the favorite to win the division. We should be able to get a home playoff game. Are we going to get the number 1 seed? I mean, I doubt it. I really do. But, like, it doesn't matter, right? Get in the tournament. Go win.
Yeah, John, I don't know if you had them with the 1 seed. I felt like losing to Philly could end up being the difference in them getting the 1 seed or not. But I'm not going to. I mean, you find out as you go here.
Yeah, I think here's a great point on Twitch. Comes from our weatherman. Do we think that the Lions are on par with teams like Buffalo or Baltimore? For years, those teams have been great in the regular season, yet even with a tough first-place schedule, year after year, they keep winning 11 to 14 games. And again, you're splitting hairs. In my opinion, you're splitting hairs of whether it's 11, 12, 13, 14. It's all about winning the division and getting into the playoffs. That's where you have to be good.
248-539-9797. More reactions to the Lions schedule and thoughts on how the season's going to play out here. It's led to a bunch of conversation at the station. We are going to talk about the ticket prices. I know this is a popular conversation. Fans are starting to see the sticker shock of single game. We'll get to that at 9 o'clock. Coming up next, something you can make fun of me for, because you've been doing this a little off air. I'm going camping, John.
Are you? TBD.
Next, 97.1.
Hey, it's spring in Michigan. And what do we know? We know, hey, it's torrential downpours at night, like we had last night, and sunny days means your grass is going to continue to grow, and it's going to grow fast. If you want it to be green, you want it to be weed-free, you got to give Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service a call. Get green, stay green with Natural Way. 888-GET-GREEN on the phone. We're on the web. It's naturalwaylawn.com. Purchase a full lawn program right now. You're going to get free grub control, but you got to mention my name along with 97.1 The Ticket. Mention that warmer weather and the rain. It's not just your grass. It's also the crabgrass. It's still not too late to go ahead and treat for it. Dandelions. We see it popping up all over town. If you don't want them in your lawn, and you certainly don't want them to go to seed, you got to treat for them now, because they're going to rob your lawn of water and nutrients, and they're going to spread like wildfire. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service, no runaround. They're going to just take care of the issues as they come up throughout the entire season. Locally owned company for over 35 years. Michigan owned, Michigan employees, Michigan families. Gotta love that. 888-GET-GREEN or naturalwaylawn.com on the web. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green with Natural Way.
All right, we'll get to the Lions in the 9 o'clock hour, the ticket prices, and how you're changing your plan of attack. More road games, staying home, picking one big home game to go to. But I shared something with you guys off air that, everybody makes plans for the summer, a little vacay. And I told you I was going camping. And you're laughing because I gave you a few more details and you said, this is not camping.
Well, I don't know that I said those exact same words.
I think you implied it.
So, words matter.
Okay. So Kelsey and I are going camping this summer. And she even had a coworker who said, this is basically staying in a hotel in the woods. What is your definition of camping, John?
Well, it varies. There's a lot of different forms of camping. And the basic thing is I want as many people as possible to go and enjoy the outdoors. And especially in the state of Michigan, where there are so many great opportunities, so many great sights, sounds, parks, wilderness areas to go enjoy it however you see fit.
Oh, okay.
And so I am big on words matter. I'll go back to the age-old debate. Turkey bacon. All right? It's not bacon. There's no bacon on turkey. You call it whatever and eat it however you want. It's just not bacon. All right? So words do matter. And when you talk about, I would like you to describe this camping experience.
Okay, so I'm not going to plug the place, but it's out on the west side of the state. It's over by Lake Michigan, and it looks awesome. You got dunes, you got forests. There's plenty of outdoors. This is camping. The amenities. You stay in like an A-frame cabin.
You're going to take your EV on the dunes?
I wasn't planning on it, John. You get like an A-frame cabin. Comes with a queen bed. It comes with electricity, towels, fans. You get cooking and dining utensils, a heated mattress pad. I can't even imagine we'll use that, but showers, luxury bathhouse that's a 2 to 5 minute walk, a blow dryer, linens, cooler with ice. Sound like camping?
Okay, so the luxury bathhouse. I've heard a number of bathhouses described as luxury until you actually step foot in them. And their version of luxury or their description and how they're using that term may not actually be, true luxury.
Yeah, I have not seen photos. I don't actually know what I'm getting into.
Nobody really shows you photos of the bathhouse.
One would need to wash their feet after that excursion,
yes.
right?
Are you? Is this you have to wear flip flops in and out of the bathhouse, and actually in the shower?
You probably want to. I'd imagine it's communal. But I wonder, like some people may say this is glamping versus camping, but I wonder where you draw the line, and that's where we want people's help. I mean,
so you're in an A-frame. You're in an actual building
structure. Yes, it's not a tent or like a little.
So that can still be camping. What are you taking with you? Are you taking a sleeping bag?
There's a mattress. We're going to sleep on the mattress.
Okay. And they provide linens.
Yes, linens, the mattress.
You're staying in a cabin in the woods. And with electricity.
Yeah.
You may not have, is there a sink? Like, is there?
I have to pull up the photos again here.
Obviously, the bathhouse.
Yeah, it's 2 to 5 minute walk. So yeah,
right. But so there's no. But this is
like
it's
like a room. It's not a cabin in the sense that you have multiple, like a living room and like
it's a one room cabin.
It's
an
A-frame.
Yeah. Yes, I know what an A-frame is. Thank you.
You can see the pictures. I sent you the link.
Yes.
It's fairly humble and modest, while also having some luxury amenities to it.
But you're not taking anything with you.
No, I actually do want to be a little more detached. Like I'm on my phone too much. We're gonna do things outdoors.
Yeah,
be
but
outside.
you're not taking anything with you.
What do you mean?
I don't mean are you taking your phone or not, or your computer or
not.
Like,
what do you have to take if you're camping?
Are you taking, and now you have to be careful with this because you can't transport firewood in a lot of different places, but are you taking any food with you, or are they providing all of that? Are you, you're not taking the sleeping
food
bag?
Available.
Yeah. And,
So it only counts as
there's a
hot-
fridge in there?
I think so. I'll have to read through that again. I think there was something with ice, cooler with ice.
Cooler with ice, yes. That's, again,
think
not
that's
a
fridge.
refrigerator, but there is electricity.
So you could bring a fridge. We're not going to bring a fridge.
But they could provide a fridge.
They could. I don't believe they are. Look, I don't want to sleep on a bundle of sticks. So this is my version of camping.
So some people will say that if you are taking a tent, like that's the only true camping. I don't necessarily believe in that. I've taken a camper camping before. I had a fifth wheel trailer. I would take camping, but you're taking something with you. You have to set up your own home base. To me, that's camping. You don't just go into a cabin in the woods with electricity and all of the amenities, a mattress and linens. Like as soon as they use the words linens, I'm kind of out on camping.
My line of demarcation for camping is that if a full bath is provided to you, a private full bath.
Seems like it's communal. We don't get a private full bath.
It's luxury bathhouse.
Greg, sounds like I'm on the line here with you.
I think it does. I mean, if it's communal,
You think
there
this
are
is
campsites
camping?
where there are campsites. I've been in one up north where there is bathroom. There is a bathroom facility you can go to. It is communal showers, communal bath.
248-539-9797. We got calls and ticket text. Your definition of camping. Some will call this glamping.
Some would call it glamping. Some would just call it going on vacation.
That's what I told you. My wife's coworker said this is a hotel in the woods. It doesn't count as camping.
Well, the thing is about a hotel in the woods, I'm not sure it's that.
It's not, we don't. It's not a hotel in the woods.
Okay. Do you have a what is the complimentary breakfast continental? I mean, seriously,
I'll take a look.
If that has that, it is a hotel. But anyways, so our church does a canoe trip every year, and it's at this place up north where it has tons of cabins, different style of cabins. You know, some that don't have showers, etc. You can stay in a RV if you have one. You can actually do traditional tent camping and stuff. I think some lines here are, I'm not quite sure it's camping if you can take a shower. And I think part of camping is accumulated grime. You get to about hour 36 and you haven't taken a shower and you've been spending time outside, whether you go to the beach there or you've got sand all over your tent or your little cabin or whatever.
Yep.
When you can't take a shower, I think that's camping.
It's a bar of soap and a river or a lake.
In Lake Michigan, like we used to do. Like we used to camp off the fire trail in tents. I was disgusting by like 48 hours, and I'm like, I'm camping. I'm roughing it. We had sticks. We put hot dogs on them and put them over the fire. To me, or another line might be electricity. Like the only thing is,
this has electricity.
If you're gonna have electricity, then you're running like an long orange cord to it. You know, you see what I'm saying, John? It's not like you got plugs all over your place.
Yeah. I guess my definition would be when you're going camping, you are going and you are setting up your campsite. You're not going to one that is an A-frame that has linens on a heated mattress. That's not camping.
Okay, I will say one thing about the electricity thing. Unless you have in-laws who are all electricians and they have set up and spent years growing the campsite that we typically go to, and now it has electricity. There are plugs you can go and plug in and have electricity. I have in-laws they're all electricians and they set this up. They bought land and just made everything from that, and it's our campsite.
Okay.
Guys, if you're on,
do they have structures that you go stay in, or do you take either campers or do you take tents?
Oh, campers and tents.
Okay, so
one of my son's favorite words, camper van.
So you actually have to go. You might, when it's all set up, be able to plug in, but you have to actually go set up your living space.
Well, you brought up the word camper van. Does that count as camping?
Yeah, you're taking you're
rolling up with that, and it's got a bathroom and it's got a mattress.
Some of them can, yeah.
Does that count as camping?
Yeah, you are taking and you are
so
going
if I
to
transported the A-frame, it would be this, and I get there, then it's camping.
You're taking nothing with you other than your clothes.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah, so that's not camping.
Okay, if you're on hold, I want to get these phone calls in because you guys are weighing in on the definition of camping. But John, could you read the last ticket text on this sheet?
This is dishonest camping.
We're not going to get a better response today. It's 97.1. So earlier this week, I shared with the show some summer plans. I'm going camping. And I sent along kind of some of the plans. And Heather, who's not in today, said, Jim, that's not camping. I figured John would harshly judge this as camping.
I think I was.
Yeah, you're less harsh than I thought.
Yeah. I encourage everybody, however you want to do it, get out, get outside.
Yeah.
Explore everything to your own personal limits. Now, if for me going camping, I'll take a cast iron pan and a fishing pole and a couple of matches, go up to Northwest Ontario. To me, that is, I want to be able to fish for all my meals. If I don't catch anything, then I don't eat. Or it's
I wouldn't do that.
Blueberries. They're all over at this time of year. It's all of those things are great, but that's how I would do it. It doesn't mean that I would sit there. There's no chance in 365, however long I live, that my wife would ever go and do that.
She's not the camping type?
No. And I don't even know that she would go do this because
what I'm doing? Oh, come on. This has
the
bedding
communal
and
bathroom.
linens and electricity and what else we got here? Showers.
My version doesn't have to be your version.
Right. But we want to know what are the hallmarks of camping, because I was even talking to Greg off air and he's like, well, you can't bring. What was your thing about food? You had a food take on this.
Yeah, I mean, providing your own provisions, there should be something extra that you're bringing when you're going camping rather than you're going to Grand Rapids and staying at a hotel.
So that was my thing. Like, what are you taking with you? That's why I asked you that question.
What do I need to take for this to be camping? And I know we got calls. We'll get to them here in a second.
Something other than just your clothes.
Change of clothes, a toothbrush, some deodorant.
Yes.
Too much is being provided.
My definition, again, my definition for me is I'm not going to a physical structure. I'm going to take and set up my living space, whether it's tent, camper, all of that stuff. I'm bringing it with me to a blank slate.
So I was showing you one of the pictures. This does not look like there's a door. Like, it's not a cabin. Like, it looks like an A-frame with like a bed and like curtains, probably.
Well, it's not curtains. It'll be canvas.
It'll be canvas, but it's not like it's like a cabin in the woods. Ticket Texter says that's not camping. It's lodging. Texter says, how big is the pool? There is not a pool. We're going to be outside. We're going to be on the beaches, in the forest, in the woods. We're going to be hiking. It's an outdoors.
Are you going to take a Roomba with you?
We are not.
No.
He's an indoor.
Make sure you take care of those mice that could get in.
John thinks about my food take here. So, you don't have to. If you don't like hot dogs, you don't have to eat them. Okay, but you're maybe cooking on
camping food.
Yeah, but if you're cooking on the fire, or you got a Coleman in the back of your pickup truck with the tailgate down, or you bring a folding table and you put out kind of a spread of stuff. You got beans or whatever. Yeah. But I kind of have this rule too. If you're going camping, you're really not going out to eat unless it's some roadside place that has wood panels on the inside.
There are
and a lot of dead animals on the wall.
Yes.
They do have complimentary s'mores. Does that count as camping?
Complimentary s'mores.
Not making them?
Well, I'm assuming I will make them, but they'll provide the ingredients over a fire.
I think
I'm not bringing graham crackers and Hershey bars. And
why not?
I mean, I could, but they're complimentary. That's really the definition. Someone else hands them to you versus you buy them at the store in town. That's the difference.
I do think part of camping is you cook your own food over an open flame.
Okay.
Whether it's a campfire, it's a grill,
so
a portable
if I
grill.
roast the marshmallow over the flame, this counts as camping.
Are you going to start your own fire?
No. All right, let's get to the phones. Shane in Newport.
Could you?
No.
Oh, my goodness. Jim.
Does that surprise you that I couldn't start a fire? Shane, I'm sorry. We'll get to you in a second. Does that surprise you?
Oh, Jim.
It's what, you rub like two sticks together?
It honestly surprises me. No, you don't have to do it Boy Scout method.
Okay.
All right. You could cheat. You could bring a fire starter and light it with a match.
Oh, so if you use a lighter, that counts?
I don't care how you start a fire. When I go camp, I take a lighter with me every time.
Okay. Shane, your thoughts. You're on 97.1.
Well, back in the day, I'm 57, but when I met my wife and it was just her and I, we loved camping and we did it, I guess, like more John would say. And it was just a tent and we had like a Rubbermaid tub where we had a little tiny griddle, a little tiny fan, just bare essentials. but we had a blow up air mattress and we camped. And once we decided to have kids, when they got like 2 and 4, 3 and 5, decided to see what they thought about it. We took them camping, and they seemed to enjoy. I mean, there was a lake to swim in, a fishing lake. It was more or less at a KOA, but they liked it, and we were in our tent. And the next morning when I woke up in a puddle of water because it rained all night, and I was on the floor of the tent while they were all on the mattress, I kind of thought then, I'm done with this real camping because I have my wife and 2 daughters, 3 girls.
Yeah.
I had to go and buy a 30-foot pull behind so that inclement weather, what have you, 3 girls, bathroom. So, yeah, I still believe camping for real is the roughing it tent-wise, but for practicality, I had to go with the hard side. So, again, weather and all that.
Right.
But literally, if it wasn't raining, we were outside.
Shane, appreciate the phone call. For the record, by the way, Greg, can you start a fire?
With a lighter, yes.
Well, yeah. I thought he was saying like you got sticks in the wood. Chris Villar, can you start a fire?
I can barely start it with a lighter.
Okay.
Rubbing 2 sticks together, man. You've been watching too many cartoons.
Yeah.
Don't want your hands to start smoking.
You're not bringing a knife, a fire starter, a grill. You're as much a fake outdoorsman as you are a fake Italian. Oh, boy. I don't claim to be an outdoorsman. I do claim to be an Italian. What else? Camping is an awful experience. Just don't do it. Jim, that's not camping. And it's not glamping. That's a vacation on the west side of the state in an Airbnb, if you ask me.
Yeah,
that's Chad in a truck.
It's closer to that than it is. I will say this. I think camping is one of the great pleasures. One of the great pleasures in life.
He's now censoring the show. He didn't read all the swinging texts that came in.
Oh.
They want to know if you're swinging on this trip.
No, I'm not. And
that's just
I
for
never
cruises.
have.
Yeah, that's only for cruises, not for the A-frames.
You know what?
That is dishonest.
The A-frame next to you?
More dishonest radio coming up
Yes.
at the 9 o'clock
it's
hour.
raining. Hey, you're in a tent. It's raining. Come on in here. Come on in here. We'll share.
You're a bad person. More dishonest radio, cookie jar Lions tickets, and the definition of camping on a Friday. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. After a blowout, 2 straight walk-offs, and a day off, the Tigers will be back on the road again when they take on the Blue Jays beginning tonight. At 29-15, they could actually lose 3 straight and still be in first place in the American League. Pitchers for this weekend series are scheduled to be Flaherty, Olsen, and Joe. But the top seed in the West not safe yet in the NBA. A big game by the Joker, helping the Nuggets beat the Thunder 119-107. So they will play a Game 7 in OKC, and star Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is looking forward to it. It'll be a matinee on Sunday. Sorry, Shay. As for the NHL, the Capitals are gone fishing, eliminated by the Canes after a 3-1 final. The Jets stayed alive with a 4-0 win over the Stars, but still down 3-2. The PGA Championship back underway this morning. It started at 7 a.m. Everybody chasing Jonathan Vegas at 7 under after day 1. Michigan native Ryan Lenahan back on the course. He is beginning at 8:50, so right now on the first hole, trying to make the cut in a major. The afternoon supergroup of Scheffler, Rory, and Schauffele teeing off at 1:47 today. Bryson DeChambeau also just on the course this morning, 1 under after his first couple of holes after shooting even yesterday. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Costa, I'm rooting for you, dude, but you're not helping yourself. You can't admit someone else is building the fire and claim you're going camping.
Normally, I have my fire starter with me. I went on vacation. Obviously, we talked about it going to Disney, so I had taken it out, the ferro rod and the flint and the steel. But I normally have it in my backpack just in case I need to start a fire.
Okay, John. Cookie jar at 9:35. Some fun to wrap up a Friday. We brought this camping thing up because I claimed I'm going camping later this summer. That has been challenged by members of the show and members of the audience, and we've asked you guys to define what camping is. The other conversation we want to mix in this hour is Lions ticket prices. It's not a surprise. Everybody saw it with season ticket renewals, but we're seeing individual games where standing room only is flirting with $400.
Yeah.
I saw $390. People sharing kind of their experiences on social media. Standing room only, almost $400 for a regular season game. I think we would all agree that's outrageous to not even have a seat. Our question is, what's your plan of attack? What are you going to do about it? We all understand they have the right to do this. It's capitalism. There's a FOMO tax, a cool tax. Like, if you were really to break this down, the Lions have become such a commodity that they're not even a sporting event. They're just an event. How do you handle it? Is it, instead of going to 8 games, you're going to 2 or 3? Is it one really big game that's your outing? Are you going to road games instead? Are you going to no games at all? Are you investing in your TV and your man cave setup? Have you been priced out? We'll mix that in as well. 248-539-9797. Wrap up some of the camping phone calls. Let's get to Jim in Walled Lake. Jim, you're on 97.1.
Good morning.
Good morning.
To me, if you're going to a place where they have campsites, that's not camping. I go up to Pigeon River State Forest, and you go to the DNR office, let them know you're going in the woods, and when you're coming out, then you let them know you're leaving. You go up there, you don't see anybody else. You, like John said, you bathe in the river, you catch your dinner, and that's camping. And if you want a real treat, I tried it once in the winter. I don't know if you've ever been winter camping.
It sounds miserable.
It's awesome.
That's a treat.
Can be. It has its own unique challenges.
Yeah. Well, up on the Pigeon River State Forest, like in the winter when I went, you have to dig the snow out where you're going to set your tent up. And it was different.
The thing I like about winter camping is no skeeters. You don't have to worry about that at all.
Nope.
So, I mean, sometimes I'll take a late November camping trip. Maybe it's not in the snow, but, cooler, first of all, because I'm going to be sleeping outside.
Yeah.
But whenever that last die-off of the mosquitoes are, that is the ultimate perfect time to go camping because, skeeters are just part of the deal.
Why don't you just use the complimentary bug spray? That's what is provided at our...
Yes. I smoke a cigar. There you go. That's your complimentary bug spray.
They will give us, it says firewood and a fire starter, so I do have the option to start my own fire here.
Yes.
What else comes with this?
I would challenge you.
Oh, we get shampoo, conditioner, and body wash. Yeah, I probably shouldn't bring that up on the air. What else is in here? Additional toiletries. There's a grilling station. Anyway.
A grilling station. Are you not going to take your own grill?
I'm not going to bring my grill there, no. Would you, when you go camping, do you bring a grill with you?
100%.
Okay. You didn't just do it over the open flame?
Well, that's why I take my cast iron, because with a cast iron, you can cook over any flame. You could just set it on the coals, and I really think everything tastes better when you're camping.
Let's get to Steve in Livonia. Steve, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys.
Good morning.
So we bought some property up near Escoda back in the 80s. The kids were little, but we used to go camping every weekend. We would leave the tent up. My son was even potty trained up there while camping. We used to wake up on Memorial Day weekend, and the frost covered the whole ground, almost looked like it snowed. We did it every weekend. Now if I go camping, I sleep in the truck.
Yep. Camping is the ultimate way, especially if you have boys, to teach them to pee standing up.
Yeah. Well, we had a little porta potty for my daughter and my wife.
A porta potty, that's not camping. It's got to be a bush or a tree.
Well, yeah, for guys it was.
Yep.
And for some of the women, it was leaning on the bumper of the car.
Yep, there you go.
Steve, thanks, appreciate it.
Just leave no trace.
Scott in Farmington, you got thoughts on how you're handling the Lions?
Hey, you guys doing? Listen, I sat online, waited for the tickets. Soon as it opened up, I jumped on it. I got section 138, 2 tickets for me and my son. We tried to hit 2 games a year. Total cost was $1,100 with fees. Also planned on going to D.C., jumped on their website through a third party. I think it was Vivid Seats. Ended up getting 2 tickets, great seats at the 40-yard line for $750. With the cost of airfare I'm looking at, it's going to be just as expensive for me to fly down to D.C., get better seats, and go to Ford Field. They're pricing people out. They're forcing people to go to other games and to other venues, which is fine. We travel well. Let's keep doing it. But Fords have definitely got to consider that.
I think it's all a part of the conversation. Yeah. I mean, it's if you can't, first of all, if you can't get into a game because there just aren't tickets available, you're forced to go to another market. If you have the availability of tickets, but you can't afford, you're, again, forced to go to another market.
I still can't believe that. I mean, he's going on the road, and it's not like a Midwest trip. I mean, did he say he's driving or flying?
No, I think he said airfare. So he's flying to D.C.
Airfare included, still cheaper to go to the game.
Yeah, well, I mean, flying to D.C., well, you got a choice of 4 different airports.
Yeah. But that's a big game.
Mm-hmm.
That's got to be one of the bigger games on the Commander schedule, right? The Eagles will be the big marquee game. The Cowboys always a big deal over there. I'd imagine the Lions coming to town, though, is one of the 3 biggest games on their schedule.
Well, especially with what happened in the playoffs last year.
Yeah. And you can go there cheaper. With prices, how cheap they are, how expensive they are nowadays, selfishly, I would rather the team be a little worse so the tickets are a little cheaper. Now, see, I'm not doing that trade-off. We've waited long enough for a team to be this good. We honestly want them to be a little better. Finish this thing out. Another guy says, I'm going to the Washington game. Ticket prices are $300 cheaper than any good home game matchup. We've had Chris Villar doing updates. He's a Cleveland fan. He took a peek, that's got to be like one of the easiest games to go to. It's the lowly Cleveland Browns. And he's like, I can't justify it. Can't justify these prices. The irony is this team is in a city built on the backs of the hardworking class, and they've priced out that hardworking class. We can't afford to go to these games.
It's getting tougher. There's no question about it.
The camping topics, ticket text response. What do we got here? It says, I'm with Costa. I need some luxuries and electricity. I like sitting by a fire and being outside, but I'm not sleeping on the ground. That's Chris in Grand Blanc.
You can get a cot. Take one of those that keeps you up about 6 inches off the ground.
Tony in Oxford says, if you can get campsite concierge s'mores, that's not camping. How much are you paying for the fireside pedicures, Jim?
Well, and as I look at the website, there's a charcuterie board.
I shouldn't have sent you the link.
That's kind of going over the top. Now, it's whatever it is.
Thank you, John.
That gets you
outdoors,
out into the wilderness.
That's the way I look at it.
Yes, it's you do you.
John, I will. CJ in Southgate, you're on 97.1.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good. How you doing, man?
Good. We're going to Cincinnati. We got lower bowl seats, section like 126, 16 rows up, 2 seats, $792. That's including fees and everything. We're driving, and a hotel was like $500 for 3 nights.
So you're in it for about $1,300.
Yeah. And to go to Ford Field for 1 game, plus food and all that, you're looking at $1,300.
And at least this, you get a new experience.
Yeah.
Something different.
Well,
New stadium, never seen it before. You know, I love coming home and watch, in the atmosphere and everything, but it's crazy expensive.
It is. So the price is about the same. I mean, you throw in food on the road, you throw in fuel, you're still going to be paying a little bit more to go to Cincinnati than you are for his example here in Detroit.
But there's ways where he could get it just under, too. I mean, there's plenty of people that are going to save money going to road games.
I don't know that you'll end up saving. You may pay
so does
the
he
amount
need to
of
do
money.
the hotel for 3 nights? Does he need to stay in Cincinnati? Like, there's ways around this.
Oh, sure. Yeah, but you also have to take into account gas.
Sure.
Part of that, though, the road game's the adventure.
Yeah,
I mean, going back to that Cleveland game last year with the Tigers, for us, that was part of the deal. It was a little bit cheaper than going to a game here, but not that much when you include everything. But man, it's the adventure, especially when you're with the family. Like they were just so geeked.
Tim and Flint, you have a frustration. You're on 97.1.
What's going on, man? So the camping part, I mean, I love you, Costa, but you got a catio, so I'm not really expecting too much.
I know I'm fighting uphill. I know.
Yep. But on the Lions, so, blah, blah, blah. I've been a fan since the 80s. I'm 45. Used to go to the games. Had a great time at the games. We had some great games, and it was fun. It makes 0.0 sense to me that the second we start doing good, you are literally – I can afford to go to a game, but most people can't. You're literally pricing people out of going to the games, the people that supported you this entire time. What point does it make for your wife to get the brand new job if you know when she gets the brand new job, she's leaving you? Like, what are you cheering for? What's the point of getting good if once they get good, you can't enjoy it?
Well, I'm still enjoying it. I think fans
can
enjoy it.
You'd rather be able to go to games than them suck?
Not them suck, but not the 0-16 stuff, but going to see Barry Sanders and stuff like that. Yes, our teams still weren't good, but you can still bring your kid and go have a good time. It wasn't about, winning a championship. Yes, of course, I'd like us to win one. But
I was going to say, Tim, what are we getting at here? I mean,
to win one, there's a cost to it.
Yeah, look, I don't like it, but I would have that over the alternative. No disrespect to Barry, but those teams didn't win. I mean, they'd make the playoffs and then fizzle out. I'd much rather be a team that has a chance to win a Super Bowl than a team that doesn't.
But you can't enjoy it with the team. Like, you can't go to the games and enjoy it. So what, you know what I mean? It's like cheering for your neighbor to have a party you're not invited to.
You can still watch and enjoy. I get what you're saying,
I understand
Tim.
what you're saying, yeah, but it's.
I went to 6 games in 1995. They went 10-6 and lost 58-37 or something like that at Philly. I'd much rather go to 0 games this year and win a Super Bowl.
Because here's the reality, guys. Most fans aren't at the game.
Right.
Like, think about that. Most fans aren't at the game. They watch, they listen. Give me a Super Bowl contender over a team with cheaper seats that wins 9 games. But his call and a couple texts, it's kind of an undercurrent to the story here. We'll take more phone calls and ticket texts on both the camping and the ticket prices. Cookie jar at 9:35. It's 97.1.
Hey, in sports, when you're sidelined by an injury, it sure as hell does feel personal. The same goes for life. That's where personal injury attorney David Femininio steps in. And trust me, after an accident, you need an attorney who's going to make it personal. That someone is David Femininio. Remember, Get David, Get Paid isn't just a slogan. It's a promise to take care of you. If you or someone you know has been injured, tell them to call David Femininio at 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Some ticket texts, some phone calls, Lions prices. You knew they were going up for season tickets with single game on sale. Yikes. How are you adjusting? You going to fewer games, no games, road games? Are you instead investing in your home? This ticket texter says, we decided to finish our basement with a wet bar and get a larger-than-life TV, which are not that expensive these days. Lions aren't pricing out casual fans. They're pricing out families. I want to take my family to a game, but I can't justify it. It's over $1,000 before I step in the truck. And this person notes, home field advantage will be noticeably less effective moving forward. Says, as it was during the playoffs. Says, too many rich old ladies from Grosse Pointe in the crowd screaming at people to sit down because they can't see.
Yeah, I mean, that's the risk you run is you're still sold out. But the atmosphere changes because it's a different style of fan that's there.
I'm going to Lambeau. Tickets are cheaper. And says it's a bucket list. John in Toledo.
I don't disagree with that.
I said it'd be a popular one. We've taken over before. Texter says they need to get over the hump and win a Super Bowl. Once that's done, prices will become more reasonable down the road because we've done it before. There is that element to this. Like, playoff tickets in Detroit cost more than anywhere else. Kansas City, okay, we've won our Super Bowls, plural, right? If the Lions win a Super Bowl, will that come down a little bit?
They don't cost more in Detroit than anywhere else.
No, the ticket prices to go to Detroit playoff games were more than any other NFL playoff game.
Playoff games, yes.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just talking about season tickets and single game tickets. They're still median.
But his point is hysteria will cool once we've gotten that Super Bowl.
Yes.
And if they don't, it's just going to keep festering and festering and festering. And the only other alternative is they collapse and they don't win any, and then prices will come down too. Let's get to Curtis. You're on 97.1.
Yes, I think prices are totally justified. Sheila just said she's going to pay $4.5 billion to renovate the stadium. Do you think she's just going to do that out of the goodness of her heart, or is she doing that to make money?
Where did you see that? You said $4.5 billion?
Yeah.
I mean, the team's not even worth $4.5 billion. Maybe it's million? I didn't see the story, so I'm asking.
Well, maybe I got the number wrong, but she's renovating the whole stadium. My point is, you don't walk into Ferrari and complain about the price. If you got a quality product, you got to pay to play. This is just Detroit fans complaining. This is all this is. Quit complaining. You can't take your kids. I can't take my family to a concert. It's $500 to go to a concert. If you want to go to Welcome to Rockville, that's $500. I can't take my family to go to there.
I don't like that either. Like, Curtis, you know what I'm getting at? Like, it sucks. Well, it's okay to say it sucks.
You guys are all stuck in 1990 when you paid 50 cents for a pop.
Oh, boy.
All right? It's 2025 now. This is how much stuff costs. There's a clip on YouTube, you can hear Kurt Cobain talking about they used to have Nirvana tickets for $26, and he can't believe Madonna charges $200 in 1990. And now that was $26 to go see Nirvana in 1990. And you're telling me in 2025 you don't think $400 to see the Lions, who haven't even ever won a Super Bowl? Like, that's not.
To be clear, we're talking $400 to not have a seat, to stand the entire time, right? I mean, what we're talking about, and then even 300 level, and a guy called in earlier and said, I can't even watch the game. I have to watch it on a screen. That guy's going to pay $450 to $500 per seat. And if you want to say that's what things cost now, I'm not disputing that. Nobody's disputed that. It's just, how are you dealing with it as a fan? And people have said, I'm just not going to go. Or I'm going to go to Cincinnati, Green Bay, Washington. Guy called in about the Monday game against Baltimore. Or maybe it is, hey, instead of going, because some of these people had season tickets. They had all 8 games. Instead, do you say, I'll buy 1 or 2, I'll put the rest in the bank account, and if they make the playoffs, I'll pay a premium, but I can still keep the cost under what it would be for the season?
I mean, yeah, there's a lot of ways that you can
navigate it.
Yeah.
What else we got? 248-539-9797. Ken in Clinton Township. Ken, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Thanks for taking my call.
What's up?
Maybe I'm different, but here's where I struggle. And I don't know, and John, no offense to you because you played the game, but the Lions is business and it's sports. And I don't know which one's 1 and which one's 2 or which one's 1A and which one's 1B, but the Lions were bad for so long and now they got good and they're going to make money. They're not there to give people a break. And this is the same way with sports and concerts, why I kind of quit going about, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 years ago, because what do you get for it? You're paying $1,000 and you get the experience, and then you go home and what? I mean, to me, the juice isn't worth the squeeze.
Well, it might not be to you, but it is to other people, and certainly for playoff games.
But then don't complain. If it's worth it the people that it's worth it for aren't complaining.
Yeah, but it's also the people that have been going for 20 years or sometimes longer.
The Lions don't care. I'm sorry. I mean, people, it's sports. I mean, it's about money. I mean, you see, we as fans, and John, again, please, no offense to you, but us as fans who never played the game, we're sports fans. But the Lions, it's business, and they're going to make their money, and they don't really care.
Ken, the only pushback I would have, and I understand it's a business, and I understand this is just the economics of pro sports. A lot of these teams ask for public money when they want to build their stadium. You are a public entity as well in that regard. And I'm not telling them that they should take a loss. I'm not telling them they should look the other way and turn down a chance to make money. But hand over fist this aggressively has rubbed people the wrong way. And you have every right to be a complainer about that. You have every right to figure out the way you're going to navigate it for the upcoming season, because I don't think you're going to stop being a fan. You're just going to have to consume it differently in it.
Yeah. And I was looking up renovations. I don't know that there's been any announcement of renovations. The last one it looks like Ford Field had was in 2017.
They upgraded the Wi-Fi and stuff.
Yeah, video displays, scoreboard, sound system, upgrades to club seating and restaurants. That was about $100 million as it was reported.
So the team is worth $4.2 billion.
Right, yeah. So I think he had his decimal points in the wrong place.
I wanted to clarify. It might not be a great investment to put $4.5 billion into Ford Field. You could build 3 or 4 Ford Fields.
Yes, for that.
It says football is the worst sport to watch live. Spend the money on a nice TV and a fridge full of beer, and you'll have a better time than the people watching at the stadium.
It's the worst one to watch live.
Rank them.
Okay, everyone's going to rank differently. I would say...
I'm asking you.
Yeah. Basketball would be the worst.
Live.
And then I would go to hockey, baseball, and football.
Yeah, football is the best to watch.
Football is the best. Baseball is second best. I know a lot of people would say, I mean, the pitch clock has helped a lot with baseball.
I would say
that's just me personally in my fandom.
Yeah, well, it's not going to help my argument when I say I think hockey's great in person. I also think baseball. I mean, think about it. Summer day, outdoors. I'd put football 3 or 4. As a big football fan, in terms of like to watch live, I'd put hockey and baseball ahead of football to watch live.
You'd put baseball ahead of football?
To watch live. It's not I prefer football over baseball.
So much more action in football. So much more violence.
I can't go with football as number 1 because of pass interference guy. There's always one in my section. Every single pass the Lions don't complete is pass interference on the defense. I can't take it.
I don't even care about what anybody else is saying around me.
He's worse.
There's no impact.
He's worse than shoot the puck guy.
Okay. I'm
What's the baseball equivalent? Swing the bat guy? There really isn't one in baseball.
Yeah.
No.
Baseball people, you just go outside.
Sign Chapman. Sign Bregman.
No.
That's the guy.
All right. Cookie Jar next. 97.1.
Hey, MLB rivalry weekend is here, and you can score bigger winnings for the big game with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Because when bragging rights are on the line, FanDuel is giving customers a profit boost for tonight's Tigers versus Blue Jays matchup. You can ride with your side or whoever you think is going to win, which we think is the Tigers. Which slugger is going to go yard? You could take Torque, Carp, Green, whoever you want, plus so much more. And if your bet hits, you're going to score a bigger payout. So don't miss your chance to make bragging rights even sweeter. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/971Detroit to get in on all the Major League Baseball rivalry weekend action. That's FanDuel.com/971Detroit to claim your profit boost for tonight's game. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, wrapping the hour with some thoughts on the cookie jar and our Lions ticket conversation. I kind of feel like the move, if you were priced out like of season tickets,
yep.
You get one home game, you take one road trip, and you save the rest for the playoffs, because that's the only thing that's truly going to satisfy you at this point, right? Again, if you can't do the full season, we understand you're getting priced out of this. With the cookie jar, what's wrong with people having extra cars on their property? You sound snooty.
No, it's not extra cars on the property. Now that Lucy's home, we've got cars that aren't parked in the garage, but they're not up on blocks. They actually have all four wheels.
What's wrong with someone working on their car, John?
I work on my car all the time. In fact, that's one of the things this weekend.
Oh,
I got to change the oil.
Oh.
I know you don't have to do that. Would you even know how? Well, your dad was a mechanic. You got to know how to change the oil, right?
So my dad was a mechanic, and no, I don't know how to change.
He doesn't need to know.
I know he doesn't need to know anymore. His wife has a gas vehicle.
My dad, though, has even said, he goes, oil changes for the labor for him to do it. He goes, it's better off to just take it somewhere at that point.
Yeah, I know, but it's...
And that's from a guy who did it, so I take his
that's
guidance
fine.
on that.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm not saying you have to. I'm just saying it's on my to-do list this weekend.
Okay.
You know, back on that HOA thing, though, like, what's the big deal if I'm in an HOA and I have a shed, like in my backyard, like for extra storage?
It's not up to code. It's the wrong color.
You didn't say that like you believed it. You said that like you were trying to poke me.
It's stupid. Yeah, it's all, I don't get the HOA. Like, I understand you're trying to keep like a community standard. And you don't want like trash in people's yards and stuff. But often these HOAs are fighting on like little technicalities with your home. Well, your windows aren't the right. Who cares?
Karen cares.
Karen does care. Tom from Tecumseh, quote, those people. What did you say those people about?
Tecumseh Tom.
Favorite movie got to be Tombstone. I watch it at least once a month.
Yeah, Tombstone's a great one.
How did nobody say Pulp Fiction? That would have been on the short list for me. I like Pulp Fiction.
Pulp Fiction is good.
Tarantino movies.
We only got 4 people here.
Yeah, that's what our favorite was.
I don't think it's my favorite Tarantino movie, but it's a good movie. Mr. Jansen, I'm surprised. He addressed you as Mr. Jansen. I'm very surprised you like El Dorado better than Rio Bravo. I feel that Rio Bravo is the better film, even though they're basically the same movie. I prefer Dean Martin over Robert Mitchum.
So I'm a big Robert Mitchum fan as well. Now, Dean Martin as Dude in this one. John T. Chance is John Wayne. Colorado, Ricky Nelson. So yeah, the Burdett brothers, the evil brothers.
Aren't they all the same movie?
No, not all the same movie. There are some current themes, not current themes.
I'll say not current anymore.
Yeah, not current anymore. But I watch Rio Bravo frequently. My go-to is always going to be El Dorado, though.
I am with you, Jim. They're basically Nickelback. Same song. It sounds the same.
Look
Western.
at this photograph.
Hey, take your shots all you want. Again,
yeah, I better be careful about that around here.
Yes.
This texter took shots not at you, John, or me, or Tom, but Greg. Yes, you're pointing to yourself. The guy that says NASCAR isn't a sport obviously watches Star Wars. That's from Jackson. Your thing is no defense. So like golf. There's, quote, no defense.
You can go out there and shoot 18 by yourself.
Yeah. The fastest man in the world. Whoever runs 100, whoever runs a 200, the 400, track and field, just there's not a sport.
There's no element of defense. Nobody is physically impeding you from running the 100 meters or going on the track or golfing.
It's competitive athleticism.
So
is that not a sport?
Individual sports aren't sports in your mind.
It's an athletic competition, but it's not a sport.
And a sport requires defense. So golf's not a sport. Sprinting's not a sport. Really, any of the Olympic stuff is not, like Olympic hockey would be, but most of the Olympic sports aren't in Greg's mind. The swimmers are not
sports.
Pole vaulters, shot putters, none of them are sports.
Interesting. I'll leave it as interesting. I disagree, and it's just interesting.
HOAs are stupid and a waste of money. Ours does grass and snow. That's it for $160 every quarter. Useless.
I mean, okay.
$640 a year.
Who's going to plow your streets if you don't pay for it?
Well, the city, it depends where you live. Like the city will, depending on where you live.
Well, a homeowners
but they're not going to mow your
association-
grass.
Right, but he's talking about mowing common areas.
Yeah.
If you live in city limits, chances are you're not in the HOA.
We don't pay someone to do our grass, but how much would it cost? This guy says $640 for the year.
It all depends
grass
on the
and
neighbor.
snow. How much property are we talking here?
Right. You're talking about the common areas, plus plowing is not cheap.
Ticket Texter says priced out of season tickets. Regular season single game seats are 3 times the price. Yeah, that's why we're talking about it.
Mm-hmm.
Gator's coming in the studio. I'm sure you've seen some of the screenshots going around, people posting kind of their, wow, I can't believe almost $400 for standing room only for regular season.
Well, you got a good football team.
Yeah.
That's what's going to happen.
We just ask people, not that, just what are you going to do about it? We understand this is what happens. When you win, tickets get more expensive. The team has every right to do it. It's a business. But what's the strategy behind it now? Some guy said, I'm upgrading the man cave instead, or I'm going to go to road trips. We've seen that become kind of the alternative for Lions fans.
Yeah, look, I'm not going to tell people how to spend their money or what they have to do, but we had somebody call in yesterday, a woman that had been a season ticket holder for like 50 years, and she says that it's really expensive for her, but what she does is she sells the maximum that you can sell, which I think is 3 games.
Mm-hmm.
So she sells those, and it makes up the difference, and she can afford the rest of the season tickets at like $1,500 total. So,
and then it keeps her in line for the playoffs too.
Yeah, I guess so. So people figure it out. But yeah, some people are going to be priced out, and it sucks. But that's the cost of having a really good football team.
You wouldn't go as far as the guy who called in earlier to our show, who said, "I'd rather them be like they were in the '90s, so at least I could go to the games."
No, that's.
Yeah, I know. We had a hard time with that one.
First of all, it is ridiculous because the in-home experience of watching a game now is fantastic.
Yes.
It can be fantastic.
Yeah, it's great on TV.
I'm going to upgrade my man cave. Do it. Get it set up, man. You can get one awesome TV. Flat screen TVs are so cheap right now. Like you can just get average flat screens and flank them, and you can have your whole setup. With your Command Central. Mm-hmm. You can do that at a not a minimal cost, but it's not terribly expensive.
A fraction of what it would cost to go to these games. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, I was a guy who used to love, I needed to be at the games. I wanted to be at all the games. And then as I grew older, I'm like, I really enjoy watching stuff at home. I go to every Lions game because I have the credential and I'm able to do that. But, I have no issue sitting at home and watching the games. I like that experience. So, but to everybody, each their own. Some people love it. They have to be there. It's been tradition. They got to go. And to an extent, that's like me for Thanksgiving Day because I've gone to almost every Thanksgiving Day since like 1980. I've missed maybe 5 or 6 games since that time.
Damn, it's a whole streak.
And it ain't all the credential.
No.
We used to just had friends that we always would go. So it's decision time for some Lions fans, and it's tough.
What's Friday look like for you guys today?
Well, we'll get into, that's still a topic, obviously. The schedule, too. Some subtleties. Maybe the schedule isn't as hard as everybody thinks. Some subtleties that we will get into at some point today. Plus, Tigers series to preview this weekend. Exciting stuff.
Yeah.
Flaherty on the bump tonight. All right, Karsch Anderson next, 97.1.
Friday indeed. Hell yes. Look at this weather today. Beautiful out, a little breeze, sunny. Hopefully you didn't get any storm damage last night when that came blazing through at a couple different opportunities. I think we talked briefly before the show. I was in my house is in good shape. Doug, yours is in good shape. Kang's is
Very
in good
fortunate.
shape. Yeah, fortunate because it was some areas were not. But and I was talking to Costas. Had got any big weekend plans? He's like, no, not really. Got to do some landscaping outside. So no. I said, well, the good news is that it's like perfect landscaping weather in that it's going to be like 60s but sunny. It's going to be beautiful outside, but enough of a chill in the air that while you're out there working up a sweat, it's going to be okay.
Yeah, well, I'm looking forward to actually weather today and the whole weekend. And yeah, I got outside and did some landscaping yesterday. Thursday mow. Some areas of the lawn needed some repair work. Got down in there. Got my hands dirty.
Yeah, there you go.
Planted some stuff. I planted stuff.
Get in there, stuff.
And the truth is, it probably won't work, but I gave it a shot anyway. So we shall see. How was your Thursday? Anything exciting? There are no games. Well, no local games, right?
Yeah, right. That was that. But no, it was fine. My mom had come over. My brother was picking her up. They're going to head out to the west side of the state, so I got to hang with them for a little bit before they left.
Mm-hmm.
I started to get the pond back in order. I got the waterfall going now, so it's pretty much set up. Although I'm having an issue with the pond lighting. I have to figure that issue out.
Yeah.
But beyond that, I took a nice long walk last night before it got dark.
Good for you.
Yeah. I saw 9 deer. 3 different houses had deer.
9 deer.
Yeah.
And did you say what you say?
Hello, deer. Every one of them. Yeah. And then I wave at them like they're going to wave back.
Yeah.
But here's what I noticed. When I waved at them, they'd stare at me. I'd say, hello, deer. And they'd stare at me. And then I'd wave to them, say, hello. Their tails would go. And then they'd go right back down to eating grass.
So you wave at the deer and they react to you?
That's the way I'd like to think of it.
Okay.
I'm not certain that that's the case, but I did notice a tail was wagging. Not that they're a dog.
You're not certain, huh?
No, I'm not. That may just been like, I've got a fly in my ass. Let me just try to get this off.
Sure. Often misinterpreted. That's why I wave at people. There's a fly in my ass.
Yeah, is that it?
Yeah. I can't believe we're midway through May. More than midway through May. It's flying by.
Yeah.
How'd this happen?
I don't like that.
Careening towards June. Kid's about to get out of school. Wife's about to get out of school. She's really, really happy. You know what's funny though? She says, and then maybe, Kang, you might see this with your girls, and that is, it's the wife says it's like the kids have a sixth sense, and they just become absolutely rambunctious this time of year. They are so done.
Oh, my daughter's been done.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's like, I'm like, hey, listen, we're there. We're almost there. Just hang on. She's like, we're doing the same stuff every day, Dad. The same stuff.
Mhm.
She's ready to go. I don't know. The teachers feel it. The kids feel it. Everyone feels it.
Yep. Teachers definitely feel it this time of year. Well, at least my wife's experience is that kids know. Kids know.
What does she tell them? Like, how does she keep them motivated?
I got to tell you, I love visiting her class because she rules with an iron fist. And it's so refreshing to see her mad at somebody else. And I'm like, this is great. I'm not in any trouble whatsoever.
It's like you're at a away game. This is awesome. Rooting on my team in an away game. Used to seeing this at home.
Yeah.
Out in the wild, this is something.
It has nothing to do with me.
Yeah, give it to him, honey. Tell him what's up. Want me to bring an adult in the room? I can do that.
She said something that's kind of funny. When she was getting her teaching certificate and was younger, it was like, I want all the kids to love me. And now she's like, I don't give a crap whether they like me or not.
I'm here to teach.
I'm here to teach. We're here to get a job done, and we're going to do it.
Got to get you prepared for the next level. Let's go.
That's right.
That's the right attitude.
That is the right attitude. But because you ask kids, like seriously, still my kids to this day, how's your teacher? How's your boss? How's this? How's that? They always say the same. They're nice. or they're not nice. Like that's what the judgment is made by a kid is, are they nice to me or are they not nice to me? But, that's not the job of a teacher and really not the job of a boss. I mean, you can be respectful and you can be nice, but we got to get the job done here.
Is your wife nice?
I don't think she's very nice. I don't think so. I think she's just, we got to get a job done, right? Okay, so what do we got? Did we start with Thunder Nuggets? We got a Thunder Nuggets.
We got a Thunder Nugget Game 7 coming up.
Game 7, Thunder Nuggets. It's do or die Thunder Nuggets.
Are they going to drop the Nuggets? Is that what's going to happen? The thunderous drop of the Nuggets or what?
Nuggets prevail.
That's exciting.
Thunder
Game
Nuggets.
7s, man. Game 7s are great.
Game 7s are great. Game 7s are great. So we got that. Okay, the Knicks and Celtics play tonight.
Staving time.
Yeah, and I will tell you, if the Celtics stave here, it's going to be starting to border on comical. Like, oh boy, this could be way more entertaining than I expected because I'm reduced to hate watching. Not really hate watching, but I'm reduced to who am I rooting against? I have nobody really left in the NBA or NHL to root for. So I'm doing the rooting against thing. And rooting against the Knicks is pretty genuine. As I said, it's made for uncomfortable bedfellows. I'm rooting for the Celtics, but if the Celtics pull off a win in New York tonight,
well, as I'm looking at this series, in the 5 games, the home team is 3-2 in these games. So the game tomorrow, or the game tonight, I should say, it's in New York. So if the road team wins, it's not a surprise because that's what's happened. They won a couple in this one, and we know what happened in the Pistons series. The road team was winning quite a bit. This is an elimination game or stave off elimination game if you look at it. It's who knows who wins, right? I mean, you think you know. Like, how can Boston possibly lose? I'm sorry, how can New York possibly lose? They're playing at home. The best player for Boston is out. And, New York is a 2.5-point favorite in this one.
Yeah. Well, I will be highly entertained if the Celtics pull this off. And we've checked Jason Tatum not back yet from the torn Achilles.
Yeah, no, I'm looking at it right now. Injury report. Jason Tatum.
Out.
Yep.
Tigers.
OFS out for the series.
Yeah.
So even if it goes to a Game 7, Doug,
he's listed as doubtful for the next round should they advance. We got a Tiger series in Toronto. We got to get into some Lions stuff to kick around. It's a Friday. Oh, by the way, are you going to eat that in the noon hour? It is Carson Anderson. Now I've got no samples today.
No bendable foods. No moldable foods.
Nothing that tastes like sawdust.
Now, let's be accurate. It tasted like drywall.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 the ticket.
With some of the back butter you used to put tiles on. Hey, you want that green, beautiful, weed-free lawn this summer? Do the right thing. Call Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service where you get green and stay green with Natural Way. 888-GET-GREEN is a telephone number, or check them out at naturalwaylawn.com. And for a limited time only, purchase a full lawn program. You get free grub control, but you got to mention my name, Gator, and the station's 97.1 the ticket. Look, this warm weather's great. The sun's coming out. It's awesome. We're getting some rain as well. We know everything's starting to grow, it can be beautiful. But if you start to see the dandelions, well, that can be a problem for you because if you leave them around, they're going to rob your lawn of water and nutrients, and that's not what you want. You want beautiful, green, lush lawn. Take care of those dandelions before they go to seed. Plus, it's not too late to treat for crabgrass. Seed crabgrass in the summer, it's going to be too late. But right now, it's not too late, so make sure you call Natural Way to get that beautiful weed-free lawn. They don't give you the runaround. They treat for exactly what they tell you they're going to. In fact, after they treated your lawn, they leave you a little report card and tell you, hey, here's what's working, here's what's not working. It's really great. I've used them for almost a dozen years. I couldn't be happier with my lawn. They've been around for 35 years, in fact. Michigan-owned, Michigan employees. They got Michigan families. Keep your money right here in the state of Michigan. Plus, it's a company that's involved in local charities, and who doesn't love that? Give Natural Way a call today, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. All right, so look, no Tiger game last night. We'll get into the series in Toronto a little bit later on. Boo what?
I want baseball every night, man. I want to see this team play every single day.
I mean, here's the thing: is I think there's you're always that way, kind of.
Yeah,
and that's fine. I think the average fan though is getting to be that way. Like, best record in baseball, you want to see your team play. It's way more fun. This is going to be a really good summer if they keep this up. And they, a lot of people are saying, yeah, they're for real. Yeah, they're for real. And I always like looking for outside voices. And that's why the last couple of days we had old school Jim Bowden and we had analytics guy, both giving them a stamp of credibility and saying, yeah, this is not a fluke. This is a really good baseball team. So, again, we have a lot to talk about, a lot to preview this weekend with Toronto. But it was a funny conversation took place in the office yesterday. Kang was joking around with Heather. Heather from the morning show, who served as, what was her title? In-stadium host at Comerica?
Yes.
Okay, so you may or may not have known that a few years ago, Heather was the one with the microphone walking around in the stadium, asking people trivia questions.
In-stadium host.
Yeah. And overseeing giveaways and stuff like that. And she did that, I don't know, a couple seasons? Was it 2 seasons?
I don't have her LinkedIn up, so I can text her. But yeah, she was there for a few years at least.
All right, doing that job, and now obviously just does a morning show here at 97.1 The Ticket. I shouldn't say just. She does other things too. But anyway, Heather's great. You guys are talking about her job, and how did it come up, like the giveaway she oversaw?
Yeah, so I think you were asking somebody a question, and I said to Heather, "Is that sound like a question that you would have asked a fan at Comerica Park when
like
you
a
used to
trivia
work?"
question.
Yeah, and she's like, "Yeah, it would have." And then we started talking about giveaways and how fun, she loved doing that.
She did love doing that.
Yeah, and so we just talked about giveaways and how they were fun. And I was talking to Gator about how, man, that's one of my things growing up, or still growing up now, is not just catching a foul ball at a game, but just to be in one of those rows or be a fan that wins a prize at the park.
Like, you get pizza.
Yeah.
You get pizza.
Have you ever been won that?
Gator.
Yep.
Did you?
Gator.
Okay, hold on. What happened?
So good.
So this is in the, I would guess it's probably around 1997-ish, somewhere in there. So it's at Tiger Stadium.
Yeah.
I was at the game with our friend Scott Pegg. He used to work at the station with us. So Pegger and I are at the game, and there's not many people there, and we're sitting in the lower deck, third base side, and all of a sudden we hear over the loudspeaker, "Time now for Dog Row." And the guy we used to work with, Jimmy Barrett, who was a talk show host here back in the day, Jimmy was the voiceover. He was the PA announcer. So we got to hear it, and I look at Scott, go, "Oh man, I always wanted to be a dog." He goes, I know. We both love dogs. And I look up at the big screen up in center field, and they tell you the section, whatever, and then they have like a shot of us, and I'm like,
of you guys?
Yeah. I go, "Dude, we're in Dog Row." He's like, "What?" I go, "We're in Dog Row." And we could not have been more excited, right? Because it's like, yeah, what are they just going to set down a cooler full of hot dogs for us? We're going to get all day long. All day long. Give us a squeeze bottle of mustard, squeeze bottle of ketchup. Here we go. And somebody comes down, the vendor comes down and has, the hot dogs that are in the container or whatever, and then they just start passing them out. And like, we're literally the only ones in the row. But we're like, yeah, we'll give you get a hot dog and you get a hot dog.
You're handing them out to other people?
Yeah, we start handing them out to other people. And then it dawns on us, wait a minute. Let's not miss out on Dog Row. And we only saved a hot dog each for each of us. I'm like, we won the row. There's like 2 people in this row. And there's like 20 hot dogs we get to give away. We should have saved more than that, but we saved one each, and it was special. It was a dream come true. 100%.
Yeah, but Gator, do you remember it?
I know Scott listens to the show. If he's listening, he should,
dude, you lucky bastard. You lucky. Dude, Doug. Scott the Gator Anderson was in Dog Row. Could it be more perfect?
No, it couldn't be more perfect. And as you can see, it was very meaningful. I don't think it was just meaningful at the time. I get the sense You want to be part of Dog Row again.
When I want to go to my happy place.
You think back to the Dog Row day?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It was, I'd love to be in Dog Row again. I'd handle it differently. I'm sure I'd handle it differently.
In what sense?
We would save more hot dogs.
Yeah.
Stop being so damn generous.
You're way too generous.
Yeah, way too generous.
So how many hot dogs do you think you gave away the day you were in Dog Row?
If there were 20, we gave away 18.
All of a sudden, he knows how to do math, Doug.
If calculus had been done with hot dogs.
I'm a Stephen Hawking over here, dude.
If
there were 50, we gave away 48. Yeah.
Kate Early would have taken Math 108.
If there were 100,
one
we would have given away 98. Yes.
It turns into Rain Man. He's like, carry the mustard over it.
He's mathing his ass off.
It was such a glorious moment, dare I say, in my life. Can you know what it feels like?
No, I don't. I want to know what it feels like.
You know what it is to want to have that opportunity. I know Kenny is like, you got it.
Kenny still goes to a ton of games now. Like, it's one of my things where, like, you get there, Doug, and you're like, whether they bring up the huge giant lotto ticket, are they coming in my section? They come in this way, or they're, they have the girls bring out like the pizzas, like, hey, what section are they at? You look at the Jumbotron, is that near me? Is it by me? Am I going to get a pizza? Like, I've always wanted to win something like
this
that.
This is something that you are really hoping to have happen.
Yes. That and my 4-year-old to like me.
Well, I will say you might win Dog Row someday. There is that you can look forward to.
Yeah, dude. And if you do, savor it.
Okay, so was at that time there was no Heather to deliver, or was it just a hot dog guy? And
it wasn't a hot dog guy. It was somebody from the team, But yeah, I don't know. It was they just had hey, you vendor, go down there and give these people hot dogs.
Might have been an intern or something like that.
Could have been. Yeah, I don't know. I wasn't paying attention to who was giving us the hot dogs. I was just paying attention to handing the dogs out and then saying, wait a minute. Let's not give them all away.
So we started asking Heather about like stuff they've given away when she had that job. They gave away a lot. It wasn't just Dog Row or Pizza Row.
Yeah, I didn't know this. They gave away like New Era hats, T-shirts, obviously. But she said they also did a game for it was like sponsored by Bell Tire. They gave away new tires to people. Like,
sweet.
Yeah, you get new tires.
Wow.
Sometimes you get upgraded seats, autographed baseball, bobbleheads, things like that. So, yeah, I'd love to hear from people, man.
That's just what we want to know is, did you ever win anything at a game? At a game, you got on the big screen, you answered the trivia question, or you were sitting in Dog Row, or
you got a hoodie,
or you got a set of tires. I don't know. I want to ask you, based upon your enthusiasm for your Dog Row day, Dog Row or tires? What would be better for you?
Given my luck with tires lately, I would have taken the tires.
You take the tires?
Yeah.
Okay.
You always take the tires.
All right. So what did you win and how did you win it when you were at a game? God, what a payoff. I didn't realize that you had Dog Row.
Hell yeah, I had Dog Row.
1997.
It's 1990 something. Yeah, it was a 97, 98, 99. One of those. I don't know. It was before it was Comerica Park. It was glorious.
And it still is meaningful to this day.
Yes.
I mean, when you looked up and saw yourself, did you know right away, or you like, hey, I think?
Just got a big smile, and I said, "From Dog Row, man.
Dog MF and Row.
We have Dog Row."
248-539-9797. Do you know what your home's water score is? Telltale signs like water spots, dingy laundry, or dry skin indicate your water score needs to get better. Improve your water score by calling CGC Water at 855-339-4242. This month, get a free Kinetico reverse osmosis system with the purchase of a Kinetico Premier softener. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com today. Improve your water score. Contact CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, your authorized independent Kinetico dealer. Tell them Doug Karsch sent you. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson. All right, look, we told, and Gator looks back at this as one of the glorious times in his fandom. We'll get dizzy. Little atomic dog here. Anyway, Gator won Dog Row once and remembers that day. First of all, like it was yesterday. Secondly, it sounds like it's in the top 5 to 10 things that's ever happened with you in your life.
Oh, neither confirm nor deny.
And you were with a former colleague, Scott Pegg, who actually heard this and is with us now on 97.1 A Ticket. You were there that day, Pegger. How you doing?
Good morning, guys. How are you?
We're great.
We're great.
First time caller, long time former coworker.
What do you remember?
Yeah, well, it was Scott and I had a blast. That was wonderful. That was quite the treat. And there was nobody else in our row. There was just us two. And then people started jumping in the row and taking our dogs.
Well, according to Scott, you guys were generous with them.
Well, once they're in the row, what are you going to do? Say no, not for you.
You know, if you look at us, you know we could put a couple away. But, we didn't. We thought, share and share alike.
Right. And now, if you had to do it all over again, would you have done anything different?
I probably would have booted the other people out of the row. Get out of here.
Yeah, right? I mean, because we almost gave them all away. We're like, wait a minute, let's make sure we at least get a hot dog. I mean, yeah, I think if we go back and look at it, we probably would have saved a couple of hot dogs each, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, that would have been the call.
Was Gator back almost 30 years ago as excited on that day as he was reliving this story?
Yes, 100%. We both were.
Yeah. I mean, we realized we were in Dog Row, pointed up to the screen. That's us, man. And that was literally us. 2 guys in the row, 2 fat guys in a row, waiting for Dog Row like it's our job.
And we may have been the only fans there. It was a miserable, cold, wet April Saturday game, I think, as I recall. So
fantastic.
Lived it up.
Good to have a witness.
You ever won anything since at a baseball game?
Never. No, I watched a guy catch a couple home run derby balls one time, but that never me.
No, that was also Scott.
That was also me.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. Well, Pegger, glad that you could verify Gator's story, and hey, thanks for listening.
Always, you know that. Take care, boys.
All right, we'll see you.
Scott.
Scott Pegg, he's producer here, 97.1 The Ticket, and back in the day, witnessing the Gator winning Dog Row. Did you win anything at a game ever? Josh, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Josh.
How you doing, guys? Happy Friday.
Happy Friday to you.
So about 10, 11 years ago, I was going to a lot of Wings games. I played a 50-50, and this was when I was 40 tickets for about $20, I think.
Yeah.
Ended up winning about $10,000 on the 50-50. I waited until the very last moment. I told myself I'm not going to buy anymore. Go up to the concourse in the third period, ended up buying more. And, big score. And then once I realized I had won, the Wings actually had tied. They were playing the Penguins. They tied it with like 0.1 seconds to go, sent it to overtime. The Wings won in overtime. So it was just one big giant party.
Wow. 10,000. Did you have to claim that?
Yeah, I had to claim it. So after taxes, it was a little under $8,000. So paid off a couple bills, and then my buddy and I, we went out to the West Coast. We started in Seattle, and then we went all the way down Highway 1.
Oh.
Pretty much spent every last dollar. I do it over again.
That's an elite trip.
That's great.
Elite trip.
It was awesome. It was only 10 days. If you're going to do that trip, do 2 weeks, 3 weeks. But it was amazing down the coast the whole way down. It was awesome.
All because he bought 50-50 tickets.
Yeah, right.
Do you still buy them to this day?
I do not. Nope, that was my last time I ever bought 50-50 tickets.
Yeah. Yeah, odds are against, right?
Yeah, I mean, now you get $20, you get 20 tickets, so it's just, and yeah, there's probably a good chance I'll never come close to that again. So.
Josh, thank you. 248-539-9797.
But he won once.
He did win once. Let's go to Jacob here next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Jacob?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
All right, Jacob.
So, not a hot dog row, but me and my buddy went spur of the moment to a Tigers game one time, and we won a Blu-ray copy of Ballers like just one of the seasons, and also a lawn chair for Ballers.
Oh.
Never watched the show, never planned to. The real kicker is, though, later that night we decided to go to a beer festival, and I ended up meeting a girl that would end up becoming my wife.
You are a
pretty
baller.
eventful day.
Really? Do you still got that
Yeah.
Blu-ray copy of Ballers to this day?
And the lawn chair?
The DVD couldn't speak to the lawn chair. I use it every time now.
Do you?
There you go.
What about the wife? She's still around? You still married?
Yeah. Just got married 6 months ago.
Nice.
So every time we go to a Tigers game, I always got a reminder. Hey, you never know what we could win.
Congratulations.
You want a wife.
Yeah. Thanks, guys.
See you, Jacob. 248-539-9797. Mike, you're next on 97.1. Hi, Mike.
Hey, happy Friday, guys. How are you?
We're
All right, Mike.
Good. Yeah, so not not quite like the hot dog row, but similar story. You know, I me and a bunch of buddies, we go to the Tigers game. This is probably, 10 years ago at this point. And so we're drinking, we're having fun. It's a hot day. And so they start providing, the scratch-off tickets for the Michigan lottery. Each section can win up to $10,000 and whatever it was, right? So we finally see the lady with the big, giant ticket start walking up to us, right? So we're screaming our butts off and so on and so forth. And so finally she gets up close to us. I'm screaming, taking my shirt off. She finally gives me the ticket. I'm thinking I win $10,000, right? like I had the chance to do it. And so after it's all done, they take the ticket away, the large ticket. And I'm like, wait, what's going on? And they're like, go to the will call and you have a chance to win $10,000. To find out it was really just a $5 scratch-off.
You won a scratch-off ticket.
Yeah, that's all it really was a $5 scratch-off ticket that you could win up to $10,000.
Amazing.
And naturally, of course, it was a loser. So, yeah, not the exciting portion like the last guy who actually won the 50-50, but I had a shot, or at least I thought I did.
Mike,
so.
I want you to understand this. That is not a reflection of you. Okay?
Yeah.
The ticket was the loser. You're not a loser.
You're not a loser, Mike.
Right,
Yep.
for sure.
Yep. Yeah, that would suck. I won $10,000. No. No,
you won something almost as good.
Yep.
And that's a chance to win $10,000.
You've got a 1 in 50,000 shot to win $10,000. Best of luck.
Start scratching.
Yep.
Oh.
Can I just turn this ticket in and get the $5 instead? Let's go to Stephanie. You're next on 97.1 ticket. Hello, Stephanie.
How about a hot dog?
What's up, guys? First time calling in. Gator, I was your waitress back in 2011 when the Tigers were good back then at Buddy's Pizza. So nice to talk to you again.
Here we go.
I was
There it is.
I was trying not to be a crazy fangirl. You were clearly on a date, so at the end I was just like, "Go Tigers! Let's get this postseason!" and just ran off. So that was cool. But
thank you for your
anyways,
decorum.
Of course. So I was sitting behind hot dog row. The giveaway girls, they were like, "Hey, there's extra seats. Hop in this seat." So I was like, "Are you sure?" Don't tempt me with a good time. So I entered hot dog row and enjoyed a free dog. And there was one other time. So this is when the Tigers were bad. Maybe 2015, 2016, 17, something like that. I think I was out for my birthday with a couple of friends. There was nobody was there. I think it was a Yankees game. There was more Yankees in the stands than Tigers. Just absolutely. So, but I'm with my buddies, and this guy pops up and asks, "Do you want to answer some questions to win some prizes?" And I look at my friends, and I'm like, "You guys should do it. You guys should do it." And they're all just pointing at me like, no, she's going to do it. So I'm like, oh, crap. Sure. I was nervous as hell, but we did it. I answered the questions, and I won some Little Caesars gift cards. I think it was 5 gift cards for $15. So I was just eating a lot of pizza. Great time.
All right.
Nice job.
Do you remember any of the questions you answered?
There were questions about Michigan, specifically population size or something like that. There were some questions about hockey. I think there was only one baseball question, honestly. There was more like other sports. And I was like, oh, well, the answer is probably the Detroit guy for the sports questions, right? No, it wasn't always like that. But somehow we won enough. So
yeah, good for you.
Nice
well
job.
done, Stephanie. 248-539-9797. We just ended up talking with the office with Heather about her days as stadium host and she would give away prizes and ask trivia questions and stuff from lotto tickets to tires. And Gator had a great story about being in Dog Row with Pegger, just the two of you, and you had 20 hot dogs for the two of you, and you end up giving away 18. But we were just wondering if you ever won anything at a game. Matt is next. Hi, Matt.
Hey, how's it going?
Great.
Hi, Matt.
So this isn't baseball; it's a football thing. But back when first season we had Jared Goff, we went to the family day at Ford Field, and there wasn't a ton of people there. And they go out and practice on the field and everything else, and do a little scrimmage. And at the end, Jared Goff started signing footballs and chucking them out in the crowd. And my son caught one.
Oh, that's cool. That's really
that
cool.
Was pretty awesome. Yeah.
Was it a good catch? Was it what was the degree of difficulty? Was it in traffic?
There weren't a lot of people there, to be honest. But he fumbled it, but he got it late. It wasn't a catch. Sorry, son.
It was a so he didn't finish the process.
Right? Yes, he didn't complete the process.
Sounds like it was a contested catch, though.
Right. There was some forces working against him.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. We'll get to more of these. Coming up, Lions question. And maybe just maybe, there's some subtleties about the schedule that will help the Lions in 2025. We'll get to that today at 11:05 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, here we go. The weather has gone from cold and dark to hot and sunny in just a blink of an eye, like it does for us here in the state of Michigan. We're used to it. And I love the heat like everybody else loves the heat, but I don't want my house to be so damn hot this summer. And I think you guys should do what I do, which is call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Make sure that your AC is running cold. And if you got a pool in the backyard, make sure that's running warm this summer. The red, white, and blue trucks, they're on their way. Just call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today or schedule an appointment at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Did you ever win anything at a game? We'll get to some Lion stuff. I want to know strategy. What's your strategy this year, Lions ticket holders? We'll explain in the 11 o'clock hour some subtleties of the schedule that might benefit the Detroit Lions. In the meantime, I got a Tiger series to preview. Actually, we'll get to that next hour. Are you going to eat that in the noon hour? Busy day here on a Friday. I'm Carson Anderson. We go to Jeff. You're next on 97.1. Hello, Jeff.
Hey guys. First-time caller.
Thank you.
So I've got a pretty cool story. I went to a game late in 1993. That was the first year that Ilitch owned the team with a couple buddies.
Which sport are we talking about?
Tigers.
Okay, great.
And I don't know if you remember at that time that he was trying to create some excitement, giving away prizes, and entered a raffle and won a 1994 Z28 Camaro.
Nice.
Whoa.
Nice.
How'd you win it?
Entered a raffle, and 2 days later, they called me up at work and said, hey, you won the car. And I thought my friends were playing a practical joke, so I took the person's number, called them back, and I won the car.
Yeah, okay. So you didn't know you won, like they didn't have a drawing during the game, they did it later?
They did it later, but
Okay.
it was 2 days after the game that I went to.
Sweet. I bet. I don't know how old you were, but I would imagine. Obviously, younger in younger days. I don't know if there'd be anything better than winning a Camaro.
Yeah, that's just pretty exciting. Never thought that I would win.
Yeah, cool. That's a pretty sweet one. That's hard to
awesome.
top.
Won a car.
1993. Do you remember the 93 Z28 Camaro Gator? You're a car guy.
I think he said 1994. See,
Did he? Okay, my apologies.
No, I mean, Camaro really didn't. That's before they went with the retro look, if I'm not mistaken. So it's still the Camaro that they had from the same kind of look in the 80s and the 90s, but the Z28 was nice.
Yeah. Nick is in Livonia next on 97.1. Hello, Nick.
Scott, Doug, how are we?
We're great.
Nick.
So way back in the day, this might date me a little bit, but the Plymouth Whalers at CompuWare Arena had a contest. You give them some money, and they give you a rubber puck. And chuck a puck was always maybe my favorite thing as a kid. Is thousands of pucks would be coming over the glass before they put the netting back up. And in the span of 7 days, I won chuck a puck twice. At two separate Whalers games, and they end up giving you a bag, like a little lunchbox that has 4 tickets to any game for the remainder of the regular season, and then a couple of Whalers like memorabilia. It was very cool.
How would you win chuck a puck?
They put out a tarp at center ice, and you have to be the closest to the dot on the tarp. A crow just landed on my car. Get away! You have to chuck the puck, and whoever is the closest to the dot in the center. And I won twice within a week.
That's amazing.
Wow. How many? You said you went to Whalers games regularly. So did you enter chuck a puck a lot?
I probably had more than 50 at bats as a kid.
Okay, so you actually were kind of good at it.
I mean, you can call it luck based because that's exactly what it was. You got to play the role really good. Most of the time, if you're sitting more towards the glass, you actually have a worse shot. You want to be up. There is no nosebleeds at CompuWare, but you want to be higher up for a better angle at it.
Did you parlay this into like a young Little League career? Did it aid you in playing baseball, or did you not play baseball? You're just a hockey guy.
So my only organized baseball at all has been adult beer league softball, actually.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right. Well, chuck a puck legend, Nick in Livonia, 2-time winner. Thanks for calling.
Way to go, Chuck.
Yeah.
Or Nick. That was Nick. Chuck a puck. You know what else I like?
Do you think it was Chuck did Nick a puck?
Right. Can you get it close to the puck? What I liked about that last part was he said that because there's a distinction
between
beer league softball guy and slow pitch softball guy. It's the same thing, except one's a heck of a lot more competitive. Beer league guys, we're just here to have fun.
I'm here for the beer.
Yeah, the other guys are there keeping stats.
Yeah. I want to see my OPS go up.
No, my ERA go down.
I'm looking for my 1,000th career hit.
Yeah. I'll let you know about it. Hey, guys. I want you to know that was my 1,000th career hit.
Do they stop the game, or like how's this supposed to work?
You're amazing.
Tip the cap to the crowd.
All that before you're 40? Incredible.
Let's go to Brian in Ipsy.
Oh.
lost Brian. George is next on 97.1. Hi, George.
Hi, how you doing?
Great.
Good. So I a Rodney White jersey or a Camaro? I was at a Pistons game, and it was Fan Appreciation Day.
Yeah.
Filled out a little card at the beginning of the game, and they didn't think nothing of it. At the end of the game, they called out 13 winners, 1 through 13. I started walking out, and I heard my name called as the 13th winner.
Sweet.
So they said report behind the Pistons bench. I had no idea. So we got the game worn jersey of the players. And since was number 13, I couldn't pick the player, so I got Rodney White's jersey. But I had everybody sign it. He came out with it underneath his back and played it like he didn't have a jersey to give me. It was kind of funny,
That's
but
great.
I'm like, I got a Rodney White jersey.
Sweet.
What do I do with this?
Do you still got it?
Yeah, yeah. It's in my Hall of Fame at home.
Yeah, hang on to that. That could be worth, maybe some
I mean,
money
everybody signed
someday.
it. I mean, it was pretty cool.
Hey, thanks for sharing, George.
Or it's
feedback.
a future garage sale item.
You just never know.
I think you kind of know at this point.
See, what if Rodney White stumbles upon the cure to cancer? Then that jersey becomes valuable.
You're right. Yep. Somebody, King mentioned it earlier. Somebody check out the LinkedIn page. Find out what he's up to these days.
Chase writes in, I want to win the 50-50 at a Lions game. It's like $300,000. That'd be good. Jeff writes in, my side hurts. If calculus was used with hot dogs. Yeah, we had some fun.
Yeah.
Oh my God, Gator, haha, I'm literally dying. That's from Kevin. My friends and I were in the IZone in college. They would give away pizza during the games to fans randomly chosen by the camera person. For years, we tried to be the ones chosen for the pizza and failed. In our senior season, they banned big signs in the IZone, so we each had to sneak small parts of a very big sign into the IZone. And when the time came for the pizza giveaway, we constructed a giant green arrow that pointed to us. Finally, we won pizza for our row.
That's getting it done.
That is.
That's using the noggin.
It's a well thought out strategy.
Yes.
Coordinated. At the Palace, I caught a pizza that was parachuting in from the rafters. I was disappointed it was just a coupon and not a pizza. Well, it has to be a coupon.
Yeah, I mean,
if you throw a box or have a box with actual pizza in it, it's going to get awfully messy.
But thank you for answering the question people had before it happened, which was there actually pizza in there? Was it like a one slice of pizza? Or no, it was just a coupon. Remember those the parachutes? That was awesome.
Why, you don't want to do the piping hot straight from the oven pizza? Come on. This society's gotten soft.
Okay, Gator, if y equals 2 hot dogs squared, solve for y.
Yep.
When I was about 9, I was at a Lansing Lugnut game at Oldsmobile Park, and I caught a hot dog out of the hot dog cannon. That was pretty epic. Chris and Warren, opening weekend Tiger game. Brother got asked trivia questions about the Red Wings. Run 1 row free hot dogs. Got on Jumbotron. Pretty cool.
Nice.
Guys, we were at the Charlotte Checkers hockey game. And our row won Chick-fil-A sandwiches. There were only 5 of us in the row. They gave us 30 sandwiches. There may have been sandwiches that hit the ice. The Checkers won 8-1. That's from Joe at work.
Now, okay, I know you're a big fan of Chick-fil-A.
Huge.
If you're in a Chick-fil-A sandwich row.
Yep.
Okay, it's just you and a buddy.
Yep.
And then people start coming over, and you've got 20 sandwiches. How many are you keeping?
9. Wow. Well, it's how long can they keep? Now, if you have extra Chick-fil-A sandwiches, you got to
You're not bringing them home.
No, yeah, well, yeah, I am. You got to take the buns off. You put the bun comes off, and you take the pickles off because it'll get really soggy. So you put the sandwich then in the fridge, and then you pull it out, reheat the sandwich separate, and then put it back on the bun. Not that I've done this.
No.
Jeremy in Lima, Ohio. Gator telling of the dog roast story literally made my day. Had me dying laughing. Jeff in New Hampshire. Love the show. Hot dog row. I'm laughing so hard. Good. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Rex from Milan. I was at a Tiger game and filled out a slip to win a Joel Zamaya jersey. 2 days later, I got a call that I won the jersey. I still have it to this day. And Justin in Woodhaven, I turned on the radio in the middle of the dog row conversation. The way Gator was talking about, I thought it happened 2 days ago at the park. It really seems to be a top 3 moment for him.
Dude, that's a core memory, man. That is a core memory.
It's up there.
Oh, we know.
Yeah.
I love it.
Like years from now, it is obituary. It will mention
was once in Dog Row.
Got some ballpark memories.
Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. After a well-earned day off, the MLB leading Tigers will turn their attention to the road for 6 games, beginning in Toronto tonight. They're coming off a big sweep of the Red Sox at home. They've got plenty of momentum, and manager A.J. Hinch says that confidence is a big reason for the hot start. Well, Jack Flaherty will get the start against the Jays tonight, hoping to rebound after giving up 4 or more runs in each of his last 3 starts, also taking 5 straight losing decisions, whether he's pitching well or not. 7:07 is game time in Toronto. Dan Dickerson's call set right here on 97.1. Finally, game day for Michigan softball after they made a great run to the big tournament. Temperatures in Austin will be near 100 degrees today. That should be fun. They take on Central Florida at 1 o'clock in the afternoon for the double elimination regional for a chance to move on. Major championship cut day in Charlotte. South Lyon Pro Ryan Lenahan on the course this morning. The spotlight group of Rory, Scheffler, and Schauffele tee off just before 2 o'clock. Right now, the estimated cut is +1. That is undoubtedly going to be moving. And another opportunity for New York to eliminate the Celtics. Game 6 at Madison Square Garden is tonight. The Knicks move on to the conference finals if they can get the win. If not, call it Game 7 in Boston. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
So, Chris, you just got done doing the sports update.
Yes, Gator.
And I noticed you have a very interesting a sweat jacket on.
Yeah. I don't know if we can get the cameras to zoom in for the people watching online.
Most people don't even notice what it is if they're not really looking.
So what's interesting about this is we had an update guy that I'd fully expect to be wearing this sweatshirt.
He might own it.
Tony Ortiz.
Mm-hmm. It's it described to people your sweatshirt.
It's a gray and black patterned sweatshirt, and if you look very closely, it has comic panels filled with Star Wars comic drawings, and the word Star Wars is in a couple of spots here.
Yes.
Very nerdy, yes.
See it all chewy.
You guys have a problem with it? Or
No, I don't
what are we
actually,
talking here?
because here's why I was asking this question. And
Fight? I don't know what.
I think there might be.
Yes, let's step outside.
So the morning show, one of the questions for the cookie jar, I think it was the cookie jar they did today, was talking about there was a question of whether or not Star Wars and Star Trek people, is there a rivalry? Because Costa revealed that he likes. Or I'm sorry, Greg revealed that he likes them both. He doesn't favor one over the other. He's because they asked, the question was your favorite classic movie. So something before 2000, which is crazy. That's a classic or whatever. And Greg answered Star Trek II: Wrath of Khan, which I thought, well, that's a bold one from 1982, but okay. Here we go. Ricardo Montalban is Khan.
Yeah. I said Goodfellas, but whatever.
Yeah. And somebody else had mentioned, I was thinking Goodfellas, but here. But then it was, I think John Jansen asked, is there a rivalry between Star Trek and Star Wars? And Greg's like, I don't know. I like them both. And I think there is. I think that Star Wars people do not want to be lumped in with the Trekkies, because the Trekkies have been made fun of well before the Star Wars people were made fun of. Like they did the Saturday Night Live skits on Trekkies with William Shatner.
Get a life, people?
Would you get a life? Yeah. That whole thing, which is hysterical. But you're donning the Star Wars. Do you also like Star Trek?
I do like Star Trek, but not nearly as much as Star Wars. I think one is far superior than the other.
And I think Tony Ortiz is
Did you hear that? Far superior. He said far superior.
From a galaxy far, far away, far superior. Because I think Tony Ortiz is a bigger Star Trek guy than he is Star Wars.
They got good stuff. It's just not, I don't know, that the universe isn't quite.
I just wonder, are you safe?
Yeah, Tony's a teddy bear. What's he gonna do?
Okay.
I think we all heard this. Chris just proclaimed, I'm far superior to Tony, and I could kick his ass.
Right.
I think that's what just happened.
He's a big dude, but he's got soft hands.
Wow.
This is such a little fist bump. It's like fist bumping a pillow.
Oh my God.
He's not stopping.
You need to stop before there's a bloodbath over in the WWE.
Probably has a dark side, so you're probably right.
You don't want to see the wrath of Tone.
No.
Have you ever seen the movie Fanboys, by the way?
I have not.
It's a great movie. That's the Star Trek versus Star Wars feature in that. Pretty funny.
Well, he's going to take the fists off stun.
If
you're not careful.
He's waiting for me outside right now.
There'll be a brawl over on the J side.
Yeah, you may not make it to the J side.
Yeah, we'll see who's doing the update at noon.
So who's got the dark side on their side?
All right, cool. Update geek Chris Villar. You did mention in the update there, Ryan Lenahan from Walnut Creek. Used to be at Miles of Golf. And I've taken
That's your
lessons.
guy.
Yeah, I've taken lessons with him, and I just texted him like a couple weeks ago, hey, I need to get in. He's like, hey, I'm at Walnut Creek now, which I'm like, okay, I'll go there. That's fine.
Is it Brighton-ish?
Yeah, Brighton, South Lyon area. I don't know exactly. I haven't been there yet. But we put together a lesson that couldn't make it, and some stuff come up. And I said, how about next week? And he said, yeah, next week's tough. I'm playing in the PGA. And I'm like, oh, cool. Oh, wait,
That is
you're
tough.
playing in the major. Yeah, he qualified for it. And so I texted him last night and pulling for him and all that. And he said he got like watery eyes when he walked to the first tee and his family was there.
Wait, what's his name?
Ryan Lenahan.
Ryan Lenahan.
Yep. And like I just pointed out, hey, I think he shot the same score as Dustin Johnson, like Padraig Harrington on day one. So I was like, dude, that's incredible. But yeah, good to read. He's a Nebraska guy, and I said, you're not going to hear me say this very often, but go Big Red. And he said he was stunned at how many people said that when he was out on the course yesterday. So anyway, good luck to Ryan.
Yeah, good luck to him.
Yep.
That's awesome to be able to do something like that.
Yep.
Who's the? Oh, that's right. I was going to say, who's the guy the tool who was the amateur that Michael Block, Michael Block,
Michael
right?
Block. He shot the same. I think both he and Michael Block were 4 over.
Yeah, well, he's well ahead of Michael Block at this point.
Is he?
Michael Block is 16 over for the tournament. He's in. Let me check. That is in fact last place, just ahead of Dustin Johnson.
Just behind Dustin.
Yeah, I'm sorry, just behind Dustin Johnson, who's actually not just behind. He's 4 strokes behind Dustin Johnson.
Wow.
And Linehan is good 7 strokes ahead of Michael Block. Good for him.
Okay, I brought this up, and let's follow through on it. Little subtlety of the Lions schedule, and I don't know. I guess I wish I'd asked Jansen this morning, and I didn't. So, look, the schedule, it's a dangerous game to look at schedules and say, boy, it's a tough schedule. We do this every single year, and it almost invariably, it's either not as tough as you think it is, or it's way tougher than you thought it was, because year to year, a lot changes. A lot changes. On paper, this looks incredibly difficult, but there's some subtleties that might help. I think we talked about it earlier in the week that the Lions' travel is one of the lowest in the league, roughly 11,000 miles traveled, which is the 4th lowest in the league for a season. 4th lowest in the league. So they have some of the easiest travel amongst teams in the NFL. And secondly, they have 13 more days rest than their opponents. What I mean by that is if you play on a Thursday, you get the Friday and Saturday to recover. If you add up the entire schedule and their opponents, this is one of the biggest rest differentials ever, actually. The highest since they went to a format in 2002 was, I think, a Ravens team had 14 days rest differential. The Lions this year have 13 days rest differential. This is according to a reporter at ESPN. And I'm trying to figure out how big or little this is. Like, is 2 weeks total extra rest between games? Almost 2 weeks? Is that really valuable? Is it valuable across the course of a season? Does it add up? Does it really help you a lot, or does it help you a little? And that's why I guess I wish I'd asked Jansen. I did not.
Yeah, I'm. You might be surprised to hear that I'm struggling with this a little bit because it's math.
Yeah.
Because they have the Thursday game they have on Thanksgiving. They follow that up with another Thursday game.
Yep.
So they don't get the benefit of the Thursday break until after the second game.
Well, hold on. Who do they play in the second Thursday game?
Dallas.
And does Dallas play? They play on the Thursday as well. So it's Thanksgiving. They both play on Thanksgiving.
So there's no advantage.
There's no advantage that week.
Right.
But on other weeks, the total adds up to 13 extra rest days compared to their opponents.
Yeah, I don't know what the next closest, what they're, how many rest days do the Vikings have? Are they plus what,
So the only team that was anywhere close is the Dolphins have like 10. I'm going to see if I can find the original tweet that the reporter from ESPN put out. But, some teams have negative. Like, there's a lot that have negative. Plus 13 is seems like it could be substantial. But
because I don't know. They also have 2 weeks where it's shortened.
Well, like what?
Well, because they've got they play the Sunday before Thanksgiving, and then they only have like 3 days off, and they play again, and then they have
the teams they play also play the Sunday before Thanksgiving.
Yeah, okay. So I guess So they both teams are in the same spot.
So that would be
a little bit better.
That would be an even.
Yeah, I don't know if it's an advantage or not.
I don't know. It feels like it could be.
I just look at their schedule, and I think the first 7 games of the schedule are tough. And we don't know. They're playing on the road. You don't really know what Green Bay is going to be. I mean, if Green Bay is what they were 2 years ago, that's going to be tough.
Yep.
If Green Bay is what they were last year, not so much. The Bears, the next game, we don't know. A whole new offense with this Bears team. And then they go at Baltimore. The one game you think that they should win is a home against Cleveland. Then it's at Cincinnati, at Kansas City, and home against Tampa. A lot of playoff teams in that mix.
Well, there's a ton of playoff teams. Look, on paper, this looks really tough. I just said these are a couple of subtleties that might work. One of the shortest total distances traveled.
Yeah.
Kang, do you think this rest day differential being plus 13 is significant over the course of a season?
Yeah, I think it helps. I'm a big believer. Like, you shouldn't be, as a human being, on a plane as much as we are. Like, as some people are,
Yeah.
I don't think that's good for your body. And especially if you're going through injuries, which we know professional football players are always dinged up. There's no one that's 100% healthy throughout the entire year. I don't care, but maybe I don't even think the kickers are. They're always coming up with something lame for no reason, right?
Yeah.
That's all of a sudden I got a hamstring. Well, you didn't do anything in practice. Why do you have a hamstring injury? Anyways, the point is they're always dinged up. So I think the fact that less travel, less airtime definitely helps, and I think it does matter.
All right, we'll see if it does make a difference. I have to ask Jansen about it. If he thinks this is significant. Is this a what is Stoney's question? Is this a deal or not a deal? Or is this a thing, not a thing?
Thing, not a thing?
Thing, not a thing. It's Carson Anderson. We got open lines, 248-539-9797. Okay. Want to talk about a strategy people might have with the price of tickets going up. We'll get to that today at 11:24. It's Carson Anderson. And man, if you want to let us know, ticket text, do you think that matters? 13 extra rest days over the course of a season? Or is it just a small benefit? It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, MLB Rivalry Weekend is here. You can score bigger winnings for the big games with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, because bragging rights are on the line. Although MLB, they can't match everybody up with a rival. We've got Detroit-Toronto, which I guess was huge in 87. But you can ride on your side with who you think's going to win, which slugger's going to go yard, plus so much more. And if your bet hits, you'll score a bigger payout. So don't miss your chance for bragging rights. FanDuel.com/Karsh. It's FanDuel.com/Karsh to get in on MLB Rivalry Week action. I think today it's a 25% profit boost. So our team's favored tonight, and you can bet them on the money line. Add in the profit boost. You actually get a pretty decent return. So check it out. FanDuel.com/Karsh, Karsch. Claim your profit boost for tonight's game. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. The opt-in is required. Don't forget to do that. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and maximum wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. regarding Gator being in dog row 30 years ago, as he relived the moment on the air, listener Scott writes in, if Gator's life had a music montage, this would be in it. Your dog row experience? I think that, what was the show you were front row in and ended up your picture was on the Det News? What was that?
Music? I was at Aerosmith.
And you were front row?
Yeah, we had like second row, yeah. It was a Yahoo concert. Yahoo replayed it, whatever, and there was picture me.
Yeah.
You getting serenaded.
I was.
It did look like it. He was.
Joe Perry came right over, the guitar player, and was, hey, how's everybody doing? And was playing guitar for us. We're like, that's Joe Perry. He's right there.
Yeah.
And then it got weird. My friends went up to go get a beer, and Steven Tyler later in the concert comes over when my friends were gone. It's just me, and it's one of the slow songs and one of the ballads, and he's singing. And I'm like, what am I supposed to do?
What are you supposed to do?
I am not going to sing the lyrics back to Steven Tyler, even though, yes, I know the lyrics of this song. This is not going to happen.
Do you look around him, or do you look away? I mean, you know what I mean?
Honestly,
You lock eyes?
I'm trying to remember what I probably was just
what do you do?
Anything else? You want to bring Joe Perry back over here? Gonna watch him play Rippin' Solo, or am I gonna have to hear you sing crying, looking right into my eyes? Because this is wildly uncomfortable. And of course, the song ends, and then they go into one of the Rocket Tunes, same old song and dance or something like that. And my friends come back, oh, what'd I miss? I'm like, you missed nothing. You missed me looking really awkward. Like, hey, Steven Tyler, how are you? And I'm sure he wasn't thrilled to come over to that side of the stage and like, wait, where are all the women at? Yeah, no, they're not.
You should have motioned him the other way.
Go over there. Yeah. See that woman over there?
Over there.
She's throwing garments at you. Go over there.
Stop serenading me.
I don't care about this song. I mean, I do, but not right now. The privacy of my car.
I'd like it a lot more if I were 10 rows back.
Right. If you're going to sing this song, can you at least bring Alicia Silverstone out? She did all the videos for you back then. We're going to sing this crap that I sing all the time in the car.
Yep. All right, here we go. Extra days rest for the Lions could be huge, primarily for injury prevention. Gives multiple weeks where you get an extra day off before you start practice. Anthony and Mail Truck, I think the extra days are a big deal, as well as they don't have to play anyone coming off their bye this year. Okay. All right. Yep. It might matter during the regular season, but come playoff, all teams have accumulated some amount of rest during the regular season, save for the teams with a first-round bye. So I think it's a useless stat, okay? 13 extra days rest is a major advantage over the course of a season. That's from Dave in Grosse Pointe. So there you go. Some people believe in it. Some people don't. All right, so I got a question for you. Yesterday, we started talking a little bit about the ticket prices. Tickets went on sale on Wednesday, and sort of this is like we call it the Lions conundrum. We've waited our entire life to have a really, really, really good football team that was a legitimate Super Bowl contender, and I'm not sure in the Super Bowl era we've really had a quote-unquote legitimate Super Bowl contender. We could talk about the Barry team that went to the NFC title game, but when you go to the NFC title game and lose 45-10, it doesn't feel like they were that close.
Yep.
But, this team has been to an NFC title game. They came back, they went 15-2, had the misfortune of all the injuries that hit them, and then the very disappointing performance at home in the playoffs. But, the conundrum is, hey, now tickets are super expensive. And we had some people send in, I'm going to sell tickets to mitigate, offset the cost of what tickets cost. Here's a question I have for you. If you are thinking in those terms, do you say, if you're a season ticket holder, would your decision to be, I'm going to sell as few as possible, so I'm going to sell the biggest game, which probably is Green Bay on Thanksgiving? I'm guessing it will be the highest price ticket, secondary market ticket this year, because the home schedule actually isn't, I wouldn't call it elite by any stretch of the imagination.
Might be Dallas the following Thursday.
Could be Dallas. But whatever the biggest game of the year is, do you try and just sell that? Because obviously you want to go. One of the reasons to get the tickets is to be at all the fun games. Or do you say, I'm going to sell the Cleveland game and the Giants game, Like 2 teams that blow, and I'm going to sell 2 of them. And then I, get whatever I can for those. Like, what's the strategy for the season ticket holder
that needs to sell
that
tickets
needs to
make
sell
it worth
tickets
it
to
for
make the finances work?
I can't imagine that the Cleveland game or the Giants game is going to be a markup of too much, where it's going to be a markup of consequence.
Yeah, I mean, small markup, if anything, and then you get, you have to sell a couple. I mean, you can sell up to 3, so you can sell like the 3 worst games. Cleveland Giants and the Washington Generals.
Think about who travels. Pittsburgh fans travel.
Yeah. Cleveland's close. I don't know if they're
going to travel though, because the team's bad.
Bears
are. It's the first home game of the season.
Yeah.
Do you want to miss out on that with Ben Johnson coming in?
Probably not. I mean, what's your strategy? We asked this as season ticket holders.
Oh,
the third. You got a third?
I got one that I would probably do. I would probably sell because it should be a very competitive game, because it has been the last couple of years when they've played. It's a Monday night game. It's Tampa Bay going into the bye week. It's Monday Night Football. People love Monday Night Football. Marquee matchup, last game of the week.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's the one that you can get decent value on without having to sell out like your Green Bay game or your Dallas game.
All right, so let's ask season ticket holders. In fact, let's do the 10 text thing. What's your strategy? If you're planning on selling some tickets to offset the increase in price, do you sell the best game, or do you sell like the 3 worst games? What is your plan? How do you plan on offsetting the cost? 248-539-9797. Clearly, different strategies. I'm going to miss out on 3 games, but these are 3 games I don't necessarily want to see. I'll get a small markup, sell these 3, or you sell the Dallas Thursday night or the Tampa Monday night or the Bear game first. I mean, that might be the one. That might be the most expensive secondary market ticket, is Ben Johnson coming in first home game of the year.
Might be.
Yeah. So it's a question.
Storm is still around here.
A question for season ticket holders, 248-539-9797. What's your strategy? We will read the first 10 that come in that are signed next here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. we've got a crazy felony charge against a former player. I honestly don't think I've ever seen this. We'll get to that coming up at 11:35. In the meantime, we asked here about what is your strategy, season ticket holders? Do you sell the best games or the worst games? Do you sell like the single best game or the top 2 games? Or do you sell the 3 worst games? How do you offset the cost of the ticket price increase? Because a lot of people have been talking about it the last couple of days. Alex in Ann Arbor says, I sell the 3 best games every year. Next text, some of the funnest games to go to are the blowouts, like Cleveland and the Giants. I will sell the expensive ones and go to the blowouts. Scott in Livonia says, I'm planning on selling the Pittsburgh game and the Thanksgiving Day game and going to the rest. The prices are just outrageous now. I have to make it up a little bit. Trevor in St. Clair Shore says, we are season ticket holders. We're selling Cleveland, New York, and Thanksgiving, going to Cincy instead of those, and the rest will help with cost. Chase writes in, I always saw one of the best games probably. So Tampa or the Cowboys. I think he means he always sells one of the best games. So probably Tampa or the Cowboys, and sell one of the crappy games I don't want to go to. Sometimes the crappy games are cool because you just blow the other team out. Sean in Royal Oak says, sell Thanksgiving, 1 prime time, and 1 lousy game. Covers the entire season. 5 games equals $0. Interesting. Got to sell Turkey Day. The big bucks, get the big bucks and stay with the family for great food. That's from Chuck in Clinton Township. Joe in Farmington Hills says, I always sell the best games and then make decisions on the bad games later. Reggie writes in, well, he gave us his full name.
Oh.
I'll just go with Reggie. Reggie writes in, you sell 1 good one and then 2 bad ones. Nick in Huntington Woods says, always sell Thanksgiving and playoff tickets. In the last 3 years, I recouped the entire cost. The playoff ticket thing would be tough. Like you wait your whole life.
Why you get them?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess there's so everybody's got their price, but
yeah,
I don't know. I thought that's why you bought season tickets.
One would think, but hey, to each their own. Okay,
Or maybe you buy them. I mean, maybe you do treat it like an investment.
All right. 248-539-9797. Tigers in action tonight. First game of this 3-game set with Toronto. Jack Flaherty. I think a good start from Jack would be good. I think a good start would do a lot of.
Now would be a good time.
Yeah, it would be a really good time for him to have a good start. I mean, people aren't really talking yet.
No, not talking yet, but I mean, certainly there are concerns about Jack Flaherty and how he's pitched, because we expect better out of Jack Flaherty.
Mm-hmm.
Last year was a bit of a revelation for him and a rebound. And with the Tigers, he had a 2.95 ERA. With the Dodgers, it was a 3.58 ERA, which was light years better than what he had pitched over the previous 3 seasons. And then this year, he's got a 4.61 earned run average. Now, it's not the only metric to look at, but his whip is elevated at a 1.24, compared to under a 1 last year with the Tigers. And maybe it's unfair to just, lump him into what he did last season. Now, you can correct that pretty quickly, but his last 3 starts have not been good. He's given up 13 earned runs in his last 3 starts. So that's been problematic for him. And it's the last 2 are really bad starts with 5 runs and 4 runs respectively. And the last one, he only made it 3 innings against Texas before being yanked. It would be a great time for him to start pitching well. And, one of the issues, I mean, the game against Texas, he gave him 4 home runs to Texas. And it looked like that Texas handed it to the Tigers in that series, winning it 2-1. And the Tigers didn't look very competitive in those 2 losses. And in the Flaherty loss, it was a 10-3 game. So if there's an issue with leaving the pitch up, which would tell me that's what it is. Pitch is staying too good in the zone. It's not getting the movement you want, or he's not locating it certainly where he wants to. The good thing about that against Toronto, even though Toronto's got some big names like Vlad Jr. and Bichette and all these guys and George Springer, Springer leads the team in home runs with 5. That's it. Toronto's not like lighting it up, but neither was Texas until they met Jack Flaherty.
Right.
So let's hope that Jack's much better today.
They could use it for sure. And they're facing a couple right-handers in this series, which is like that lineup the Tigers can put out there against them.
I mean, when you watch the game tonight, you're going to see a lineup, and it's going to be a name lineup, and you're going, wow. Here's Bo Bichette, Vladimir Guerrero Jr., Anthony Santander, George Springer. And then you got the stubby guy, Alejandro Kirk, who just kills the ball when he hits it.
Yeah.
But they're not, that's not nice, say little stubby guy, but that's just how you can see him. But 38 home runs in 43 games, this is not a team that's anywhere near their potential for power. So it feels like you're almost sitting on a powder keg here. Please pitch well tonight. It would give us all much more confidence if you rebound after the bad Texas game, if the bad last two or three starts. Because when the Tigers announced that they had signed Jack Flaherty, we all went nuts.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what a brilliant signing.
Yep.
Signed him last year to one-year deal. They traded him for assets that are actually, one guy's your starting shortstop right now, and he looks great. Another guy is playing a double-A ball, and he's a high-rated prospect. Here we go. And then you get Jack Flaherty back.
You know what doesn't look like a real good take right now? I really would go after Santander and not Bregman. Who said that? What? Who said that?
Yeah. Santander has 5 home runs, 16 RBI, and he's hitting 187 with a 582 OPS. He's a negative .7 WAR. And Alex Bregman's an all-star and potential MVP candidate.
To be fair to the otherwise brilliant person that said it, that brilliant person's concern was over long-term Bregman contract that was out there and thinking Santander would be shorter term, which wasn't as big of a risk. I think that's what that person was really, but early take. That person might be wrong.
You know that person well?
I don't like outing. I don't like.
That's not your business?
That's not. I don't. We don't.
You'd rather just look in the mirror? Introspective?
To contemplate what that person said and whether or not it was correct or incorrect.
Sure, I got you.
Okay. Do you remember Rafael Furcal, shortstop?
Yeah.
Played with the Braves, like 2000 to 2000. I don't remember where he was there for a while. Then he went to the Dodgers, went to the Cardinals, went to Miami, played through 2014. He's been charged with aggravated battery with a deadly weapon and throwing a missile into a public or private dwelling or vehicle.
Throwing a missile?
Throwing a missile. Excuse me?
What?
Yeah.
Are they considered a bottle rocket a missile? Or are we talking this took it off an F-16?
I'd have to think that throwing anything, a projectile, must be how they define throwing a missile. A missile?
An incendiary device that you launch it.
Yeah, was this a Molotov cocktail?
I don't know.
What do you throw? Have you ever heard of throwing a missile?
No. I mean, not in this vernacular. No.
Charged with throwing a missile.
Huh.
Yeah. Let me do a quick search. And what did Rafael Furcal
throw? What?
Right?
A missile.
Rafael Furcal charged with throwing a Scud missile.
That takes some strength.
Yep.
If you can do that.
USA Today, Rafael Furcal arrested. Florida authorities charged with 2 felonies, including...
Oh, this is in Florida.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You don't say. Including throwing a deadly missile into an occupied vehicle. Details of the incident were not immediately available. Furcal, speaking from his home, told reporter Tenchi Rodriguez that the object he used was a rock. Okay. So a rock can be defined in this particular...
missile?
As a missile.
It's a projectile. It's not a missile. Is a rock going to explode?
I would think that there would have to be some exploding feature for something to be dubbed a missile. Like if there were a missile laying here, a live missile laying in our studio, I'd be a little nervous.
I don't think we'd be doing the show today.
But if there were a big rock sitting here in the studio, I wouldn't be worried.
I'm not concerned about a big rock.
Rocks don't blow up.
They don't.
Missiles Missiles blow up.
And if you're going to throw it, it's not going to be a big rock.
Probably not. Throwing a missile in law enforcement, a missile is any object that is thrown at someone or something, but I'd rather just assume he actually threw a missile. That's funny feedback. Yeah, the wording of this kind of caught me off guard. My man's out here throwing missiles at people.
Don't do that.
248-539-9797. All right, Gator, I want to know which you would find more gratifying, okay? Which you would find more gratifying. I'll give you two options.
Okay.
Coming up today at 11:50 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, looking to upgrade your outdoor space? Well, Builders First Source has you covered. With 4 Metro Detroit locations, they specialize in top-quality composite decking, brands that you trust, like Trex, TimberTech, and AZEK. So whether you're a DIY enthusiast or you need a certified installer, their expert team will help you build the perfect deck that stands the test of time. Visit one of their locations today in Lapeer, Auburn Hills, Clinton Township, or Shelby Township and discover why Builders First Source is your go-to for decking. Quality, service, and unbeatable value, that's the Builders First Source promise. Search buildersfirstsource.com.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Hope you're doing well. All right, so the Tigers on the road tonight and taking on Toronto. So this is rivalry week in Major League Baseball. They try and match teams up with their rival. So what do you do here? Because not everybody has an obvious rival. So you do your best, right? So you got the obvious ones. You got the teams that are in the same city playing each other.
Right. Cincinnati, Cleveland, White Sox and Cubs, Yankees,
teams in the
Mets,
same state, yes.
Pirates and Phillies, yeah.
Yeah, there's some obvious. Washington and Baltimore, two cities right next to each other. Tampa and Miami. St. Louis and Kansas City.
Sure.
Houston and Texas.
Yeah.
A lot of these make sense. Then there's sort of the fabricated ones.
Sort of fabricated?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, well, hold on. The obvious ones, the A's in San Francisco, even though the A's aren't in Oakland anymore. L.A. and L.A. play each other.
Yeah, that's a misstep because aren't the Dodgers' biggest rival the Giants?
Probably, but if you take the Giants away from the A's, what do?
Well, let them take on the Angels.
No, you figure it out as best you can, I guess.
Yeah,
I mean, the Padres are playing Seattle, which, by the way, weird thing for me tonight. Go Logan. He's pitching
tonight.
He's pitching tonight against the Padres. My nephew is pitching against the Padres. Team I really like, but I want Logan to do very well.
Yeah, not tonight.
Not tonight. Yep.
I mean, not tonight for the Padres.
Yes. So go get him, Logan.
Yeah, Twins and Brewers.
Yep.
Which makes sense. They're close to each other and got it.
Tigers, Blue Jays. Tigers, Blue Jays.
Well, this is what you're left with, right? Although, I mean, the Tigers and Blue Jays had a great rivalry in the 80s and into the 90s. I don't know if it still is, but it is to the extent that when they play at Comerica Park, Toronto's got a bunch of fans that come in. A lot of Canadians come in for that series. Kind of overwhelming at times.
Yeah.
So I think there is a rivalry there. Clearly, it would be better for the Tigers in Cleveland, Tigers in the White Sox, Tigers in Minnesota, Tigers can't. Something in the division is clearly more of a rivalry now. But Toronto is, I still think of it, because it goes back to my fond memories of this team in the 80s. And you get that 87 series at the end of the season, the end of the regular season. The Tigers needed to win those games to get to the playoffs.
They had to sweep them, right?
Yeah, and they did. And they were, I think they all one-run games or close to it. And it was Frank Tanana had a crazy game, and they got the job done, and then got smoked by the Twins in the playoffs. But the fact is that was a great rivalry series at the end of the season.
So Kang tweeted out the question: do you think of Toronto as a rival? I'll retweet it. Get some traffic on this or more. He's got plenty of traffic. Ghost Malone 90 says, for veteran young guys, yes, it's a rivalry. From Matthew, in the 80s, Jeff writes in, the Tigers' biggest rival when I was a kid, but in no universe are they interleague rivals. From Craig Cunningham. Kind of similar situation to Spartan football. I'd say the Cubs make more sense for us, but they're obviously playing the White Sox. The Jays are probably most sensible choice. Otherwise, it does kind of piss me off when their fans take over Comerica in years when we weren't good. Matt just says no. James says no, not since 1998 when the Tigers joined the AL Central. Jay Sherm says Chicago and Toronto will always be rivals in anything, everything, no matter the sport and or situation. Mason Blue says, not since Frank Tanana game versus the Blue Jays in 87, last I checked.
So it was the last game of the season. They needed the win, and the Tigers won it 1-0. In that game, Jimmy Key, I get it, Jimmy Key. Yeah. Jimmy Key for Toronto threw 8 innings, 3 hits, gave up 1 run, struck out 8, and walked 3. The 1 run he gave was a home run to Larry Herndon. Frank Tanana pitched 9 innings, gave up 6 hits, no runs, 3 walks, 9 strikeouts to finish the season. It was an amazing game, but it's a million years ago, too.
Yeah. This one's great. From Spartan Antiques, Dave Steeb still makes me cringe.
Dave Steeb. Fair enough.
Nope, I'll say no. From DK and B-Man. Jimmy Backwood says no. Gregory says, I feel like Windsorites are more likely to say yes. Blue Jay coverage gets a little silly in Canada, and everyone knows true Ontarians are Tiger fans. Is that true? I want to hear from somebody in Windsor.
I think Windsor fans are more Tiger fans.
Well, yeah,
than Toronto fans.
Windsor, call out to you, Windsor. You a Tiger fan or most of you Blue Jay fans? It's a good question. I do not know the answer to this. Windsor? Talking to you, Windsor. Speaking of Toronto, Gator, I ask you, which will be more gratifying? Because we're kind of in the hate watch portion of the playoffs because we don't have anybody to root for. So which would be more gratifying? If somehow, some way, the Knicks, who are up 3-1 and Boston loses Jason Tatum, which would be more gratifying? If the Knicks blow this series, lose 3 in a row, not going against Tatum, including 2 games, well, I guess it would be only 1 game at home. That, or if Toronto, who jumped out to a 2-0 lead on Florida and have now lost 3 in a row, they play, I believe, tonight. Yeah, it's tonight. If Toronto blows the series against Florida, which would be more gratifying for you?
You know, I thought it was going to be really easy for me just to go ahead and punch the easy button, which is seeing Toronto lose in hockey, because I do enjoy that thoroughly. But when Tatum got hurt, it's like, how could they possibly compete? And then they won the last game without him.
Yep.
And then Ken gave that ridiculous stat that they're 17-0 without Jason Tatum.
That's hard to believe.
In the lineup, including playoffs.
Home games.
Yeah. But this one's in New York. It's different. So it is, I guess what I'll say is it's a lot closer for which one I want more, which one would be more gratifying. They're both being very gratifying. But I'll still go with the Maple Leafs. If they lose tonight, I'll just continue to laugh because they're going to blow the team up. There's a report from one of the writers of The Athletic, Chris Johnston, who says there's zero reason to believe that Mitch Marner is going to sign an extension with the Maple Leafs. That he's apparently tired of everybody, scapegoating him for their failures when it gets to the playoffs, even though he's averaging a point a game in the playoffs.
Well, it's
he
a
had
strong
100-point season.
No, this is a strong case for Toronto because not only is it gratifying watching him choke, it could put one of the best free agents out there on the market, and the Red Wings would be after him. One would think.
Willing to pay him the money that he's going to be due, which would be $12-13 million a year. Steve Yzerman said absolutely when asked would they pursue someone like that. So I'm going to take him at his word. And so that's just the added on factor to that. I want Florida to win this game. I want them to eliminate Toronto again.
And Marner play poorly.
Well, he doesn't have to play poorly. He can play however he wants, just lose.
Yeah. Yeah, my disdain for the Knicks is pretty deep, but I think you just swayed me with the Marner detail. Right? I mean, it actually could impact us.
Yes.
248-539-9797. All right, we got a whole bunch of Windsor calls. Let's see if we can get to the bottom of this Detroit-Toronto thing. How real is this for you? Because I think most Detroiters don't have a whole lot of disdain for Toronto, but we think of Windsor. I'm very proud to claim Windsor-ish. Like not claim Windsor, but we're all in this together,
Love
right?
Windsor.
Yeah. Damon on 97.1 a ticket. Hi, Damon.
How's it going, guys?
Good.
Listen, Windsor is our furthest suburb anyway. Let's just be real. For one, I've been living in Toronto over the last 20 years, and I didn't notice myself until I came here. Toronto, before the team, everybody here was Tigers fans, all the way to Niagara Falls. So I'm talking Niagara Falls, Toronto, London, and Windsor. So it is a rivalry because when this team came around, I guess up here, everybody was kind of confused. They didn't know if they wanted to be a fan of the Toronto Jays, the Blue Jays, or not.
So you're talking about pre-expansion. You're talking about 1976 and before.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, but it's there. Like the people, I talk to people now, and they're like, "Oh man, I'm going with a buddy right now. He's from Windsor. He bought tickets for us to go to the game tomorrow, but he's a Tigers fan. He's not a Blue Jays fan.
Interesting. All right.
And he lives here now.
I mean,
he didn't he didn't turn his back on the Tigers, right? I'm from Detroit. I went to Detroit Persian. There's no way. I'm a homer in all of our sports.
I still think there's a rivalry. It's just I don't think it's what it was, but I think there is definitely still a rivalry.
Doughboy in the house.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, a lot of.
Sorry, go ahead, Damon.
I think
we lost him. All right. Jake in Windsor, you're next on 97 a ticket. Hi, Jake.
Hey, guys. Good morning. How's it going?
Great.
I've lived in Windsor all my life, and I got to say, probably 8 out of 10 people in Windsor are Tigers fans.
Okay.
You see that odd Toronto fan. But regarding other sports like the Lions, the Pistons, and the Red Wings, well, actually hockey-wise, I think we have more Toronto fans here than we have Wings fans. But everyone here supports Detroit. Like the other guy said, we're pretty much a suburb of Detroit. Also, another thing was the Montreal Expos before they moved to Washington. I think a lot of Ontarians were fans of Montreal, but then when they moved, everyone became a Tigers fan, I believe, down here.
Really? Why did they like Montreal more than Toronto?
It's like the hockey thing too. Like down here in Windsor, like you either get Detroit fans, Montreal fans, or Toronto fans. Those three. That's it.
Okay.
I don't know what it is with Montreal, but there was huge fans of Montreal Expos back in the day.
Detroit is matched up with Toronto, Major League Baseball's rivalry weekend. Is this a real rivalry? Most Detroiters, when we tweeted out the question, and Kang was the one who tweeted out, our producer, most Detroiters said not really, but we want to know from Windsor, is there a pull there between Detroit? Is that a more of a rivalry? 248-539-9797. Get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Are you going to eat that at 12:35 here on 97.1 The Ticket?
Speaking of hate watching, you hate watching the PGA Championship too against the live players?
Yes. But, you know, I'm rooting for Ryan, obviously. Ryan Linehan, local guy I know, and fired up for him. But it's tough, man, because, you know, he's
not likely to make the cut.
No, he's not likely to make the cut. He's going to have a rough morning, but it's the PGA, right? I mean,
he's tied with Phil Mickelson right now.
Well, that's what I told him last night. I said, hey, dude, you had the same score as Dustin Johnson.
Here's who he's tied with right now. He's tied with Justin Rose,
yeah,
Phil Mickelson, and he's ahead of guys like Dustin Johnson. So that's pretty cool.
Yep.
Well, you're probably not going to make the cut, but you can say that you beat those guys, and that's all right with me.
Yeah, man. I mean, a bad day at work for you is better than every day at work for all the rest of us.
They're at the PGA Championship. It's amazing. What a thrill.
Yep, really cool. But yeah, I don't root for the live guys.
No, not at all. Not even a little.
Yep.
Failure.
By the way, I don't want to pass this along to the person who had the take that Santander would make more sense than Bregman and the Tigers taking on Santander.
Uh-huh.
But there's a story that was just posted from Fansided. 10 offseason moves MLB teams are already regretting. Number 1, Anthony Santander, Toronto Blue Jays, 5 years, $92.5 million. Somebody, man, had a bad take.
And maybe now you know why it was the average, on that is whatever it is, $19, $18 million. Now you know. As opposed to, wait a minute, those numbers would tell you he deserves to get like a $25, $30 million a year contract.
To be fair, Bregman also made the list.
As what?
As one of the deals that teams are already regretting.
They're regretting it?
Yes, because of the toxic situation they've created with Rafael Devers. And that the Red Sox might be forced to trade Devers at a loss. But
well, I mean, Devers is still playing.
Yeah.
And he's still hitting.
Toxic situation.
They did get swept by the Tigers.
Toxic situation. All right, 248-539-9797. Back to your open line calls. Josh and Warren, you're on 97 to Ticket. Hi, Josh.
All right, fellas. I know this is going to be a little sacrilege, what I'm about to say. And I know, Doug, you've had your moment the last couple of weeks with Boston.
Yeah.
But I'm not rooting for the Maple Leafs, but I'm kind of like pushing my rooting interest towards them to make it to the Cup for the simple fact of I just need to see a team as cursed as the Lions make it. All right, because I've seen the Cubs make it, and there's belief. You've seen the Red Sox win it, there's belief. You see all these teams that have these horrid paths like the Lions make it to the promised land. It gives you a little bit more hope with your team because I still haven't really recovered from San Francisco loss because we were a half away from the promised land. And now it feels like we're taking steps back. And, we didn't make it there last year. And, this year's uncertain. So it's like one of those things where it's like you need to see it happen. And that's the only reason why I'm kind of rooting for Toronto.
No, that's a really interesting mental mind game you've played with yourself. I kind of get where you're coming from because
I don't want to live in the misery because, misery loves company. And if you're just rooting for them to be bad and it's just like that mind frame of like you just need to see a team get over the hurdle like our team we have in our own town that has never been there. And when was the last time Toronto? The 60s? None of us were even alive for it.
Yeah, no, I hear where you're coming from. I guess I don't want the Lions to be like the last of the cursed teams. You know what I mean? I'll feel grim if we're the last of the cursed teams. You're manufacturing hope in watching one of these cursed teams have success. I would start to feel like, God, we are the cursed of the cursed.
Well, because there's a few of us left. You got Toronto, you got Cleveland, you have the Lions, and a few of the expansion teams. But like the historical base foundation of this country that has never won a championship, you just need to get off that list. And when you see teams finally get off that list, you're just like, okay, it could be our year. And that's the only thing that's got going for me with this team.
All right, cool. Hey, thanks for the phone call, Josh. 248-539-9797. So we were talking, if people just joining us and didn't know what that was in reference to, we asked what would be more gratifying, watching a rival a team that we go way back with, the Toronto Maple Leafs, blow a 2-0 series lead and lose to Florida tonight, or watching the Celtics come back from 3-1 down, losing their best player and upsetting the Knicks with having to win 3 games without Jason Tatum. Be pretty. I mean, that would be one of the all-time biggest gag jobs ever if the Knicks can't get this done.
It would be, yeah. I mean, it's handed to them.
Yep.
Best players out of the series for Boston.
Handed.
Just take it.
Handed. Kang, you're laughing behind
No,
the
I was
glass.
just going to say tonight, the Knicks game is the highest priced ticket in Knicks history.
Is it really?
Yeah. So there'll be a lot of disappointed.
Oh, considering when was the last time they were relevant?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this obviously plays in,
John
current time.
Starks?
Yeah, probably.
So correct me if I'm wrong. This would, if the Knicks lose tonight, that means a bunch of rich New Yorkers would be disappointed.
Exactly. That's why I brought it up.
Oh, see Spike Lee being upset.
I got to tell you, that is really, really an attractive scenario.
Ben Stiller had nice things to say about Detroit, though. Can't be mad at Ben.
I know. Plus, he made Severance.
Dude. So, Gator, he's not the only one. Doug, I'm talking about Doug. Like the Severance crowd, man, they love Severance.
They don't
love
stop
it.
talking about it.
Hold on. I know I don't want to get you hostile towards it, so I don't bring it up very much.
I'm trying not to get hostile, and because I really do want to start watching an episode to see how I feel about it.
There's nothing worse than somebody constantly telling you, dude, you got to watch The Wire. You got to watch. No, stop. You got to go home today. Don't do anything else and start watching The Wire.
Probably should.
Because then I get home, then the next day you show up at work. Did you watch The Wire? No, I didn't watch The Wire.
Wire's pretty good.
But I'm not, I wouldn't do this. Yeah, dude, I was thinking about, I got a lot of catching up to do, and we're about to be empty nesters. I might have to watch The Wire. But that's the
Not
one that
because
got,
you told me to.
So I'm making sure I don't do that to you.
No, you're not. You're not. It's just, it's funny. Like, we can get you going. Just mention the word Severance, and you light up. You get all excited.
Little Zolly. Next thing I know, I don't remember anything. Okay. Gator. Did you see what they announced the Tigers are doing? They announced this morning. Ludacris is coming to Detroit.
From Fast and Furious fame?
For a post-game concert on Friday, June 13th.
He's going to fly in on the Fiero?
Was he the one that drove the Fiero in that movie?
He was riding shotgun in the Fiero.
Was it Tyrese that
I
was
think
driving?
Tyrese was driving. Yeah,
Tyrese was steering.
Tyrese was steering the Fiero in space.
In space.
Because that's how it would work.
The wheels. You got to turn the wheels.
Turn the wheel. It's the most ridiculous movie in the history of cinema. And yet it's awesome.
Did he brake? He hit the brakes to slow down in space?
No, you can only try to gain speed is what he was trying to do. He had to get out there quickly. They had to get to this satellite or whatever the hell. I don't even know what the premise was.
All right, so the Tigers tweet out 2 hours ago, Ludacris is coming to Detroit for a post-game concert on Friday, June 13th. Make the most of your experience with VIP and special ticket packages. Don't act the fool and get your tickets now. Aren't Friday nights firework nights?
Yep.
Oh, Luda's going to tell the stage people to move, bitch, get out the way, right? With the fireworks. Luda!
So Tony Paul had a follow-up tweet. Post-game concert June 13th. Fans can get access to the field for the show.
Oh, I don't think that's a good idea.
And
yet,
that's
it's
my
like,
first
if you're doing a
thought.
concert, that's kind of what you would do, right?
I don't know that letting the fans on the field, I'm going to assume if they play at home on Friday, they also play at home on Saturday.
Uh-huh.
What could possibly go wrong?
Well, this is curious. So I wonder if they'll just put like the tarp on the infield and let the fans be on the infield.
It's a game against Cincinnati, and they have a 1:10 start the next day.
That does not give them a lot of time to recover.
No. I'm not sure this is a great idea.
You going to go?
I don't know where I'm going to be June 13th. I probably will. It depends. We got baseball tournament that weekend. I don't know what I'll be doing, but by 7:10, we might have a night game. We'll see.
Yeah, I don't know if I'll make it.
We shall see. Well, I get tickets because Ludacris is doing a post-game concert.
I mean, Flag Day's the next day. It's a kind of
You'll be in Flag Day preparations.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of a big day.
Thanks for pointing that out.
Yeah.
Now everybody knows.
Gator, if you go to this concert post game, you should actually wear your cleats. This is the time. Finally, man.
There we go.
So, Gator famously wore cleats to, was it Monsters of Rock at the Silverdome?
That's right.
And he wore cleats. The reasoning was?
You got to be prepared if something goes down.
Just in case.
Yeah.
In case he had to make any cuts.
Right. Dumbest idea ever.
And how sore were the feet?
Standing for a 14-hour concert, wearing cleats. Not smart.
How many hundreds of people saw you that day and thought, is Buddy wearing cleats?
Probably, yeah. I mean, it was not my smartest decision as a 18-year-old.
We got another edition of Are You Going to Eat That coming up today at 12:35. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Michigan auto accident attorneys. They care more, so you win more. That's why I would recommend our guy Steve and his crew to anybody that I know that would be in need of an auto or truck accident lawyer. And then because they specialize, they've recovered more $1 million auto accident results than any other lawyer or law firm in Michigan. They are the best when it comes to this. Educated consumers will choose Michigan Auto Law. Do your research and learn more at autolaw.com. Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Gator, I got some percentages here. Some percentages.
Okay, let's go.
Detroit Lions based.
More math.
Now that the schedule has been released, that has allowed The Athletic to use Austin Meek's NFL projection model, which forecasts the quality for each team and then simulates each game of the regular season and playoffs until a Super Bowl champion emerges. They ran 100,000 season scenarios. 100,000. And they came up with who wins the most times, right? As you would expect.
Sure.
How many times out of 100,000 scenarios do you think the Lions won the Super Bowl?
10% would be 10,000.
Mm-hmm.
That's math.
Yep, well done.
Thank you. 7,852.
Kang, out of 100,000 scenarios, you think it's more or less than 7,852 times that the...
I will say less.
Less. It is less, but not by much. 6,500 times.
Ooh, I win the Showcase Showdown. I bet $1.
Well, we'd probably have to go. We were both over.
No, you were over. I bet $1.
Sure.
Did you hate the dollar bidders?
Yeah. I couldn't stand them. I'm like, just go $1. Just how about make it reasonable? You know
what? You know what it is?
The lowest bid is $600. Don't go $1. How about you go $300?
One thing I've discovered about Gator hates loophole guy.
Yep.
Hates loophole guy.
Though I understand what you're saying, you go $1 to cover all your bases, man. Why even take that chance?
Bring it up a little bit. You're fine. You're gonna be okay.
So if somebody went $2, you'd be better with that? Clearly not. All right, so the Ravens won it 11.9% of the time. The Bills won it 10.1% of the time. The Chiefs won it 9.9% of the time. The Eagles won it 7.8% of the time. Then the Lions 6.5% of the time. So the Eagles and Lions were the first two teams in the NFC with the most of these projections winning the Super Bowl.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you asked me how many times the Eagles would win it.
No, I did not.
Oh.
What NFC team do you think is next? Eagles 1, Lions 2. What
Washington.
NFC team do you think is next? You go Washington?
Washington.
Kang, do you agree or disagree? You think it's going to be Washington? Actually, no, let's not do it this way. Washington is wrong. Kang, you're up.
Oh.
What NFC team won it the next most number of times?
Not my choice, but I think the simulations say the Rams.
The Rams is wrong. Gator, you're up.
Green Bay.
Green Bay is wrong. Back to Kang.
The 49ers.
Correct.
Boo.
Yeah.
They suck. Come on. That's not going to
happen. They got an
easy
easy schedule this year on paper.
Which is a dangerous game to play, but...
That's why I said on paper.
Yeah, no, you covered your base.
You still got to play playoff games.
That's my $1 bid.
49ers 5.7% of the time. Packers 5.1. Rams 5.0. Buccaneers 4.1. Commanders 3.3.
No respect for the team that got to the NFC Championship.
I mean, none. Bears 0.9% of the time. There were three teams that were less than 0.1%. Jets, Browns, and Titans.
All AFC teams.
Yep. Giants were at 0.1. Saints were at 0.1.
Saying there's a chance.
Yep. So they also projected the average number of wins. Lions' average number of wins was 10.3, which is on mark with the 10.5, the 10.5. You know what I was trying to square? Yeah, from Vegas. Sorry, that's the over-under. I'm trying to square this. I saw somebody printed up point spreads for every Lions games, every one of the Lions games.
Mm-hmm.
They're the favorite in 12 of the 15 games, 12 of the 17 games. So they're the underdog 5 times. But the over-under is 10.5. Now, I believe it's the Bills are favored in every game. And their over-under, I believe, is 11.5. Does that mean Vegas is sending the message, take the over with these teams?
I don't know. I think like everybody else, you know that you can say, okay, this team should be favored, but we know that doesn't mean they're going to win.
Of course.
And every team loses games that they expect to win and wins games they expect to lose. That's just how it works. So I don't know if it says to that. I mean, maybe it does for the Bills more so.
Somebody on Twitch wants to know what bothers you more: $1 bidder,
okay,
or if Gator bid $400, the next guy bids $401.
That's a bitch move, but I would say it is. I think the $1 bidder bothers me more.
Bothers you more than the guy that basically takes you out and gives you no chance to win?
All right, you convinced me. That guy. He
Yeah.
sucks. They both suck.
I mean, the guy that goes last
has all the advantage. Yeah.
All the advantage.
Yeah.
Because you can either go the $1 or you could just $1 higher than the highest bidder. It's kind of like, it feels like you're betting the field there a little bit, doesn't it?
100%. Yeah.
Yep. Would you do it? Could you bring yourself to do it?
If somebody bids 400, I got the last bid. I go 401.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I want the showcase showdown. Okay. I want to spin the giant wheel to get me there. Right.
Yep.
I want all of it. I want to make the putt. I want to climb the mountain. I want to play Plinko. I want to do it all.
I saw something
But I
circulating.
can't do any of that
unless you get up
if
on
I don't
stage.
get up on stage.
I can't remember if it was Walmart or Costco, but something was circulating online that you can buy a giant Plinko board now.
I think it was Costco.
Was it?
Yeah, they have everything.
Would you get a Plinko board?
Might have to.
Yeah.
Might have to.
It would be so much fun at parties.
Oh yeah.
To turn it into a drinking game.
Oh, dude, they call it Drinko.
Do they?
Yeah.
Oh, so this is
Oh yeah,
not
this is a thing. Yeah, not original. Sorry,
Okay.
Doug.
No, it's okay. At least I didn't say sign. At least I didn't say sign Anthony Santander.
No, who would say that,
No, who would
Doug?
say that? No. Who would say that, Doug? Yeah, a giant Plinko board for drinking.
Drinko sounds like it's fun.
Yeah, there's a couple ways you can do this. You could put like different drinks at the bottom, line them up, and then whatever the
Different shots.
Yep.
Or,
Oh,
or
yeah.
outcomes like you do like you get a shot of tequila, a shot of whiskey. You have to do a
motor oil,
lemon drop,
No,
or
don't.
cement mixer, or shotgun of beer, whatever, or beer bong, whatever, all those stuff. Or politely sip
water.
Right.
You could have water as an option.
You could.
It is an option.
Yeah, I mean that might be what you want eventually if you keep playing Drinko.
I did try new beer last night.
And
it was spectacular.
Oh.
It is. It might be my favorite beer now.
Wow.
Yeah.
Right to the top, huh?
Yeah. Both has
It's quite a debut.
flavor and long haul capabilities.
Okay.
Because it's a light, but it's Oberon light. First time I had. I bought a 6-pack of it a few weeks ago and hadn't gotten to it. And I cracked one open last night. It is absolutely delicious.
Really?
It seems more citrusy than a normal Oberon is.
Intriguing.
And yet it's light, and it's a long haul. I really, really enjoyed that. It is absolutely going to be my go-to for the summer.
Okay. Good to know. I haven't tried it yet.
Oberon Light gets a huge thumbs up for me.
right.
For me.
Yeah,
Everybody's
very
got different tastes.
Sure.
But big fan.
I'll give it a
Huge
shot.
fan of it.
It's more than a thumbs up. It sounds like this is number one.
Yeah, it is.
Debut in the charts, my
It
friend.
is. It goes right It to the is.
Yeah,
top.
I know, right?
Yeah. I don't like the tall, skinny can. It's in the tall, skinny can. Don't like those
pour it
as
into
much.
pour it into a cold mug.
Yeah, I can do that.
Twin Peaks style.
I can get over
freeze
it.
freeze that mug for 6 hours.
But it's something I'm going to look forward to all summer long.
All right, another edition of Are You Going to Eat That coming up at 12:35 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Carson Anderson, 97, won a ticket. Today's a great national day. You know, we had National Taco Day and National Beer Day. Today's a really, really good one. And we will get to that coming up shortly. Did you see the headline, man found pleasuring himself inside Lowe's display shed?
I did see that. The headline. The headline.
Yep.
You didn't actually see that.
I did not see it. No, I was not in Georgia.
Yes, it was in Jasper, Georgia. James Kaliavis, 66-year-old Georgia man, pleasuring himself at a Lowe's. Was it the Makita? Was it the Scott's Turf Builder? What was it?
Was it a Poulan?
What was it, man?
Was it one of those battery-operated blowers? That's not what it's used for. I need to test this out in the shed. Good God, man. A Lowe's, huh?
Yeah, at a Lowe's.
You guys ever see a guy walk through the garden section and smack the bag of mulch? You may have took this a little too far.
The topsoil? Yep.
Yep, that's
firm topsoil.
That is firm.
I'm ready to plant a seed.
Oh, God.
I'm just saying, you grow flowers. What are we talking about?
Is that what it is?
I mean, not that guy's case. I'm going to slap some topsoil. It's a whole different meaning with this guy.
Well, there you go. Careful, watch out at the Lowe's.
Is that why they got rid of the hot dogs at Lowe's?
I think it was Home Depot.
Well,
and they're back, aren't they?
Lowe's used to have them, too.
Did they?
Yeah.
Did you say Ho Depot?
Oh, man. That was not a headline I was expecting to read this morning.
No.
I saw that. I was like, wow. I didn't put it on my show sheet, but you and I independently came up with the same story there.
Yep. All right, you ready for another edition of Are You Going to Eat That?
You know I am.
We got a lot of stuff today. A lot to work our way through.
Okay. So I'm having a snack here during the commercial break, so I am hungry.
Here we go. Start at McDonald's. They got a new flavor of McFlurry, the birthday cake McFlurry, made with creamy vanilla soft serve and blended with frosted cake-flavored confetti cookie dough pieces and birthday cake-flavored syrup. The birthday cake McFlurry. Gator, are you going to eat that?
100% I would, but you also know that it'll never be operable. Because every time you go to ask for a McFlurry, sorry, machine's not working. Mm-hmm. So, I mean,
Seems
it's
to be
bit
a
of
common ailment.
Bit of a tease.
Yep. Kang, the birthday cake McFlurry. Are you going to eat that?
I mean, I'm exactly what Gator just said. I would love to when available.
Yeah.
Like, this guy, he's more load management than an NBA player. Never available.
I mean, never.
Never.
I'm a no, and the standard is always, does it sound better than a Dairy Queen Blizzard to me? And if the answer is no, I'm probably never going to get that.
I mean, it sounds the same as a Dairy Queen Blizzard.
Dairy Queen.
It's literally a Dairy Queen Blizzard.
Well, I will say
think
this
they have a
about-
birthday cake Blizzard.
And I would never order the birthday cake one either. So
Fair enough.
I'm out. Krispy Kreme
Yep.
has released some new donuts,
Yep.
including the Pac-Man Party Donut. The original glazed donut is piped with yellow buttercream flavored icing, sprinkled with celebration sprinkles, and topped with a Pac-Man piece.
What piece of Pac-Man are we talking about? 100%. Yeah. It's, first of all, Krispy Kreme, you had me there. It's a glazed donut. Yep. You're going to add to it with some buttercream frosting. Uh-huh. Game on. And then you decorate with some sprinkles and make it a Pac-Man theme. Who wants that donut? This guy. Hell yes.
Kang, you?
Oh, give me Pac-Man. Give me Miss Pac-Man. Give me it all. I'm not even a donut guy, but that sounds delicious.
Pac-Man fever.
Yes, and I am a no. I literally can't remember the last time.
What
I
if
had
I
a
told you it was bendable? It's like
There
Flex
is some
Seal.
pliability to a donut, yeah.
Does that change your mind at all? I mean,
No.
comparing that to the protein,
No, I'm good. Next
the
up,
fake Pop-Tart, the fart, as we call it.
how about this? Bloomerangs.
All right, you're going to have to explain. Because that
Outback-
sounds like something I don't want to look up.
Outback Steakhouse has come out with something called the fried mozzarella bloomerang.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying.
It says fried mozzarella, breaded and fried with the seriously irresistible bloomin' onion spices and served with a side of marinara. And then the story goes on to say, they just might bring about world peace. Gator, the bloomerang.
Sweet Jesus, yes. Oh, my God. How many of these can we get at a time? Could we just keep peeling them off like the bloomin' onion? Like, oh, here's another petal of delicious cheese?
Well, have you ever had, like, fried mozzarella? It's like it's not in a petal. It's just
I understand. I just wondered if they were doing it like that. But no, it's the fried mozzarella stick with the yes. God, yes.
Can you?
Yeah, man. Who doesn't like cheese sticks? Like
Come
fried
on.
cheese sticks, mozzarella sticks.
Doug's
Oh
in
wait,
on this.
I think we know the guy.
No, Doug's in. He's in.
I think I'd actually have to
Yeah.
try
Oh,
this.
yes.
Yeah, this sounds too good. Next up, Texas Roadhouse is coming out with 3 brand new dips. I'll just give you one of them. The fried pickle dip tastes like the tart and deep savory flavors of golden fried pickles. It is a dip, like fried pickles. Gator, you're going to eat that.
I like fried pickles, but a dip for what? What am I dipping in this? French fries? What am I dipping?
I don't know, whatever you want.
I mean, I'd
You
give it a
buy it at a
shot.
grocery store and bring it home, so you can use it however you want.
I mean, if somebody had it, I would try it, and if I liked it, I would go get it. But I would try this.
Would you?
I love dips. I like dipping. Like if I have a hamburger, I got it. I don't necessarily. I put a little bit of mustard and ketchup on the burger, but I also put on the side and I dip the burger in that. So if I got this, like a fried pickle dip, it's almost like I'm envisioning that to be like a Big Mac sauce type thing, right? With a little kick to it. So I would dip this. Get some chicken tenders.
Dude, it was yes or no. Kang, so Gator's a yes. Kang, are you going to eat this?
I'm a yes.
I'm a dip guy too, but exception every rule. I'm not a pickle guy. You know this, so I'm out on this because of the pickle flavor.
Kenny, you in? Yeah,
Oh, Kenny's a huge pickle.
look at this. Look, that
Yes,
was,
absolutely. My girlfriend made something similar to this the other weekend, and we were dipping chips in it. I think we actually did dip chicken nuggets in it. It was so good. Elite dip, I got to tell you.
All right, well, I'm a no. I don't like pickle stuff, pickle flavored stuff, so I'm out. Next up, Mountain Dew and Papa John's.
okay.
They got a collab here on a Cinna Dirty Soda Kit.
What?
Cinna Dirty Soda Kit. Dirty sodas have become all the rage. While there's no exact definition for a dirty soda, it's understood that a dirty soda is one that's mixed or topped with syrup, juice, or cream. The limited edition Cinna Dirty Soda is a blend of citrus soda and pepperoncini flavor.
So is it a Chini Dirty? Is that what it is?
I guess brings together the vibrant citrus flavor with Papa John's signature pepperoncini kick, culminating in a fizzy, tangy concoction that's as addictive as your latest binge-watching obsession. The Cinna Dirty Mountain Dew Papa John's collab soda. Gator, you're going to try this.
I haven't said this in a while, but that's a no for me, dog. Absolutely not. No, I mean, pepperoncinis, I'm not the biggest fan of them. Every once in a while, they make sense. A little brightness, a little bite flavor. If I put it on pizza, I don't mind it with the right other ingredients on a pizza. But other than that, I'm not a big pepperoncini guy.
Okay.
And you're going to mix that with Mountain Dew? It sounds disgusting.
Well, Kang?
Well, I'm actually a big fan of Mountain Dew, and I do enjoy the peppercini, but not together. This sounds not a good idea. I don't want carbonated spiciness. I feel like it makes it worse.
Yeah.
I'm out on this.
Yeah, it's
man.
really, I think this sounds really weird, but
What if it was packed with protein, Doug?
I might try it. And finally, Gator, Miller Lite has re-collaborated with Kingsford Charcoal, the Kingsford Miller Lite Beer Coal. How's the beer coal made? The brand shared in a joint statement that it's crafted by infusing the legendary performance of Kingsford Original Charcoal with real Miller Lite, delivering a bold, smoky taste to every bite. Gator, will you try the beer-infused charcoal briquette, Kingsford and Miller Lite?
No. No, I don't have,
Kang,
a
you?
wood-fired grill, so even if I did, I wouldn't do this. It's just seems like a waste. Just give me the charcoal. I'll add the flavor with other stuff. What beer-flavored charcoal? What the hell is that?
Kang, you?
No, I'm out. I would just pour beer on whatever I need to want to taste like beer.
I want to marinate my chicken in beer. I'll marinate in...
What's next? White Claw charcoal?
Yeah, give it time.
Only the kids would like that.
This might be a first. 2 no's, and I'm a yes. I'll give this a shot. Miller Lite's my favorite long haul beer. I'll give it a shot. I'm always trying new stuff on the grill.
I like Miller Lite as well, but as we both know, and as anybody has ever had a Miller Lite, there's not a ton of flavor to it.
Yeah, but I'm intrigued to this combination here. There are other ways to do it. Obviously, you can flavor and dip your food in it, and a beer can chicken or something like this.
Yeah.
I want to see what this is all about, and I do like experimenting on the grill, which brings us to what today is. Today is National Barbecue Day. National Barbecue Day. We want to know right now at 248-539-9797, what is your personal barbecue hack? What have you come up with that you or everybody else loves? That you do, either you invented or it's your signature barbecue hack. 248-539-9797. We will get to that coming up at 12:50. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, I got to tell you, when you go for a car buying experience, it can be just a pain. You don't like dealing with it. You don't want to haggle, and sometimes you're just confused with the whole experience, right? Well, that's not the case at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield. These folks make it easy and they make it fun. In fact, right now they've got 2 incredible lease specials that are hard to beat. You can drive home in a 2025 Equinox EV for only $249 a month with just $1,499 down. It's for 24 months. Or if you need a truck that works as hard as you do, you got a 2025 Silverado 2FL, also $249 a month for 24 months, and it's got the same down payment. And that includes the taxes and the fees. That's huge. Plus, Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield, they've got over 500 vehicles in stock, so you're not stuck with just a few options. And they're open on Saturdays for sales and service with no appointment needed. And heads up, their Memorial Day sale lasts all month long. So now is the perfect time to make your move. You'll see what I mean when you stop by Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield. They treat you right. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield. Together, let's drive.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, open lines, 248-539-9797. Okay, so today is National Barbecue Day, and we're looking for your barbecue hack. What is it that you do that's unique or something you saw online that has become your staple? You're either known for it, maybe you invented it. Like when people say, you know what he does really well? What is it on the barbecue that you do very well? And I will tell you, there's a couple things that there's an Ace Hardware I go to that carries all kinds of different wood chunks, like
pellets.
No, not the pellets.
Okay.
Big wood chunks.
Wood chunks. I gotcha.
That you can get hickory, you can get apple, you can get I love mixing that in with the charcoal. I get the chunk charcoal and put it in the green egg, and then the wood chunks to give it that real smoky flavor.
Sure.
In fact, I brought in food here like leftovers, and I'll just open it up, and you can, Gator, you've commented on, you can smell it.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I don't know that I can barbecue without doing that again, but I will say this, Kang, I give you a ton of credit for the griddle idea. When you first brought up the griddle, I'm like, what is this? Come on, this isn't really going to be a thing. It is so a thing. It is so a thing. A, and B, we did something we'd never done before with the griddle recently. We made a pasta dish on it where we got like the cheese-filled whatever.
Ravioli.
Ravioli, thank you. Cheese-filled ravioli. And we put it frozen on the griddle. We did peppers, onions, little steak seasoning, diced up some sausage, turkey sausage. Actually, it was chicken sausage. But anyway, we diced them up, cooked them on the griddle, and then cooked the ravioli on the griddle.
Yeah, it was frozen, you said, right? So I'm imagining the moisture helped cook it, cook the raviolis on there.
It was
help steam them up.
So good.
And yeah, you could do pasta on the griddle, man.
Did you cover the pasta?
Yes.
Okay.
You do. Yep.
That sounds good.
Yep.
It sounds good. I'm not when I think barbecue, I think of low and slow, doing something forever, or you pulled pork, something like that. But I also understand for us, it means kind of grilling, and you're grilling stuff. I don't do a ton of it.
Yeah.
And when I redid my kitchen, I have an indoor grill as part of my stovetop. I also have the flat top, which is cool too. Mm-hmm. But what my hack is just with hamburgers, and it's real simple. It's just I take probably a good teaspoon, maybe 2 teaspoons of like A1 steak sauce for my burgers.
Okay.
I put I make like a little hole in the middle of a ball of the ground beef, and then I pour the A1 in there, and then I'll close it, and then I'll form the patty, and it ends up keeping the entire patty moist, and they turn out awesome. It's a fantastic hamburger.
You do it like the filler in a donut.
Kind of, yeah.
Interesting.
Kind of like that.
Kang, you got a barbecue hack or a grilling hack?
I was just talking to Kenny about my hack. My hack is I try not to be the one grilling.
Smart.
Like I want to just be the guy eating.
Yeah.
Yeah, right?
Have the beer next to the guy who's cooking.
Yes.
Come on, Dad. Step up, Dad.
Like that guy, he is just, everyone's always like, is it done yet? They're hovering. They go walk over. They start picking off the grill. You know what I mean? Like it's back off. All right. And then you're the last person to eat.
And you wonder why your youngest girl hates you.
Hey, leaders eat last.
Plus is that the saying?
But you also sit. It's true. You're sitting next to the grill with a beer.
You should be.
And that's why. Is it ready yet? Not even close.
I'll let you know when it's
This
ready.
has 3 more beers to go before it's ready.
Keep drinking.
What is your barbecue hack or your grilling hack? 248-539-9797. It is National Barbecue Day. We go to Steve. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Steve?
Hey, guys. I'm going to try not to choke up here, but several years ago, I lost my brother-in-law to brain cancer. Oh, man. And before he died, we were up at my camper. We were smoking chicken. And we took a whole layer of Italian sausage and we put it on the rack above the chicken.
Okay.
And it just dripped.
I was going to say,
the
it drips
Italian
down.
sausage all over the chicken. And it created this most wonderful thing. And to this day, when the family gets together, we still make it. And it's officially called Oh My Todd. And it is, you got to try it. If you've never tried it, Italian sausage dripping down on chicken. And think of my brother-in-law, Todd, while you're doing it.
That sounds awesome, Steve. I know Doug's not going to do that because it's Italian sausage, but the idea, you can appreciate the idea.
I can appreciate the idea, and I can appreciate the story.
The sentiment's great, too.
Yeah, may Todd rest in peace. What a great story.
That's awesome.
Yep.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. 248-539-9797.
I like that hack. Good hack there.
And oh my Todd is pretty sweet. Tim on a cell, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Tim?
Hey, what's going on, guys? I know you guys are outdoorsy and a little bit sitting on the lake all day, but I got a hack for ribs. So we used to go up north, feeding a lot of people, so like 6 slabs, and you get those metal tins from wherever, those aluminum tins. Good aluminum foil. You rip off the back skin, the bone side, put a bone side down in these foil pans, and then you mix up a pitcher of barbecue sauce and orange juice. And then you fill the pans up where it's just touching the bones a little bit, maybe 3/4 of an inch. Cover them, stick them in the oven for literally at 200 for about 6 hours. And you go on the boat, enjoy your day, have fun, come back in, you take them out, but you gotta let them sit. So you gotta get all the juice out, you let them sit. They firm back up, because if you just eat them then, they'll just fall off the bone, which I don't really like. They'll firm back up. Then you grill them with barbecue sauce. It's a set it and forget it.
I often talk about the decisions I make when it comes to food where I really think I miss out is ribs. I know you're not a ribs guy. You don't like the mess.
Don't like the mess.
But whenever like on game days and people are smoking ribs, I'm walking to the stadium to work and I smell that. I'm like,
there's no denying that smell.
That
is amazing.
smell is incredible.
Yeah. As I've gotten a little bit older, I'm more open to ribs than I was, like, say, 5 years ago. These kinds of recipes, they always intrigue me. It's like, because it's simple. You low temperature, low and slow, throw it in an oven for a while, and then finish them off on a grill with some kind of sauce. Makes sense to me. I'd probably hold off on a sauce and I'd just use it as a dipping sauce so I can really maximize the sauce. I hear you. I understand.
I'm missing out.
Oh, they taste better than they smell, Doug.
Yeah, well, they smell incredible. Rob, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Rob.
Hey, how you guys doing?
We're great.
So I do an apple smoked prime rib.
Ooh.
Basically, what I do is roll out the prime rib, long slice it, roll it open, put basically a thin cinnamon sugar and apple slices, roll it back together, salt, pepper, garlic, a couple of garlic cloves too on the inside from time to time. Some people actually really like it that way. And then I will slow smoke that puppy until it's about 128 degrees. Then I'll flame braise it, and I typically slow smoke it with 3, because you got a BGE, so you do 3 hickory and 3 apple crisscross from each other, and then a little bit of apple cider vinegar, red wine, and water in a steam pan below it, and then just flame braise it at the end, or sear it however you want. But I typically will flame braise it. And I have done, no joke, certified that I can prove that I have 4 tons of prime rib for people.
4 what?
4 tons?
4 tons?
4 tons. I have done over 8,000 pounds of prime rib. And I could say that is the one that's most asked for.
Wow, that's a lot of prime rib.
BGE, is it a big green egg? Is that what that is?
I think that's what he meant. Yeah, that's what I was.
Just so people understand. Smoker type thing.
From Marlin and Walled Lake, when it comes to barbecuing, there's nothing better than a burger, in my opinion. And what I've done, I do my normal seasoning, salt, pepper, and I put A1 steak sauce before grilling it. When it's done, it tastes absolutely fantastic. It's a game changer. So he's just like you. Puts the A1 in there. My barbecue hack is microwaving my chicken pieces for 5 to 7 minutes, so it only takes 30 to 40 minutes on the grill. That's from Pops and the D. I love grilling a burger inside tin foil with a thick slice of onion and Catalina dressing.
Catalina dressing.
Chad in Midland. I put a slice of butter on everything I grill, then cover it in foil paper. Creates a juice, and I spread over the top of everything.
Use foil paper at all?
Occasionally, yeah. Yep. Depends on what I'm
Fish?
cooking. Without a doubt. I got a plank I like to do the fish on. But
Oh, you got like a cedar plank?
Yep. Pete Manistee says barbecue pork ribs. Don't forget to peel the thin film off the fat back of the ribs. It's key for
the silver skin.
For the fall off the bone ribs. Sweet Baby Ray's sauce. Some people bake them, then grill them. And on the grill, I boil them. I boil the crap out of them and then put them on the grill.
Hear people do that too, yeah.
Brian in Canton says
Controversial.
Mine is homemade bacon. It's easy to do, but a bit time consuming. You'll never buy bacon at the store again. Tom in Flat Rock says, I thought Doug was going to tell us about the side burner exclusively dedicated to kale.
Do you have one of those?
No, I don't.
Is that your barbecue hack?
No, it's not. 248-539-9797. Okay, this Lions assistant coach is predicting a player that he thinks is going to take a big step this year. Hear what he has to say today at 105 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1.
So you get ready to watch some sports this weekend. There's no better place in town than go to 24 Seconds Bar and Grill in Berkeley. It's the best. They got amazing food, great atmosphere, great specials, the best wings in town. And with the spring and warm weather here, the rooftop deck is now open for business. It's awesome. Right in the heart of downtown Berkeley. You're sitting up top there and just enjoying a beverage and some great food with your friends. It couldn't be any better than that. In fact, for all Detroit baseball games in 24 seconds, you get $4 bottles of Miller Lite and Coors Light. And also they have great specials for basketball and hockey playoffs that are going on. Trivia is on Thursday nights at 8 o'clock. And they're open for lunch on Thursdays and Fridays as well. And if you need any event catered or to host, 24 Seconds has you covered for work parties, celebrations, graduation parties, any kind of event. You can host your party on their deck as well. And if you're looking for a great place to work, 24 is hiring cooks, and they'll train you as well. 24 Seconds, every seat's a great seat, flat screen, high-definition TVs all throughout the house. It's amazing. Service is so good. Check out all the specials and happenings they have at 24secondsbar.com and grab a taste of the action for yourself. My favorite place to go, it's 24 Seconds Bar and Grill on 12 Mile in Berkeley.
Tigers in action tonight. You asked a question in your show sheet about Trey Sweeney. Is he kind of just settle down on the left side of the infield there a little bit, at least his spot?
I mean, hard to say no. You look at what Trey Sweeney has done this year compared to last year as a player, because the games are similar. The at-bats are similar. He's now surpassed his total from last year. Last year he only played 36 games. This year it's 42. Mm-hmm. Last year he had 110 at-bats. This year it's 139. Last year he had 4 home runs and 17 RBIs in those at-bats. This year he's got 4 and 21. Last year he hit 218. This year he's hitting 266. His OPS last year 642. This year it's at 720. Now, they're not eye-popping numbers, but compared to what he did last year in a similar sample size, that's impressive for a guy who's 25 years old, who many people thought was, he's just a kind of a throw-in stopgap shortstop at the time in the trade for Flaherty. Really what they wanted was the prospect, Lorenzo. Well, let's see, whatever. We'll give him a chance. And he was okay last year, but this year he's really taken a step up. And I keep mentioning, watching him hit against right-handed pitching, I just feel like it's a positive at-bat waiting to happen. Even though technically his splits will tell you otherwise. He's actually have a better average against left-handers than he does against right-handers. But his OPS is 100 points higher against righties than it is lefties. So I just love watching the guy play now because he looks like it's a competent at-bat waiting to come against right-handed pitching, and they need that. And to play as well as he has defensively at shortstop, with the exception of like one game where he struggled, he looks very competent there and kind of gives them a little bit of a runway to work with until one of these younger players is ready to come up and try to challenge for the starting shortstop job. And maybe they don't get it. Maybe he just continues to improve.
Yeah, I mean, look, he felt like the throw-in. He felt like the throw-in. And they're like, okay, he's going to be at the major league level. Then they make this run. And then it was like, okay, still need a shortstop. Maybe they don't. He's,
in his last 15 days, he's hitting 396 with 1,004 OPS.
Wow.
Last couple weeks, he's really picked it up. When hopefully continues again because he'll face right-handed pitching at least 2 of the 3 starts. We don't know who's starting the middle game for Toronto, but tonight it's a right-hander, and on Sunday it'll be a right-hander.
All right. We said we would talk some Lions. The Lions linebacker coach is it Deshaun Hamilton or is it just Sean Hamilton?
Isn't it Deion Sean Hamilton?
Okay. Got it all wrong.
3 now.
I had it surrounded. Anyway, topic came up of a player he thinks going to take a big step up. Here's what he said.
I didn't realize that you had gone out to practice and force-fed that question about Jack Campbell to the linebackers coach. But that's what you did yesterday, huh?
You know, it's funny. The person that actually asked the question about Jack Campbell was the Birchie kid. I gave him no direction. But yes, Sean Deion Hamilton thinks Jack Campbell's going to take a big step. But it got us to debating in the office. If you were to pick a player, not that you're predicting is going to take a big step, but if you were to pick a player that would be most useful if they took a big step, who would you pick? The player that would be most useful that they take a big step forward.
I think for me, it's Terrion Arnold.
Interesting.
Because DJ Reed is coming in as going to be cornerback number one, right? Comes in with a lot of fanfare, excellent corner in this league. And now you got year 2 for Terrion Arnold. If Terrion Arnold improves dramatically from last year to this year, and I'm not talking about just look what Terrion Arnold, the second half of last season was very good. If he improves on that, then the Lions have 2 outstanding corners to work with that will help out the pass rush. Because you give those guys more, you give Hutchinson a little more time to get to the quarterback, he'll get to the quarterback. And maybe some other guys will join in on the fun as well. But it's not, your pass rush isn't just solely dependent on what Aiden Hutchinson can do. Your secondary plays a huge role in that. Because if they can cover, then the quarterback really has to get rid of the ball early now.
I'm going to go Levi Onwuzurike. And obviously for him to take a big step up, the implication is he stays healthy. Last year, he really pressured the quarterback a lot. He didn't have a ton of sacks, but from a defensive tackle spot, he finished with 47 pressures, which kind of, turned some heads.
3 a game.
And he was considered a good run stuffer. And given the injuries up there, you could pick a bunch of guys, but I think he's the most likely one that if he stays healthy, can take a big step forward, and it would be most useful. Kang, who would you say is the player that would be most useful if they take a big step forward?
So I like the calls from both you guys, and both on defensive side of the ball. Defense was an issue that you kind of worry about with this team because they're so offensive heavy. With that being said, I'm going to pick someone from the offense because I think that's where this team is. That's just the bread and butter. And the engine of the offense is the offensive line. So I'm going with guard Christian Mahogany, and here's why. You got to keep Goff upright. We already know he's not mobile. Have you heard that before? So you stop that pressure from the middle, and if he's a player that you can count on every week, borderline Pro Bowl, if not Pro Bowl type player, they just drafted the kid from Georgia as well.
Tate Ratledge?
Yeah. You have your offensive line. That's the whole point of this team. You keep that offensive line elite. Everything else, I think, continues on what they were doing. The defense is going to have maybe ups and downs. That's fine. But as long as this offensive line is running, you could run the ball. You could throw the ball. Jared Goff, obviously, we know what we can do with protection. So if he takes that big leap, I think that's a huge thing for this team to keep this engine going.
I like the question because we've given 3 different answers.
Mm-hmm.
And I could probably come up with at least 3 other answers. Mm-hmm. But we leave it to the people.
248-539-9797. Taking a big step up. Which Detroit Lion would be most useful if they take a big step up? Like linebacker coach Sean Dion Hamilton said Jack Campbell is about to. Who would you prefer it be? It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, it's Doug Karsch. Memorial Day deals going on all month long at Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. Lease a new 2025 Silverado 1500 4x4 crew cab for just $282 a month for 24 months with $19.99 down. $282. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights. 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive with GM employee discount and Chevy lease in the household. 10,000 miles per year plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends June 2nd. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. We got open lines, 248-539-9797. Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. We're asking the question. You heard the soundbite from Sean Dion Hamilton, the linebacker coach for the Detroit Lions, talking about Jack Campbell taking a big step forward this year. We're asking you, who would be most helpful? Would be in our best interest, most helpful to take a big step forward? Gator said Terrion Arnold. I said Levi Onwuzurike. Kang said Christian Mahogany. Who do you got? Unnamed texter says Marcus Davenport. If he stays healthy, a massive if, he makes the defense elite. Well, I'll say this about Marcus Davenport. He sure passes the look test. And got to see so little of him in his career even. Just feels like a stroke of good luck there would be incredibly useful.
Be huge. If he can stay healthy, it'd be awesome because he is productive. He just has not been able to do that throughout his career. But he passes the eyeball test. The guy is massive as an individual, got speed coming off the rush end, and it would be great. But I'm not holding my breath.
No, it doesn't feel like, it's just a hard thing to predict because injuries, there's an element of luck, but, there's also just, you could be just unable to stay healthy, period. End of story.
Is there a concern at all about Alex Anzalone and what he's, I guess, put out on social media lately?
So what is it that he put out?
Well, he apparently put out a tweet of, I don't know, it was a tweet or an Instagram post, but himself working out, and people have read into it that he wants a better deal because he's signed to he's got one year left at $6 million, and it is an absolute steal for the Lions to have someone as productive as Alex Anzalone for $6 million. And in the offseason, the Lions went out and they re-upped with Barnes for 3 years and $24 million.
Mm-hmm.
So $8 million per year on average. And Anzalone tweeted something out in support of Trey Hendrickson for his stance on what he's doing with Cincinnati and possibly sitting out because he wants market value. Now, the coaches don't think there's anything wrong. And this isn't the first year that Alex Anzalone won't be at voluntary minicamp because he missed last year's minicamp too. Not a big deal. Not worried about that. But if he's unhappy, I can understand why. I mean, this is a guy who's getting paid well below market value. He epitomizes what Dan Campbell and company are looking for in a player. This guy came back and played with a broken forearm in the playoffs.
Yeah.
I'm keeping an eye on this. I saw that story this morning. And I thought, wow, it's odd that I'm seeing this because I didn't realize this. But okay, you can make a strong case that if you find some money for the rest of this season, that maybe give it to him.
There's like small little breadcrumbs here that he might be looking for a new contract. On March 9th, Adam Schefter tweeted out linebacker Nick Bolton re-signing with the Chiefs, 3 years, $45 million, including $30 million fully guaranteed. Anzalone tweeted out linebacker market and then the emoji of the market going up. He had a response to a tweet by Al Karsten, who's a writer who covers the Lions let me make sure I give credit where it's credit due, Pride of Detroit, who listed 2024 linebacker leaders in percentage of man coverage snaps played. Number one, Alex Anzalone, 48.5. And then the others, Alex Anzalone tweeted to that, no other linebacker asked to do what I do. And then he has a pinned tweet that is just him, a black and white photo of him like working out on a field, and it says respect is due. Do I think that should we be worried? I don't think yet. I don't want to create drama if there's no drama there. Certainly you don't want to do that, but I mean, maybe they might want to check in. Because, I mean, under the cap, you could probably say, we can rip up your contract and give you a couple million
1
more.
year for $8 million or something instead of the 1 year at $6 million. Yeah. I just, saw that story in the Free Press today. Dave Burkett had it. And I didn't realize that this was going on. I don't follow him on Twitter, but
you don't follow Burkett?
No, I don't follow Anzalone
okay.
on Twitter, which is what he did.
I was like, yes, we do.
And then he also reposted something from Trey Hendrickson with the caption "This" in support of Trey Hendrickson. So it is what it is. I mean, coaches don't seem concerned about it. They feel pretty strongly he's going to be there when it comes for mandatory camp, which isn't until in July. And we know that the Lions get off early because get off to an earlier start because they've got the Hall of Fame game to kick things off in the preseason. But I mean, this guy has been really the heart and soul of the defense. I mean, Hutchinson's the guy.
Yep.
But Anzalone is right there with him. I mean, he's one of the team captains, and I feel like they could make more of an effort to make him happier.
I guess I'll just say this about it. I have no problem with the Lions making sure that there's nothing that they can do with all of their cap space to make this football team better. And if they have a chance to make the football team better and it comes at the cost of ripping up Alex Anzalone's contract and giving him a little bit of a pay bump, then that's what they should do, in my opinion. But if they get sort of to the end of the runway of the offseason and haven't brought in, have a little extra cap space that they could just, give him a little pay bump, that's probably actually a pretty good way to do it. Now, he might disagree with that, but I'm not sensing that there is any drama here.
No, I'm not yet. I didn't expect to see the article this morning, and there it was.
Yep. All right, which Lion would be most useful for them to step up? Terrion Arnold, I would love to see this dude become a lockdown corner. That's from an unnamed texter. Another unnamed texter says Christian Mahogany. Tom in Flat Rock says, I think Terrion Arnold would be the most impactful player to make a leap forward. Aaron writes in, the easy answer is Jared Goff. He needs to step up in the postseason. Our guys already stepped up. It was very sad to see what happened against Washington. They all deserve better. Goff just gave it away straight up. Okay, Goff didn't have a good game. Goff in Detroit had 3 pretty damn good postseason games the year before. He didn't throw a pick. He completed 70% of his passes. He had a rating of 103.3.
And it would have been better if somebody had held on to a couple of those passes. But you can't discount last year's playoff game against Washington, which was horrific for him, horrific for the team.
Well, let me ask you
and he
this.
wasn't alone because there were other players that made horrific mistakes in that game as well.
Do you think Goff has a playoff problem?
No, I don't think he's got a playoff.
I don't think he has a playoff problem either. I think he had a bad playoff game. I mean, he just did. Threw 3 interceptions. He didn't have a typical Goff game.
But if you're going to tell me he's going to be better in the playoffs, then I'm going to tell you this team has a great chance of winning that game.
Yeah, but I kind of expect him to be. I don't, when they play big games, I'm cool with Jared Goff being a quarterback. I don't. But I guess the easy answer is always the quarterback. If the quarterback takes a big step forward on any team, but I think if the quarterback, for the most part, is as good as he was the last couple of years in Detroit, then I don't think the quarterback play is what's holding him back. I do think there's other things that could be holding him back. But anyway, who do you think would be the most useful player to step up for the Detroit Lions, would make the biggest impact if they were the one that took the step forward the way Sean Dion Hamilton said he expects it from Jack Campbell? 248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your answers coming up. Just a reminder, you can stream the show using the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. Then you can listen to this show and all the shows here on 97.1 The Ticket, which we encourage you to do from anywhere in the United States. I know we got a lot of people listening on the app right now. Thank you for that. Obviously, you can listen on terrestrial radio as well. Stream through our website, 971theticket.com. Additionally, you ever want to watch the video of the show? Twitch and YouTube. Go to youtube.com, search up 971 A Ticket. Same thing with twitch.tv. Bang, there we are. And there is the streaming chat. And a reminder that we got the middle school combine coming up at the Corner Ballpark for kids grades 5th through 8 on July 16th. We're teaming with PAL, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th graders, junior NFL-style combine. You have until today to register. Today's the last day to register to get the $50 early bird registration. Tomorrow it's $75. So it's the last chance to get the early bird registration. Go to DetroitPal.org/events or 971theticket.com for more details. That's DetroitPal.org/events or 971theticket.com. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, sports fans, we finally made it to the weekend, and Twin Peaks has you covered for all the action. You got Tigers off to their best start in decades, basketball and hockey playoffs ramping up to their conference finals, and we have a major golf championship. Now, why go to Twin Peaks? Well, that's easy. For starters, the Scratch Kitchen. You heard that right. They bring their cooks in every day at 7 a.m., making everything from meatballs to hand-cut New York strips, smoked ribs and brisket, even croutons. Now pair that up with delicious food and handcrafted cocktails and the coldest draft beer you've ever poured at a bone-chilling 29 degrees. I haven't even mentioned the best part. It's served up by the beautiful Twin Peaks girls. If you got a golf outing this weekend, Twin Peaks is the perfect 19th hole to cool down and power up after a long round. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson. Look, Birchie Kid just did a story on Alex Anzalone on our website, 971theticket.com. There's a tweet that we have retweeted if you want to check it out. And again, just something to keep an eye on. This is a heart and soul kind of guy that isn't in camp right now. And or isn't at Allen Park right now, I should say, and is one hell of a player, and I think we'd want to see a heart and soul kind of guy taken care of, but they have other needs that they might want to sort out first. Just because nothing's happened yet doesn't mean they don't plan on doing anything. Maybe they'll have him play out the rest of his contract and then move forward from there. Who knows? But 248-539-9797. We got that question out there. We played the soundbite from Lions linebacker coach Sean Dion Hamilton about how he expects Jack Campbell to take a big step forward. And so he started discussing, who would be most useful to take a big step forward? Like which player, if they take a big step forward, will help the most? We have 3 different answers here in studio, and a lot of different ones are coming in via ticket text at 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. Jeff is in Birmingham and on 97.1. Hello, Jeff.
How you doing, guys?
We're great.
Right.
Hey, I have Marcus Davenport.
Yeah.
His step up would be, obviously, to be healthy finally. And I was looking at his stats. That guy can reach the quarterback. If he takes a step up, he's only 28. I mean, that's obviously what we've been needing for a long time, the rusher, the edge rusher.
Yeah, the edge rusher opposite of Aiden Hutchinson. He's a pretty good one.
Yeah,
but yes, they need another one. I think it'd be great if he develops like that. Yeah, if he can stay healthy, which is the biggest question he's had to answer in his NFL career.
I got another question.
Sure.
Is Micah Parsons actually a linebacker rather than a defensive end, or is it kind of a hybrid?
I think of him as a hybrid.
Because if he's linebacker-esque, why aren't we talking about one of our linebackers being a solution to our pass rush?
Well, they've used them. They've used Barnes in that role. They rush their linebackers quite a bit, no matter who it is. But Barnes has done that. Jack Campbell has done that. Anzalone has done that. They've gone that route as well.
Yeah. I mean, I think of Barnes as a guy that at times looked like he was shot out of a cannon. In the meantime, you brought up Marcus Davenport as being the one that would be most useful. If Marcus Davenport, the caller. If Marcus Davenport is the best version of himself for a full season, box checked, people. Like that is, this is a player's in the prime of his career. His best season in terms of sack totals, he played 11 games and had 9 sacks. Even his second best season, he played in 13 games and had 6 sacks. If he were, somewhere in the ballpark of being one year he was a sack a game kind of guy, the other year he was a sack every other game kind of guy. You don't need a Max Crosby on the other side. Not that you'd get rid of Max Crosby if you had him on the other side. But the best version of Marcus Davenport checks a box for sure.
Yeah, it does. I mean, he's 6'6", 265 pounds, moves very well for a guy of that size. And like you pointed out, I mean, he had 9 sacks in a season. He's been up and down in his career, but he had one year where he played 15 games and he only had a half a sack. That was his last year in New Orleans in 2022.
Was that right before a contract? Because that was a really bad time to do that.
It was a bad time to do that. And then he went to Minnesota the next year and only played 4 games and had 2 sacks in those 4 games. Only played 2 with the Lions and had a half a sack in those 2 games. But that's the thing. I mean, in his career, he's just missed games. 13 games, 11 games, 15, 4, and 2. Those are his game totals each season. That's a lot of missed time. But, again, a guy who can pressure the quarterback if he's healthy. Just stay healthy. It's an easy thing to say. It's not an easy thing to do.
No. PGA continues today, and Jonathan Vegas is 10 under and has a 4-shot lead through 14 holes today. He is putting on a show at Quail Hollow. There are not a lot of big names near the top of the leaderboard.
No.
I mean, Max Homa is tied for 3rd. Bryson DeChambeau is tied for 7th. Luke Donald's in there, but I mean, you get through the top 20, how many recognizable names are there?
Yeah, there's not a ton. So you'll see there's a cream rise to the top here. Will the other players start to step it up? Look even into the top 30.
You know what's funny is what I hope is that one of these guys that isn't really known as is not a household name. I hope whoever wins this thing, you know what I want to do?
You have them come here?
I want to look at the players that have committed to the Rocket Classic.
Yeah.
Because this feels like a lot of guys that you see at the Rocket Classic, whether it is or it isn't. I don't know if any of these guys have ever been here before, but when you have that many no-name guys and we're kind of, one of these tournaments that is always excited when you get a known player, you might have a player or two in this that's in competition here, or Ryan Gerard or an Alex Smalley or,
JJ Spawn.
Yeah, some of they sound like Rocket Mortgage Classic guys.
Yeah.
I guess now it's just the Rocket Classic, but if one of these guys wins it, it'd be good to have a major winner already committed to the Rocket Classic.
Yeah, I mean, we always think about how great it would be to have a bigger and better field for the tournament. The tournament's gone off without a hitch every year. It's always been very successful here, despite the fact it doesn't have the greatest field of players.
I've been twice and I've loved it. Just as a fan and a fan experience, it was great. Tony Paul did tweet this afternoon. Last year's Rocket Classic didn't have a top 20 player in the world rankings. This year's Rocket is expected to have at least one top 10 player and quite possibly more from rumblings I've heard.
Well, that'd be great.
Yep.
Love to see it.
And maybe one of these, look, I use the term no names, but they're not household names. One of these guys that wins the PGA might be slated to come to Detroit, right?
Well, can you imagine if like Scheffler or McIlroy, the two top players in the world, if either of those two guys commits, it'd be huge. And then you get just a popular player like Justin Thomas, even though he's playing well this year. He's fifth in the world right at this point. But a guy like that, people would love to see. And there are absolutely guys that just sound like, oh yeah, Maverick McNeely. That sounds like a guy who would play the Rocket Mortgage Classic, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wyndham Clark, perhaps. But I'm looking forward to seeing, as we get closer, the other names that commit to playing in this tournament, not just former winners.
All right, Kang, you say we have a bit of a breaking story?
Yeah, breaking news here. According to ABC News, 11 adult men have escaped from a New Orleans jail less than 3 miles from the French Quarter.
Whoa.
A full-scale search is underway. They're considered armed and dangerous.
Oh, that's not fun.
Ooh.
In fact, that's rather scary. I was thinking if you break out of jail, how far from the French Quarter?
Less than 3 miles, I think I said.
Would it be best to go to the French Quarter and try and blend in there?
Well, I don't want to be a criminal mind here, but
they got 10 men remain at large.
Wow.
Am I wrong to think every guy thinks about what they do on the run?
No, I don't think you're wrong. I think every guy has thought of that.
We've watched too many movies.
Yeah, watched too many movies. And
What
you know
would
how
I do?
hard it is to do now? Cameras everywhere. How hard it is
Disappear.
to live on the lam. It's so difficult.
Yeah, that's probably what keeps me from breaking laws. Hard to get away with.
Yeah, I mean, think of things you did as a kid.
Oh, good God.
If there were, Ring doorbells and cameras everywhere in everybody's house and dumb stuff that you would do. Maybe I'll just speak for myself. Dumb stuff that I did. Yeah, it would not fly today. I would not even attempt to do some of that stuff.
So New Orleans Police Superintendent Kirkpatrick has said they think that they're more than likely the inmates were helped. They have changed out of their jail clothes at this point.
Oh, boy.
So they're trying to, I don't know if they were trying to blend in, Doug. They obviously don't want to be in their jumpsuits or whatever, but...
Sure. Yeah, that's a scary situation, armed and dangerous, and considered armed and dangerous.
Considered armed and dangerous, yeah.
But if you have street clothes, is getting lost in the French Quarter a good idea, or is just getting lost in the rest of New Orleans a good idea? Because my impression of New Orleans is it's an eclectic town.
Oh, it's eclectic. That's one way to word it, yeah.
It might be one of the better cities in the world to just blend in.
Well, I was going to ask, do you guys, hey, you stay there as long as possible because, they're eventually going to look elsewhere. Do you get the heck out of Dodge as far as possible? Do you do the blend in or do you try to get to Alaska. I don't know. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think getting lost in New Orleans is a great idea if you're trying to get lost somewhere. If you haven't been to New Orleans, it's something.
It is something. And you're not that far away from something else. I mean, because the whole landscape in New Orleans or in Louisiana, I mean, you're close to a lot of different areas that you would think, yeah, that is a blendable place.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, it's Doug Karsch from the University of Michigan Credit Union. If you're ready for your dream car, UMCU is here to help. They got auto loan rates starting as low as 4.5 APR and 0 payments for the first 6 months. My son called me the other day. He's thinking of buying his own car. First time, his own car purchase. If he does, I'm going to steer him to my friends at UMCU because of this great 4.5% APR and 0 payments for the first 6 months. Same great rate applies to both new and used vehicles. Don't wait. Limited time offer. Become a member by visiting umcu.org today to get started. Insured by NCUA. All right, here we go. Of course, we get flooded with texts. What would you do on the run? Rule 1, never stop moving. It's from an unnamed texter. This is like a real-life Prison Break situation. The show runs an unnamed texter. Natalie at home said, I used to live in Milan, Michigan by the prison. Most of the time when they escaped, they were within 5 to 10 miles of the prison unless they had a ride. Scott in Waterford says, I went to school in New Orleans. It's not a city you want to get lost in. Okay, I guess it depends on, we're saying it's good to blend in New Orleans. There are characters there.
Yeah.
So when you say it's not a city you want to get lost in, are you saying if you're trying to escape a prison, you would not want to be in New Orleans? You wouldn't want it to be a New Orleans prison? You'd rather it be some other place?
I mean, the first thing comes to mind, I don't know why this does, but it's like, get on a shrimp boat. Go shrimping.
Yeah.
Join a crew. You know, hey, we need a deckhand. Yeah, I'm up for you guys. I'll come on board. Okay. You know, but you got it. There's an opportunity. There's a window of opportunity before things get, everybody knows what's happened.
I make a beeline to Fort Hancock, Texas.
Oh, there you go.
Yep.
Then what are you going to do?
I'm going to go to Zihuatanejo.
Okay.
That's my plan.
Gator, I think you've seen this movie. We might have spoken about it before. The 25th Hour.
Oh, yeah. Edward Norton?
Yeah. So, Doug.
It's a Spike Lee movie.
I think you're right. Yeah. Spike Lee joint.
It's a fantastic movie.
Is it?
Yeah. It's
about a prison break?
Not necessarily. No.
Okay.
There's a scene, though, where he's going to jail. Edward Norton's going to jail, and he's driving to the jail
There's
with
no
his father.
spoilers here because you got me fired up. I'm intrigued. And I'm about to enter a new phase of life.
Let me help you.
All right, go
out.
for it, Gator.
So the movie, it's a guy who, Edward Norton's character, has been sentenced to go to jail. So he's going to spend the last night with his friends, and he also wants to even up some scores or whatever. And so it's not terribly violent. It's just there are things he wants to do, and it's really interesting how you would spend your last day and what you would do and how it's set up. And then there's a major dilemma that happens towards the end of the movie. And it's really, really interesting to watch this. And they're fantastic actors in this movie. Philip Seymour Hoffman's in it. Brian Cox is in it. It's a great movie.
23rd Hour. I'm on.
25th Hour.
Oh.
It's really, it's a really, really good movie. I would recommend it.
All right. I'm in.
Barry Pepper's in it, did you say him?
Yeah, I did not say Barry Pepper. Barry Pepper's. Tony Siragusa's in it.
Yes, the late Tony Siragusa.
Yeah.
All right, I'm always interested in your music opinions. On your show sheet today, you pointed out that Ed Sheeran has got a collaboration coming up, and you seem skeptical.
Well, it's like when you hear that so-and-so's going to do a duet with somebody else, it's like, okay, that's interesting. I like Dolly Parton and Rob Halford from Judas Priest were working on it. Well, that's a weird collaboration, but I'm here for it. But then if they're going to bring somebody in that maybe you don't like, so it's Ed Sheeran working with Dave Grohl, Foo Fighters and Nirvana fame, and also John Mayer. So I'm one of these people that for a while there I thought that Dave Grohl was a little overexposed. He's fine as a musician. He's fine. And I don't dislike his music at all, but it felt like you couldn't, watch anything without, hey, Dave Grohl's part of it. Great. Okay, here we go. But it's fine. And Ed Sheeran is, we've grown to like Ed Sheeran a little bit on the show, half jokingly, but then I watch some of the stuff that I see on TV with like the 9 Days and Nights with Ed Sheeran or something like that. And it's like, I like this guy.
And remember, he loved Evans. He wanted a tiger hat when he was in town.
Yeah, and you hear great stories about him as a human being, that he's amazing. And then he's in the movie Yesterday, and I could after I saw Yesterday, I love this guy.
Yeah, he was really good in Yesterday.
He's really good in Yesterday. But then you're bringing in John Mayer. I'm out. I can't handle John Mayer. Can't do it. I cannot do it. I know everybody says he's an amazing guitar player. That's fine. I don't like him. I can't stand the weird faces he makes. I hate his voice. I'm out. I don't want to hear that these guys are collaborating with John Mayer. You just ruined it. You went from something, intriguing, and John Mayer. No! Don't do that. Stop it.
So why do you think they brought in John Mayer?
I don't know. He's popular, just not with me. Do what you want to do, right? But I'm just, you lost me on this one.
Yeah. So when you first saw this, did you literally read it this way? Oh, Sheeran and Grohl? Oh, interesting. And then you saw,
and then I saw John Mayer. Like, no! Why would you do that? Why'd you go and ruin a good thing?
But I feel like whatever they come up with, I feel like we have to listen to it on the air and have you.
And think of it. I mean, there's just a weird collaboration of three people, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Dave Grohl, part of the whole grunge movement, and he's a rock star without question. Ed Sheeran, more pop music, and he's highly respected as a songwriter. There's John Mayer. Who was Taylor Swift's muse for a little bit, and all the other crap that I never got the John Mayer fascination.
If we're going to replace him with another John, how about John Resnick from the Goo Goo Dolls? Yeah.
I'm fine with it. I like Johnny Resnick from the Goo Goo Dolls.
Even after we saw him?
Yes. That was predictable as hell that he was going to break. I said, watch this. He's going to break it in acoustic guitar. He's going to break it because when we saw him in concert in Vegas, he was having problems with his ears. The sound that comes back in your ear monitors. And he was just getting pissed because they couldn't figure it out right. And I said, he's going to break a guitar. It's going to happen. And sure enough, he rips the ears out of his head. And not his actual ears, but the device, and then smashes the guitar, storms off stage, and the rest of the band is left there to play the next two songs without Johnny Resnick. So somebody else had to sing the songs. But yes, I still like the
you go Resnick over John Mayer. How about John Legend? You go
totally different vibe. I'd be interested by that.
Okay,
I'm not a big John Legend guy, but that's fine.
All right. Johnny Mathis.
What are we doing?
John Denver.
Well, it'd be tough to get John Denver.
It would be very tough to get John Denver, but I'd go see that. How about hologram? How about hologram John Denver?
Yes, I'm always intrigued by the hologram.
John Mellencamp.
Yes, I would.
All right. All of them better than John Mayer.
Yeah.
Yep.
Johnny Rotten? No.
Also from that show, what about Adam Duritz?
Yeah, for Counting Crows?
Yeah.
Absolutely not. I'm out. No.
He was so bored with his own show.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's the vibe he's trying to give off.
Oh, there's no question.
Doug, what about for you, John Cicada? I know you're a big fan. Huge fan.
I can't make it through the day without him, but...
Do you have a problem with John Mayer?
I don't have a problem with John Mayer. I'm not a huge fan, but I'm like not hostile.
I don't know why I am. I just am.
How about you, man? Cicada or Mayer? You cool with John Cicada?
Dude, it's like anything over John Mayer. Not a fan.
Orange Bowl 2000, media was covering the game, had backstage passes to the John Cicada concert at midnight, and that's when I proposed to my wife, backstage at a John Cicada concert.
Nice.
As one does.
Yeah.
Right?
Did your wife did your fiance at that point, did she get to meet John Cicada?
No, we didn't. But backstage was really just a big field with a bunch of food and drink stands. It was kind of cool, but...
Should have told people, hey, I just got engaged. Don't you want to
end up on stage?
Yeah, something like that. Could have milked it.
All right.
How about a nice gift?
How about
candlesticks?
Ed Sheeran, Dave Grohl, and John Morosi.
Yeah, that I want to hear. Morosi could probably carry a tune.
We bring in Rico Beard, who joins us at this time. What's up, my man?
So you didn't know what you said, John Cicada?
Yeah.
You didn't know him?
I didn't know him personally, no.
Oh, so
yeah, I knew who he was.
Like he hooked you up and called you out on stage, and
no, you've done
my good buddy Doug.
You've done the bowl trips where you get there's media parties, and some of them are better than others. And it was the media. It was the Orange Bowl. We had backstage passes to the John Cicada. It was. Did I say Cicada? John Cicada. It was Y2K, downtown Miami.
Oh,
it was actually a pretty good show. We had a good time.
It was in Orlando at the time.
No, we were at. I was at Y2K in Universal Studios.
So that next morning, got up, drove to Orlando, left with like a minute to go to beat the traffic. Michigan State, Florida. Drove back.
Really?
Yeah, from Orlando to Miami. It was an animal day. It was great. What do you got planned coming up next?
Doug with hair. He was reckless.
Doug with hair was crazy.
He was
crazy. Living on the edge, man.
You know what? Ironically enough, you kind of tease. We're going to talk a little bit about Friday weddings. Member of the show is going to a Friday wedding. Friday weddings. And
It was us. We had a Friday wedding.
And honestly, Friday weddings should be the only thing in the fall.
Dude. Oh, in the fall, yeah.
I mean, just period. They're great, but
I went to one Friday wedding, had a great time, but it was stressful getting there in time because of rush hour traffic that you're going through.
And here's just either take the day off or a half day off.
So the thing was, everybody was taking Friday. Well, everybody from out of town was taking Friday off to travel.
Everybody was kung fu fighting.
And so when we were able to, we had a Friday night wedding. Everybody made it in time, and then we had all day Saturday to hang out with everyone. Yeah. It was actually.
I like the Friday
great. Yeah, but all right, cool. Have a great show. Stay safe, everybody. Tigers big weekend in Toronto. We'll talk about it Monday. Don't forget to treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. The Tigers kick off their 6-game road trip with the Blue Jays tonight. Toronto checks in at 21-22. The Tigers' 29 wins is tied with the Dodgers for the most in the big leagues. Jack Flaherty will look to shake off a last start that saw him allow 4 homers. That's the most by a Tiger pitcher this year. Pre-game at 6:40 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Kenta Maeda, who was DFA'd from the Tigers earlier, now has inked a minor league deal with the Cubs. Their manager, Craig Counsell, confirmed it with the beat writers today. It's 86 degrees and muggy on day 2 of the PGA Championship. Scotty Scheffler, who's in the mid-20s on the leaderboard, just teed off with his group of Xander Schauffele and Rory McIlroy. Michigan basketball has added a late high school addition to their roster. 6'6" three-star wing from Fort Lauderdale, Patrick Liber, announced his commitment. He was originally a Coastal Carolina signee. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Okay, that's enough. Thank you. All right. Thank you. Please, God, make it stop. All right. So we are, by the way, the Rod Allen drop it never gets old. It doesn't.
I haven't heard it in so long, I actually giggled again.
I know. That was kind of one of those we overdid, so you take it off the board.
Right.
But you're like, now it's retro. You feel like, okay, I want to wear that hat again. So we may need to add it back.
Yeah.
But
I got a feeling it'll be like Thanksgiving.
We'll wear that out by the time the turkey hits the table. I know that. It's interesting with the song, though. Like, we're going to get, like, some of these Lions issues are so annoying to me. Like, now we've got to talk about Alex Anzalone. Really? That's like the ultimate chair drop to me, but we're going to do it. And also, too, some of the rivalry stuff, because my response is what rivalries? But I want to offer one thing. That song plays into something, because I am going to be attending the first Friday night wedding of my life this evening.
Ever?
Now, normally, hate weddings. They're just a time suck. They're a financial commitment. They oftentimes take you to other places. And really, they've only got a 50% shot of lasting. So it's kind of a tough bargain. So, like, you
way to sell it, Mike.
Well, I'm selling you reality. They're a tough thing.
Last wedding I went to had a little speakeasy at the end where I was like, hey, we got burgers and sliders coming. So.
Right. But you get my point. Like, it's a tough sell.
Yeah.
Especially if they take you out of town or if you're in the wedding.
Oh, yeah.
Now, none of that is the case. I'm very fond of the people getting married tonight. I'm excited. But here's what's interesting. I just wanted to run this by you, of all people. You and the listeners know my animus towards fall weddings. I think fall weddings are selfish. I think fall weddings have a higher divorce rate. These are all factual. It's like you can't win with a ginger idiot quarterback.
Is this a balding point guard?
The Friday night wedding might be the best thing on earth, because you know what's not disturbed? My Preakness Day, my Saturday. And it shortens the window of how long this event can even be. Friday night weddings kind of condense.
It's on the clock.
The marital festivities. It's a parking meter. Mm-hmm. You show up at 6, that meter is probably out by 9.
Mm-hmm.
At
frankly, worst, it's extended.
You got married.
Yeah,
we had a conversation. I gave you an envelope. The food was delightful. The sun just went down. Adios. Is the Friday wedding the actual silver bullet to this fall wedding issue?
It is.
Just get married Friday night.
It's the cheat code.
I never knew these were real.
Yeah.
I always thought it was like, well, that's because they just didn't want to spend any money. No, people are doing this now because apparently getting married, you can't book spots. If you want a Saturday, it's like 2 years out at some of these spots.
Fridays are actually cheaper. So, yes, if you're trying to save money and you're getting married,
I'm excited.
You get married on Friday, but it's got to be on Saturday. Why?
I'm excited, and I get the hell out of here sooner. Even better. Thank you for getting married. You know who you are. Thank you. Your love saved me today.
Now, see, that hurt. That's hurtful.
I don't care.
That's hurtful.
Everyone's in the path of the bullet today. So, look, this was my question. The Friday night wedding thing should be more of a thing, right?
Yes. Especially in the fall, it should be required.
Like, you're missing Rutgers USC. Who cares? Plus, tonight, I don't have to stress about Game 6. Don't even need to watch it. Whatever's going to happen is going to happen. If the Celtics force fair. Game 7, God bless. If they don't, I avoided 2.5 hours of ball breaking.
That's
all
fair.
In the name of love.
No, that's fair.
Of marital bliss.
So wait, so you won't have it on your phone?
No.
You won't pull out the phone one time or a tablet or nothing?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
Like I said, if I didn't like the people and I was being dragged to this, it would be different. I genuinely really think a lot of the people get married. I'm excited for both of them.
No, but yes, Friday weddings are fantastic because you're right. It's
this is like clear Pepsi.
You're on.
What an idea.
You're on the clock. Let's hope it lasts longer than clear Pepsi.
That joke wrote
What
itself.
an idea. Great idea.
Very little shelf life. Possibly the little shelf life ever. Sorry, here's what I just question now. I gotta ask Kenny now. Friday night wedding.
I'm not opposed to it.
Nah. Friday night wedding.
Oh, I see what he's doing
We're not
Friday night
We're
wedding.
not. No, we're not doing this.
Yes.
We're not gonna do it. We're not talking about
Buddy,
it.
I got news for you. You're in process. Friday night wedding.
I don't know what you're talking about, man.
Come on, man.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Are you going to get married in the fall?
No, I won't get married in the fall. It'll be summertime.
Friday night in the summer. Friday night wedding. Can I at least book out the Triple Crown?
No.
Friday night wedding.
No, I'm not. You're not. You can say Friday night wedding all you want. It's
Big
not going to be
wedding
like,
Friday
oh, now
night.
I get it. Friday night wedding. Friday night wedding. Oh, I think I'd do a Friday night wedding now. No.
Has
that's not
this
the way
been a
works.
discussion with you and your bride to be?
No, it's going to be a Saturday.
No.
For us,
Come
it needs to be
on.
Friday. No, it needs to be Friday afternoon. We don't show up for work.
What if I triple the envelope? Friday night wedding.
Friday night wedding. All right. Yeah, you're talking interesting game, my friend. Sold to the man in the floral shirt.
By the way, I'm the only one. I thought, oh my God, it's 85 and sunny. I went back and changed today because I thought the Floral Friday program would begin. I walk in, the two of you yutzes are dressed for funerals, and at least David's in a vacation level shirt.
What? I'm not. This is not for a funeral.
You're right. A Snoopy shirt would be a little disrespectful.
I looked at the weather next week. It's going to go down to the 50s. I don't feel good about starting it when it's going to be 50s next week.
I made a mistake.
So just for the record, it was I was like, oh, this is wrinkled. I hadn't worn it all summer. I mean, all winter. So
I mean, and it's technically not. I don't
No,
know that
you
this
are
is
more
floral.
floral.
That's the most
Yes.
floral we can expect from you.
I think these are pieces of mint because it's like a mint julep shirt.
I'm going to tell you this, though. Once I do activate Floral Friday, day one, Floral Friday number 1, you will remember and it will be talked about.
Friday night wedding? Let me ask you a question. In a respectful manner, could we do a conference call with your fiance? And I could just espouse the virtues of Friday night wedding.
Yeah, I mean, I'm down.
I'm just excited about this tonight because I'm left alone tomorrow. And that's the greatest gift my buddy
Leaving
could
Mike
give me.
alone, we've discovered, whether it be the bodyguard from the Pittsburgh Pirates game, anything that keeps Mike by himself is
I like
the most valuable thing ever.
It's my quantum of solace. I just like peace and quiet. Listen, excited for tonight, but I'm excited because it's Friday night.
Friday night wedding.
Friday night wedding. Kenny, think about it. More venues are going to be available.
It's being considered.
You'll save some cash.
It's being considered.
And I'll triple the envelope.
It's definitely being considered.
Baby.
You
Friday night
see,
wedding.
now you're making sense. Now you're saying things that make sense.
And if you don't do it, if you do it on a night before a Triple Crown race, I'll throw in a free Pick 5 ticket.
Friday night wedding?
Friday night wedding.
Question mark?
Oh boy.
It's like a scratch-off ticket, but different. That's all. David, question for you. Can we, do you have any, am I being bad by saying I'm excited about a Friday night wedding and I get left alone on Preakness Day? Like,
I don't know.
does
Why
the
would that be
church-
bad?
Does the church look down on Friday night weddings?
No.
You just want your
We'll
money.
marry someone whenever.
Okay.
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday,
Wait
Sunday.
a minute, Kenny. Thursday night wedding?
Let's do a 3-day wedding. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday night wedding.
And surrounded around a Tigers Day game, we won't be here all week. It'll be the Kenny Cott Festivus of love.
You know how much I love a good Tigers Day game.
So
This is
no,
the ultimate.
That means we can do a Wednesday night wedding.
I like it. I like it.
And then, you're not going to go to work on bright Thursday morning after
No.
a long I mean, that's brutal. You got to
No.
take Thursday off.
I'm excited.
And then
I'm
while you're
excited.
at that, I mean, you might as well take Friday off too.
I just wanted to throw it out there for any of you thinking of getting married in the fall. Friday night wedding. We have found the answer. I am so excited I have a Friday
I'm
night
shocked
wedding
you
tonight.
have never.
Never.
Yeah, I mean, because
I got a couple.
on Saturday, you got your
you-
whole weekend.
Rico, listen, I'm just calling it what it is. We lost a few soldiers to the fight. They're waiting for their second go around. They haven't announced their wedding plans yet. You got a couple of guys that are still married. You get to a certain point in your life, there aren't too many scarecrows left standing.
No, I mean, early on, in
No.
your 20s and 30s, yeah.
Mm-mm. No.
It was just the first time. It's weird because you're going to be sitting there is this allowed?
This is great. I'm
Can
so
we
pumped
really
up.
So I've been lied to all this time to think that you had to give up an entire Saturday to do this.
That's the other thing.
And you can do it on a Friday.
Friday night wedding, and don't have anybody in your wedding. All unnecessary. All unnecessary. All you're doing is bilking your friends out of money. No more. No more bridesmaids, no more groomsmen, nobody. Just get married. We're all here for you. We'll give you a nice fat envelope.
I don't know about that,
Just get
man.
married. We don't need it. Everybody's here. But I'm pumped up, David. That parking meter starts at 6 tonight. Preakness Day tomorrow, unfettered. I am excited. This is great. Kenny, Friday Night Wedding.
And even more, people are going to leave you alone after that. You're going to be all by yourself.
What's the problem with that?
No problem at all.
Saturday? Can you imagine if this wedding was Saturday? Then I'd have the iPad for the horses. I mean, that's nobody wins in that scenario.
Friday night wedding.
Friday night weddings, higher percentage of love.
Love quotient times 100.
David,
Lower divorce rates. It's science.
Where did you read that stat?
Don't worry about it monthly.
Kenny, it's right up there with you can't win with a balding player.
You can't. Name one team who's won with a balding player.
Or a ginger quarterback.
Also name any notable ginger quarterback.
You know how Gator has that list of things he doesn't like or whatever? We should make one for Mike except about things you can't win with.
No
ginger
facts.
quarterback.
No facts, according to him.
Yeah.
Could you imagine if it was Saturday and it just timed up right where the race is coming down to the wire and Mike's favorite is going and he just jumps up in the middle of the ceremony? Yes!
No, this
I
even
love
worse.
this couple.
Even worse. This happened in 2016. One of my best friends, and I was the best man in his wedding. And as soon as he said when he was getting married, my mind immediately went, oh my God. Oh, that might be Belmont weekend. So what happens? American Pharoah's going for the Triple Crown. We're on one of these monster party buses. Guess what the bus doesn't have? Wi-Fi. Guess what happened? It was max headroom. If you're old, like it was like the horse froze, pixelation. I didn't get to see American Pharoah win the Triple Crown. I could have burned a hole through his skull with my glare.
I only know,
especially because he had a stupid little bow tie on.
I know your frustration because that happened in Cleveland when I was at the Michigan State game, and they had Derek Queen shot at the end of the game on the Jumbotron. The entire crowd is watching it, and he goes up, and then they cut back to the action in Cleveland.
Oh, no.
And we're all like, what just happened?
Dude, they're at the top of the stretch for 40 minutes, David. I got frozen. I've never let him forget it, but he's one of my best friends. He's a wonderful guy, and he married a wonderful woman.
But Fridays, in the fall, Friday should be option number one.
Kenny Cott, Friday Night Wedding. Come on, buddy. That's all I'm saying. All right, we'll get a few of the calls. We are going to get to business. What?
What if we got him a custom-made hot dog roller?
Listen to me.
With an extra salsa warmer at the bottom.
I will pay for a hot dog truck at Kenny's wedding. I will get the Oscar Mayer Wienermobile at Kenny's wedding if it's a Friday night wedding.
Wow.
Friday night wedding.
Kenny, think of the wedding photos.
Yeah, and then think of the divorce that happens 2 years later. Like, can you believe he did this to me?
I'll have to 6X the envelope.
Let me show you.
This
Let
mother.
me just show you the picture
Can
of
you
our wedding.
believe he did that to me?
Yeah. No, here it is. Here it is. He thought this was a good idea. Yeah. That look familiar? Yeah, that's the Wienermobile.
Yes. Is that Kenny toasting hot dog water?
It's the most.
Yes, it is.
It's the best day of my life. It's one of the most memorable days of my life. What did he do? He came down in a hot dog suit driving the Wienermobile.
You know how most people have a little chocolate fountain? We had ketchup and mustard. Hot dog water.
Is Kenny wearing a hot dog bun as a tie? Don't worry about it. All right. Go ahead. I'm sorry, everybody.
I was supposed to read after that.
Friday night wedding.
All right, Friday night wedding's off. We cancel it.
All right. I'll see you, David. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green with
Booming.
Natural Way. No, it's not booming, but your lawn can be because, look, it's warm outside and you want to be the envy of your neighborhood or subdivision. You need to call my people at Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Call 888-GET-GREEN right now because with the warm weather comes the weeds, the dandelions. They'll rob your lawn of the water and nutrients they need. You stop dandelions before they go to seed. Plus, it's not too late for them to stop the crabgrass. But you need to call now because for a limited time, if you purchase a full lawn program, you tell them Rico from 97.1 sent you, they will hook you up with free grub control as well. They'll come out to your house. They'll tailor a custom-made solution for your lawn using high-quality products and high-quality expertise. But you need to get started right now so you can be the envy of your neighborhood. Call 888-GET-GREEN right now, 888-GET-GREEN, or go online at naturalwaylawn.com.
Summer's heating up. What are you waiting on? You're going to wait till it's 95 and the power goes out? Call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Upgrade your system now. Save up to $1,000. Buy a new AC. Save up to $1,000. New generator. Save up to $1,000. I mean, you getting the theme here? I'm not going to keep reading these. It's redundant. Just call for details. Schedule your free in-home estimate.
And save.
Mastercraft. You know what? It's booming. Mastercraft, honest work. Great same-day service when you call before noon. It's mastercraftheating.com. All right. Great convo. We'll have that one a little later.
All right.
I'm gonna
Friday night wedding.
I'm going to get to the callers. We'll get some ticket texts. And then, yes, listen, we're going to do one segment on Alex Anzalone, and he's not at the OTAs, and he wants a new contract. And I'll give you every reason why I'm not giving him one. And then you can vilify me and tell me I'm a terrible human being. But I'm going to give you reasons. You can say you agree or disagree. I'm going to go to Mike first, then we'll talk to David. Mikey, what's going on, buddy? How you doing?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yes,
Hey,
Mike.
Yeah, I actually had a fall Friday night wedding, and it turned out to be absolutely perfect. And it wasn't anything we kind of did intentionally. My wife really liked the date. It was 11/11/11, and it just happened to work out. And a lot of people thought it was kind of odd at first. But, I mean, afterwards, everybody liked it. We didn't ruin anybody's whole weekend.
That's right.
The whole thing took maybe 4 hours. We exchanged our vows at like 6 o'clock, and people were leaving before 10.
You're nailing
great.
it.
It was
Oh,
perfect.
that's the program they're running tonight. They got like a 7-minute vow deal. We're going to hang out for a few hours. Everybody go their separate ways. They're going to head off to honeymoon. Everybody's happy. No one's going to be
that's
upset
exactly
to
what we
be there
did.
tonight. It's perfect.
Yeah, I had a buddy do the online ordained thing. It took like 5 minutes.
That's what
Right in the
David
hall,
did.
And, yep, and we were done. Oh.
Mike, you're a genius. You're a trailblazer. You're a trendsetter. That's the reality,
guys.
Michael. It also made me sad thinking back to falls around 2011 when State had a football team. Those were the days. David, ticket text, please.
Thursday night wedding is the most elite because then Fridays are off also.
Kenny, Thursday night wedding? That she'll never abide that.
Yeah, between that and the hot dog cart, I don't think it's going to go very well. if we do
Champagne
that.
flutes with hot dog water.
No. This is supposed to be the most special day of my life, and look what you've turned
I'm
it into.
making it special.
But think about it. You can cutting down on the dinner expense. You know, hot
Yeah,
dogs.
I would love to hear you try to explain that to her.
I will.
If you
Listen.
talk, I'll tell you this. If you talk her into it, I'm down.
I'll lay on the grenade. I'll talk to her.
All right.
Let me just at least sell her on what our vision of her special day is for you.
You
These are
figure that out.
gourmet-
I'll tell you. You can do anything you want.
Okay, you'd be like, no, these are gourmet hot dogs. Okay, you can't
don't get these
in
anywhere,
stores.
all right?
No,
Kenny's dressed up as a hot dog bun. She's dressed up as a giant thing of mustard. I mean, can you imagine those photos? Like
There's several jokes to be made here, but I will not make them. It is a Friday. I will not get in trouble.
no. Oh, yeah. Are we getting DJ Mustard at the wedding?
That would be the ultimate, wouldn't it be? I do. Mustard!
Right. We're trying to make this nice for you.
Wait. You know, here comes the bride. When she comes down, Kenny walks down the aisle.
Everybody's eating their whores divorce, little possum stew poppers or whatever it's going to be at this thing.
Now you've done it. Now you've gone too far. No more Thursday wedding, no Friday wedding. It's going to be in the middle of fall, Michigan State. That's when it's going to be.
Thanks. You know what? That doesn't even hurt anymore. MSU doesn't show up to the games. Why would I? David, the ticket text, please. Roberts, stop.
All right, that's enough. This one's just for you, Kenny. It says, this topic is really hitting home. I used to work at a premier wedding venue. Friday night weddings were about 30% cheaper.
That's right.
Also attended the wedding at the Henry Ford Museum and have photos with all my buddies in front of the Oscar Mayer Wienermobile.
That's
There
Kenny.
you go.
Kenny, now we got the venue. Little Wednesday afternoon at the Henry Ford.
We pushed it back to Wednesday now. It's like you started Friday. You're like, I can talk myself into that.
I'm going to get your wedding planned on such an obscure time slot. They pay you to get married there.
Monday night.
There's more in the envelope. That's all that is.
That's it. Go ahead, David. Then we'll get to this pressing matter of Alex Anzalone's contract.
For Sunday night.
I am standing in 5 weddings, attending 8 this year.
No.
All Fridays. It's horrible, Mike, because as a standing person, you have to take that day off and potentially Thursday if there's a rehearsal.
You know what? I bet you that person's in their 20s. I remember that summer. It was a summer where, all of my buddies.
Hey, shoot me straight. How many made it?
I know one didn't. I think the rest are good. One is iffy.
What is happening?
One didn't make it.
One is currently at the Sky Judge under review.
Iffy.
And David, it's
this marriage is under review.
It's
I'll wait for the Sky Judge.
it is. That's the best way I can describe it.
Wow.
But everybody else,
we're going to Secaucus, New Jersey for Steve Javi's review of your marriage.
You know what? Iffy. You know how things are like.
What does Mike Prayer
1.5?
think of this wedding?
You know how like the Vegas line is 1.5. He's the half. We don't know exactly where it's at right now.
It's hanging in the balance.
It is. We're waiting on the recount.
I used to work as a chauffeur, and I've done a Wednesday night wedding before. Okay.
Whoa, Kenny. Wednesday night wedding.
At this point, just make it Monday. We'll take the whole week off.
We do it Monday night during Lions Box. They'll pay you to get married.
Right. We can do that Monday night. We can take all week to do it. I can take care of that for you.
You just listen. We're gonna make it happen for him. But the Friday night wedding thing, I'm very excited tonight because I'm left alone tomorrow.
And honestly, I wish more people would do it in the fall because it's I never the whole fall Saturday thing. I don't know when that became a thing because I always thought you got married in the summer, and now it's just like everybody like when you get it's going to be in the fall, it's going to be beautiful. No, it's not.
Well, here's hope for Kenny. We're talking about a hot dog, everything happening right.
Oh boy,
married a ginger in the fall on a Friday with a nacho bar. Just celebrated our 10th anniversary, Rob, in St. Clair Shores.
Is Rob bald? Because then that would be the trifecta of everything.
No, but the difference is they're not Detroit Lions. You know, they're not Boston Celtics.
No. You because you said the ginger.
Yeah, you can't win a championship with one. Doesn't mean you can't be married to one.
Okay, but you said they have no soul.
Well, they don't. I mean, it makes things more negotiable, I guess. I don't know.
Which is why you can have a nacho bar.
That's right. That's no soul. You do whatever you want. All right, we've taken this far enough. Alex Anzalone wants a new contract. I say no. We're going to talk about this next, and you guys tell me where you're at with it. 97.1. All right. Listen, weather's got us all ready to get out, get moving, start doing things. Moran Chevrolet's got the perfect vehicle for you. Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. You need a truck, they got them. 25 Silverado LT, $294 a month, $1,495 down. They also have the Blazer EV, all-wheel drive, $227 a month, $999 down. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. You can find your ride fast and easy. MoranExpress.com or stop in on Gratiot, north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Okay, so let's talk Lions for a minute. And there's no yelling or anything. I want your guys' take. Maybe it's a ticket text thing, or if there's enough interest. Phone lines are wide open. So Alex Anzalone is not participating in the voluntary, in heavy air quotes, OTAs. Wants a new contract. He's signed through this season, and I guess for me, here's how I look at it. I'm respectful of what Alex Anzalone has brought here since he arrived in 2021. He's been one of your defensive anchors. He plays hurt. He plays tough. And he's a high-character guy. But he's going to be 32. I've already paid Derek Barnes, who, just so we're accurate, Derek Barnes has a cap figure of nearly $9.5 million. Why is that relevant? There is no world where Alex Anzalone takes a deal under Derek Barnes, meaning you will have the better part of $20 million tied up in off-ball linebacker before we get to the Jack Campbell discussion. Now, here's my issue. The Lions are sitting with $42.3 million in cap space. But part of all of this that I get upset about is Brad Holmes talks about, well, we have bills coming due. The problem is he's creating those bills. When you sign Derek Barnes and his deal balloons to basically $10 million next year, you created that bill. Mm-hmm. Who needed to run and sign Derek Barnes? Even John Jansen and I, look, John and I differ on a lot of things, but John knows football. John understands the game, played the game. Even John was taken aback by what they paid Derek Barnes. If you do this, you're creating another bill. Mm-hmm. And all of the early signings, like, look, you signed Kirby Joseph. We talked about this the day it happened. I go, why don't you just put him under the transition tag? Let him hunt his own deal. We'll worry about it later. Instead, you paid him. You backloaded the deal. So now that's going to be a bill that comes due. All of it.
Yeah.
I just don't want to pay off-ball linebackers. And let me be more specific because I don't want slander. If you're an off-ball linebacker who's not a stand-up edge, like a Micah Parsons, right? If you're an off-ball stand-up guy.
And basically think an old-school linebacker.
Right. And look, not disrespecting Alex Anzalone in any way, shape, or form. But on my power ranking of things I've just got to rush to do, look, Alex is a veteran. If he doesn't want to be at OTAs, that's fine.
Yeah.
I'm not running to the altar to pay this guy.
No.
Does that make me a villain?
No, it doesn't. I was thinking the same thing. Like, wait, why is he not showing up? Well, he wants more money. Like, I guess this is the Lions version of Trey Hendrickson, where he's upset and everybody else got taken care of but him. But I don't see him as this high priority. And you're right, with the age, and he's going to come in there asking for it. I'm thinking at least $10 million. And you're not that new type of linebacker where you're that a hybrid rush edge type of thing. No, I'm with you at this, Alex. This is your last year.
I would love to know is what Lions are they not going to sign? I mean, they are really on a roll of signing.
When they took Montgomery, I said this was an Oprah show at that point.
Look,
everybody's
I like David Montgomery, but I'm with you. Why sign him in October? Do you realize David Montgomery, I think, is the number 8 highest paid back in football?
And
it's in a timeshare.
And when you have the offensive line that you have, that's a plug and play position where you could put anybody back there and they will get results.
Which is why I thought it was ridiculous.
And if you don't believe,
did a few years ago, but okay.
Well,
the Niners were the kings of just starting
and
bums.
You know what? And I think at that point they said, "What if we just go out and get the top of the line?"
Guys,
it was like you had Jamal Williams, and he worked out, and then he left, and then you got Montgomery, and he worked out,
and you drafted Gibbs.
Right.
So no, I think there has to be some lines drawn in the sand here, but they don't seem to be drawing them. We'll see what they do with Anzalone, but no, you play the season out, and if he wants to come back, you talk about it then. And if he doesn't, I wish you good luck on the open market as a 32-year-old off-ball linebacker. I don't know what to say. Yeah. Look, teams have to be cold-blooded. It's not a field trip. Not everybody gets the participation trophy. And I'm so confused why they are just running to sign all their own people, even what we deem to be non-essential.
You're right, because some of them can be transition tags where, you know what, show me your value. And if somebody wants to pay you that, then you go ahead and you go make that money, son, because we're not going to pay you here.
Just let them go.
But you're actually bidding against yourself right now. And then you're talking about, well, you know, we had to have all this money. Like you said, you're creating your own bills.
I mean, my guess for Anzalone, it's a guess, maybe 2 at 20, 2 at 22.
Yeah.
You know, like, am I ready to tie up that type of money in a couple of off-ball linebackers? No, I'm not.
I mean, I'm trying to think who got.
Well, Derek Barnes is getting essentially a cap, all-in cap, 9.5, 9.5. The base is 8 plus a 1.5 bonus in each year, and those cap hits are full. So if that's 9.5, I'm just spitballing. Let's say Anzalone gave a hometown discount. Let's say it's the same deal Barnes signed. It's still, for all intensive purposes, $10 million against your cap.
Right. Yeah, I'm just kind of looking at some linebackers that just sound like Greenlaw signed with the Broncos at $10.5 million a year.
Right. So why would Anzalone feel like he's lesser than a guy who's off a blown Achilles?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So David, go ahead. You're there's no yelling. I just wanted to, because the story's out there.
No.
And I wanted to do one segment on it.
This would be exactly what your team is. David, it's the one thing I love about the Steelers.
Let them walk away.
They do not. They are the antithesis of the Lions. They don't fall in love with anybody.
No, you have your guys that are franchise-type guys, Cam Hayward, T.J. Watt, but you're right. They let everyone else, you know,
Yeah, when you're a rookie, they show you your nameplate slides in and out, okay? There it is.
Yes, and I know I'm not the GM. I'm not Brad Holmes, but yes, I looked at the salary cap table. I look at it all the time, and I just assumed, I mean, good for Anzalone to ask for it, but I looked at it and I always assumed that he would be gone after this year.
Mm-hmm.
There would be no way, and I'm saying no way because you got too much already in the linebacker position, and then you're trying to sign Aiden, which I wouldn't do it right now, but you're trying to sign Aiden, and you're trying to sign Kirby. I just always saw it as he's never going to be here in 2026.
And David, it's kind of like his position has evolved. It's like the mobile quarterback now. That standalone Tom Brady type that just stands in the pocket, that's a disadvantage. You want a quarterback who has some wheels, who can move. You want a linebacker that you can move to the edge. You want that Micah Parsons type of guy. That's not really his forte.
Yeah, and I thought they drafted Jack Campbell to eventually replace Alex Anzalone. So why would you re-sign him?
See, David's hinting at something here and I understand, right? You want to have options. It's a lot like A.J. Hinch in the roster optimization. But when you draft a first-round linebacker, only to turn around and pay 2 other linebackers on the roster $10 million a year, that doesn't compute to me.
Right.
So look,
and real talk. I mean, nothing. He's not that special linebacker that you're like, wow. You know, you always got to know where he's at on the field. But I mean, when offenses are scripting up, are looking for certain players. You need to know where Aiden Hutchinson is. You need to know where McNeil is. You need to know where Branch is.
He plays with great speed.
He does.
He plays
but I'm just
physical.
saying,
Again, I don't want this to be, and you're not doing it, but God help us. Lion fans are the most tin-eared fan base in the league right now.
Right.
Even
he's not Roquan Smith. He's not Fred Warner.
Even a light critique, people think it's slander. I'm fine with Alex Anzalone, but he's under contract. So I don't have to do nothing. And I'm not doing it. But I won't be surprised in the least if by the time we talk to you guys on Monday, Alex Anzalone's got a new deal. Nothing will surprise me anymore.
No, you're right.
So just keep your eye on it. It's a, I don't want to say a developing story. That makes it sound like we're doing like wartime coverage, but it's just something that Lions coaches, including Kelvin Shepard, were forced to comment on today. Yeah. So keep your eye on it.
I mean, he's become the Lions version of Trey Hendrickson, where he's not happy because all his boys got taken care of, and he's still waiting for a deal.
248-539-9797. We will get to a football today. We do want to talk about, MLB is pimping out this weekend as rivalry weekend. And we started really looking around and going, well, what rivalries are around in sports? We'll get into it at 3. Look, and here, case in point, our rivalry weekend is here. I don't know, Tigers and Blue Jays? Is that a rivalry?
Yeah.
No, it's not. It's just an
Battle of
excuse
Cecil
for Canadians to come to Detroit.
The Battle of Cecil Fielder.
Also, a reminder to Mark Ryan: Toronto fans are going to be here. Try to not have your head explode. All right, so FanDuel.com/ticket. You can get in on all the MLB games. I can't sell you rivalry weekend. I don't even feel good about it. It's just baseball. So they've got more ways to play.
Giants, Dodgers, come on.
Home run boosts. It's all there. Make every moment more with FanDuel, the official betting partner of Major League Baseball. 21 and up present in Michigan. Opt-in is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Okay, so yesterday we're having a little fun. We're mixing in NFL, but we're just, touching the table. A little Rocky Balboa maroon jacket action with a little college football, as we are now 99 days from week 0. Yesterday we did some of the big overriding issues in a blitz. Today, David, you have something different.
Let's go through some coaching, top 10 coaches in college football today. I think there'll be some controversy in it.
Okay.
Let's start with number 10 here. And I'm sure there'll be some guys missing. I really do. There'll be some guys missing. You guys can talk about it. Number 10, Matt Campbell from Iowa State. 99 and 66 ranking. Record at Iowa State.
You got to stop.
Yeah.
You got to stop with this Matt Campbell thing.
See?
Listen, I'm not saying he's a bad coach, but to be in the top 10, you have got to have playoff appearances. You have got to have a national championship. You have got to be an ace recruiter. You have got to be a CEO. Matt Campbell had a bounce-back year last year. Iowa State was better, but that's still a guy who, correct me if I'm wrong, they haven't won the Big 12 since 1943. I can't have Matt Campbell number 10 overall. That's me. Rico, if I'm being too hard on the guy, go ahead.
No, you're not. I mean, his time is come and gone. I mean, think about this. Back when Dan Campbell got the job as the Lions, Matt Campbell was the hot coach because Dan was like, yeah, tell him I'm Matt so I can get this job interview. And ever since then, he's kind of fallen off the cliff, David.
Yeah, this was their first double-digit win season in program history, and they're lauding that from 79 through his hire. They only had 3 bowls and 11 players taken in the first round, and it's 9 years. They have 3 bowl wins, 12 players drafted in the first round.
That's all well and good. Not a top 10 coach.
I agree.
You know what? And I bet you I know why. It's probably because longevity. Because he's been there, and a lot of other coaches have moved around.
Number 9, a record of 167 and 86 at Utah. It is Kyle Whittingham.
That one I have no problem with. It's a guy who has won the Pac-12. It's a guy who's had playoff caliber teams. It's a guy who has big wins. And, again, Cam Rising getting hurt kind of derailed each of the last 2 years. But I think Whittingham does a really good job.
Yeah, I heard he's a game-time decision. Oh, wait, he just retired. No, but Utah was probably the best team that most people never saw.
Yeah, he's won 9 or more games 7 times between 14 and 2022. Number 8 on the list, James Franklin.
You know what? I'm going to abstain. I'm just staying out of this.
I need to see the rest of the list, but I wonder if a lot of this is just on longevity. He's been at Penn State. Yes, he has won a lot of games. Some may say meaningless, but he's won games. Now, when he plays against the big boys, that record is going to be totally different. But he's feasted off of the bad teams and the average teams. So I can understand why he's on there. But if you had to win one game to save your life, I'm not calling Penn State and asking for him.
So let me give you this, because this is an ESPN article and they had writers voting on it. Let me give you what they said about him. The voting for Franklin brought a wide range of opinions. 5 people left him off of their ballot, and their biggest supporter had him at 5. So that's a giant range of off the ballot to number 5.
David, I mean, he's one of those guys where tell me the big game that he's won, because the next one will be the first one.
So keep that one, because you said we'll see with the rest of the list. Keep that one in your Rolodex there. Number 7, Kalen DeBoer, Alabama.
Oh, hell no. Hell no. For what? Having the same damn quarterback who was 30 damn years old at UW? Then he goes to Alabama and he can't turn Jalen Milroe into anything but a pile of mush? Are you kidding me? Okay, he did a nice job at Fresno State. Hold on, here's the slow golf clap. Are you nuts with that? Man, that's your boy. You leave
Mike,
me out of this.
No, you're right. What it is it's almost like that Brady Belichick thing. Who made who? Was it Penix that made him? Did he make Penix? We're going to find out, but you're right. This year is his year. Alabama's not going to put up with mediocre. You know that. He'll be fired.
They ain't putting up with 3 losses.
Right. That's mediocre. We'd kill for 3 losses in East Lansing. 3 losses there, you're fired.
Might kill for 5.
So for those wondering, why are you doing this on May 16th? That's why, because I told you there was some issues with this list that I saw.
Listen, it's okay. Not everything has to be all NFL all the time.
Yeah, and I think also with DeBoer, because he got the Bama job, he got the Bama bump.
Number 6, Dan Lanning.
My issue with Dan Lanning is he's turning into James Franklin light. You're at Oregon. You have all the money. You have some of the most well-heeled NIL in America. They're getting every player. But when it comes to big games, what happened? Look at 2 years ago. He had 2 cracks at UW, lost them both. He gets in these big games. Where is it?
You're still upset over losing those bets to
because
me, aren't you?
that team was 7 to 10 points better than UW, and Dan Lanning didn't have him ready to play. Now, look, even though they beat Ohio State in the regular season, Will Howard lost his mind. What happened in the playoff? Oh, here, I know. Wait a minute. Dan Lanning can be on the list, but another year where he doesn't win the big one?
Yeah, winning the Big Ten title. Yeah.
Whoopity doo-dah.
Number 5, Steve Sarkisian, Texas.
He's the best play caller in the country, I'll tell you that. Top 5 coach?
Yeah.
Probably.
I mean, he's got a lot of resources.
He still does brain dead stuff inside the 10-yard line, though. Oh, boy. But, yeah, you know what? They might win the whole damn thing this year. I can't keep him off top 10. Might be a little high on this list.
He has NFL talent, and he wins with the NFL talent.
Number 4, from Notre Dame coach, Marcus Freeman.
Stud.
33-10 at Notre Dame.
I love Marcus Freeman, so that's my answer. I'll leave the rest to Rico.
No, I'm with you. It's just funny. I mean, he's still young as far as coaches, but if you extrapolate what he's going to do, I think that he will have Notre Dame at a national title type of caliber where they're going to actually win one of these things. He's
Once
going to
he gets a quarterback.
Yeah.
Because Riley Leonard wasn't it.
No, that was not the answer last year.
No, but
that first drive, great.
But the fact
But
that you
not
got to the
enough.
national title game with Riley Leonard, that's why you're there.
Yeah. There's one name that if David says it, I'm walking out of here.
Well, it may be this one. Number 3, Dabo Sweeney.
No, it's not the name.
Okay.
I understand it. He's got multiple rings. He's done it at a non-traditional power, and he's done it. He's had a bit of a revival. I know that upsets you.
But are we to the Gold Watch stage where, Lifetime Achievement Award?
Made the playoff last year. Rico, I'm just dealing in what's going on. Now, do I like his aw shucks routine? No, I want to slap him in the face. But he's a top 10 coach.
Okay.
I know.
This is Dan Lanning.
Yes.
This is how I feel about him.
Yes. No, there's one name. He says it. I'm gone.
Number 2, Ryan Day.
The hair dye bothers me, but he just won the national title. But Ryan, if
you
it
know
wouldn't,
what? So you can't win as a ginger, but
No,
you can win
you
with
can.
Cocoa
But
Bean
my
number 5.
problem with Ryan Day is personal. Would it inconvenience you to beat Michigan? You rat bastard. Can you beat Michigan? Please, God.
Think about this.
You rat. Beat Michigan. Less hair dye. More Michigan.
He just won the national title.
But he didn't beat Michigan.
And Mike, I believe if he loses to Michigan again, they're going to be people saying fire him.
No, just make him go gray with grace. Enough. Salt and pepper's in, Ryan. Let it happen. All right, next.
Number 1.
Jerome Moore.
And I gave Kenny a preview of number 1, and he is not happy about it. It is Kirby Smart.
Okay, as long as you didn't say Brian Kelly, I stay in the room, so that's fine. I'll let Kenny speak on this.
Kirby is, after further review behind the glass, Kirby is fine at number 1. I don't take huge issue with it, but
for now,
one more year like that, you might not be in the top 5. I said it.
Also, long hair with a visor. It's got to stop.
He's the Dr. Pepper guy from the commercials when he was
Larry.
the vendor.
Yeah, Larry Pepper or whatever.
Yeah.
Larry Culpepper.
Yeah, he has the visor on. He has the dumb
If you
hair.
have long hair, why are you wearing a visor? Like, I hate when he takes it off during the game and it molds to his head. It's the most ridiculous look in the world. Or he wears the visor. You're in the Georgia Dome. Georgia Dome indoors,
Inside.
visor. Why?
It has the outline
Probably has
around
a
his
deal with
skull when he takes it off. Yeah.
He's probably got to deal with Visor Company. Now, one who has an opportunity to crack this top 10 this year, if he does it right, is Lincoln Riley. Because he had success.
Yeah.
He went to USC, and he kind of got in over his head.
You want another one? And I think they're going to have a really, really big season. Billy Napier.
Oh.
Go from the outhouse to the penthouse.
Man,
Florida.
you ain't lying. He was supposed to be
I know,
fired.
but he
in
did a
week 2.
damn good job last year. And if you can get Florida back, you said
No,
off-board
you're
selection.
right. No, you're right.
Can you be number 1 with that many driving violations?
Wow.
Honest question.
All right, driving school.
And that is our college football plans.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. After a day off yesterday, the Tigers right back on the field tonight in Toronto against the Blue Jays. AJ Hinch on their mindset this year. Pre-game coverage starts at 6:40 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. NFL Nerd, a popular schedule account on X, took a look at all 32 NFL teams' net rest days. The Lions have 13 more than any other team. They're trailed just by the Dolphins and Rams at 2 and 3. The Raiders have the least in the league. The Knicks are looking to knock out the Celtics tonight, tip at 8. Jason Tatum, of course, out for the year now for Boston. Then the other player on the injury report is Precious Achiuwa for New York. He has an ankle sprain and is questionable. In the NHL, the Leafs on the brink of elimination as well against against the Panthers. Game 6 will puck drop at 8. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Three o'clock. Nice to have you with us. Want to have a conversation. MLB is coining this rivalry weekend. And, oh, yes, we all know the deep rivalry the Detroit Tigers have with the Toronto Blue Jays? ? So we started thinking about this, and you guys have to tell us if we're just totally insane. But this is the first time in history I don't think any Detroit team has a rival. There are no rivalries. Professional sports rivalries are largely toast. I mean, I can think of like one, maybe Bills Chiefs, maybe, just because they play every year and they're in games of incredible consequence. But like, what? Who's the Tigers' rival?
Oh, the Tigers' rival, I don't think they have one.
Who's the Wings' rival?
I don't think they have
Who's
one.
Pistons' rival?
It's the Knicks.
No, it's
Jalen
not.
Brunson.
Who's the Lions' rival? Because they keep wanting to tell you it's the Rams, but it's not.
No, I think the Lions actually do now.
Packers?
No, the Bears.
Oh, with Ben Johnson?
Until they actually play and something happens.
And David, it has the potential. Let Ben Johnson walk in here week 2, and guess what? You got a rival because you share something in common. But no, I thought you were going to say in baseball, I mean, your whole Subway Series. I mean, that's what this whole interleague was all made for, so that the Yankees and Mets could play each other all the time.
Doesn't mean anything to me. I'm shooting you straight, man. It was novel 20 years ago
It
when they
was.
met in the World Series. But that's here's my question. Are rivalries dead in professional sports? Now, I'm not going to do the easy thing. I could easily make this
college.
I could.
No.
I'm not.
No. Let me just put the bullet in the college thing. Yes. For the actual players, rivalries are gone. But for fans, rivalries are still there. They will get upset. They merely just see the colors of that other college team that they hate, and they won't wear them. So I think for college, fan-wise, rivalry is still going strong. Pros, that ended with free agency. That ended with you become a fan of the team. As I said in the pre-show meeting, you're the person who has the Cleveland LeBron jersey, the Miami LeBron jersey, the second Cleveland LeBron jersey, and then the Laker, because you know what? They've always been your favorite teams.
But I feel like rivalries are just gone. And it does affect my sports viewing. You miss it. But collegiately, forget it. I'll stay away from it. But professionally, where MLB's trying to throw rivalry weekend out there, I'm sorry. Like, baseball's always had a problem with that. Old school, you had rivalries. Old school. But even Yankees, Red Sox, nobody cares.
Yeah.
Nobody cares.
You know
Dodgers, Giants, I guess. I don't know.
You know when the Yankees, Red Sox, to me, kind of died off when the Red Sox beat you and won a title. And then all of a sudden it wasn't fun anymore because you were the team that suppressed them every year. They finally broke through, and it was just like,
Blowing a 3-0 series lead is not fun. Thank you for reaffirming that.
Made me a lot of money.
Great.
But no.
I hope your roof caves in. Thank you for profiting on the low point of my sports life. It was awful.
Trust me, I wasn't trying to get in on that bet. A buddy of mine was so confident. He was like, you know what? We'll bet you. I'm like, where does we come from? So, but as far as rivalry games, you're right, because I remember like in the NBA, it was always the Lakers and the Celtics, the Pistons and the Celtics. Even like in the it was the Pistons and the Pacers in the early 2000s. Like those games meant so. You had Rasheed with the guarantee. We will win game 2. Like You don't get that anymore.
Are we living in a rivalry-less existence? Because that's what I feel sports has turned into. But I want to know from you guys. I mean, if you feel like there's a rival, go ahead and tell me who it is.
I think the players kind of ended that because at the end, when you're exchanging jerseys and getting everybody's numbers where we're hanging out tonight, I kind of miss the days of, the Isaiah Thomas walking off the court. Whatever, man. Get the hell out of here. We don't like you. But now everybody's buddy-buddy.
I'm still trying to figure out who the Lions' biggest NFC North – is it the Packers with a bullet still? Or because it used to be. And then it's the Bears. With Packers. Ben Johnson now going to the Bears, it could be the Bears. Question mark?
Right now, I would say it's the Packers because they show up here. They used to take over. It used to be a Green Bay takeover at Ford Field.
I'll tell you this. If the Bears come in here and Ben Johnson just starts whipping that ass – I don't know, man.
Oh, no. Ben Johnson.
And it starts talking his stuff like we thought he was doing before.
Kenny,
that could turn.
In week 2, Ben Johnson comes in here and not only beats the Lions, but runs a trick play to run up the score.
Yep.
You got a rivalry.
I agree.
Because now you got to wait till the end of the season.
But right now, I'm just looking around the division. I'm like, it's definitely not the Vikings. It might be the Bears. It's probably the Packers, but it's still not real rivalry.
The Rams, I guess, because of Matthew Stafford, because you had
that's
that.
An old hat, though, man. I don't think that's a rivalry.
But, it was Stafford got his ring, so he's like, I don't care if I keep losing to you. I got a Super Bowl ring.
Yeah, it's like what you said about Boston. It's like, all right, they won, so it's not fun anymore.
Right.
Stafford won, so it's not fun anymore.
Right. So, yeah, I think that the players kind of into free agency, and they're just so buddy-buddy now. It's just, I never like it, and maybe I'm just being old man when at the end of a game, my team loses, and you see them yucking it up on the field, swapping the jerseys out. It's like, why am I more pissed than you are? Why are you laughing? What is there to smile about? You just lost to them. Why do you want to go out to dinner with them now?
Jesus. 248-539-9797. David, what do you make of this? I mean, because like for me, I've accepted what it is. I think the money's too big. I don't begrudge these players. They can make whatever they're worth. You're worth what someone's willing to pay you. But does it attack, like Rico said, does it attack the actual rivalries in the game? Of course it does.
The closest thing that I would think to me would be Steelers-Ravens. But that's even more because the coaches have longevity. It doesn't even matter anymore to the players. Like, we suck, and the Ravens don't care about us anymore because they'll just beat us. So it's not even there. I don't think there is one anymore in sports. People want to say on a ticket text, people want to say Wings Avalanche will always be a rival to me. Why? They're not even in the same conference anymore.
Man, it's a long time since that fight, so...
Yeah, I don't see them anymore. There's none in sports.
Because to me, that great rivalry game is the game that you got no skin in, but you still want to watch. Or you're even thinking about, you know what, one day maybe we should just go and watch that matchup. Okay? That's what it is, and I don't see any of those. I mean, but yeah, back in the day, I think it was a lot of rivalries. I remember it used to be the Cowboys and basically the Cowboys was everybody's rivals. It was Cowboys and Redskins, Cowboys and Niners. It was Cowboys and Eagles.
Mike, you are hockey elite. Do you remember? I think it was Sidney Crosby talking about playing, I think, Philly or maybe Washington. And they asked him about, how do you feel about that? He's like, I don't like them. I don't like playing them. I don't like any of them. That doesn't exist in sports right now anymore.
No, I think the problem is you need to play a team 2 to 3 times in consequential playoff series in order for there to be a rivalry. The issue is, all the collectively bargained agreements, the CBAs, are designed for you never to be able to be good that long. But B, even if you are good, the players who are on that team are different. It's new faces, new places. The hatred is built up by familiarity. So I think the very business aspect of sports has killed it.
Yeah, I mean, I remember, Mike, you remember the Knicks and the Heat. And they would actually get into fights in the middle of a series. But I'll tell you this, and I'm saying this, Mike, if your Celtics lose, you know they're going to hype up Reggie Miller sitting next to Spike Lee for the Eastern Conference title game. Hey, remember when Reggie Miller beat the Knicks back in the 90s? And they'll try to make this a rivalry.
Yeah, you can fake it, but it's not real.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. It's like, I don't really see that as a rivalry anymore.
248-539-9797. Spring is here. Summer is just around the corner. Old Nation Brewing has the perfect way to help you get the most out of your sunny days. The Tranquilas, the Mexican-style lager, their seasonal releases always hit. They always sell out. And this is absolutely a warm weather beer, respectfully brewed in Williamston, using only the best ingredients, whether it's the beach or on the patio. Perfect way to relax and unwind. Taste the difference yourself. Support local, support independent. It's oldnationbrewing.com. You can find a retailer near you. 21 and up. Old Nation Brewing reminds you to please drink responsibly. All right, right to the people. And we'll get some ticket text in the mix. Get to who said it at 4 o'clock. Lots to do today. We go to Brent, 97.1. Brent, what's going on, pal? How you doing?
Hey, guys. Just moved back from Cincinnati, lived down there for 3 years, and I can say
coming from AFC North country, the division rivalries are still very much alive. I jumped on that Bengals bandwagon, and still, even coming back here, I have a lot of disdain for the Browns and the Ratbirds. Steelers are all right, but I think it's just a Detroit thing. I think the rivalries down in Cincinnati are alive and well.
So why is that? I mean, I'm not denying what you're saying. I'm asking why, though. Like, what happened here where we don't have rivals? Our teams are just getting good again. The Lions have been one of the best teams in football the last couple of years. What are we missing?
I think the run of irrelevance is still strong on everyone's coat. 5 years where all four teams were kind of pointless.
Yeah, no, it's fair.
That's fair. All our rivalries.
No, that's Brent. It's a really good point. And you know what? Look, baseball's such a long season. You get comfortable thinking your team has made it. But the truth is, the Tigers for most of last year were irrelevant. Then they had a Disney movie. Now they're really good this year. But no, there's no. You got to shut your door, brother. There is no rivalry. I don't feel anything towards the Blue Jays. I don't feel anything towards the Sox, Cleveland. I think that's made up stuff right now.
No, he may be right because his teams were so bad. We just kind of lost interest, and we were just kind of like the professional version of homecoming team, where you were the get right, or in the NBA, you were the day that, okay, we can take the day off. We're playing the Pistons. You don't have to send your best lineup out there to beat them. Now, maybe that there's a renaissance happening here in Detroit. We may start getting rivalry games back because the games will actually mean something.
Who would the Lions' rival be, though? This is what I mean about the NFL.
If they play again, like the Commanders are, they could be a rivalry for
play
the
them
Lions
in the regular season this year, plus a playoff game.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're looking at the Bears with Ben Johnson. I think that has potential. And then the Packers, if the Packers get good, that could start becoming something where you're fighting for the divisional.
Well, the other thing is rivalries. They can't be one team always winning.
Right.
The Packers don't beat the Lions.
Right. That's
so
what
it just kind of feels, it's like, is it really a rivalry? Now, if the Packers bust your ass and then you meet in the playoff, I can understand it more.
Well, yeah, it was because the Packers were winning all the games, and then all of a sudden Aaron Rodgers said that famous week, I can't believe we lost to that team, and they haven't beaten them since.
Let's go to Jamie, 97.1. Jamie, what's going on? Jamie? I'll go ahead and put Jamie on hold. He clearly has some business to attend to. David, go ahead with the ticket text.
Someone's saying Lions and the Dallas Cowboys.
How? What planet is that a rivalry? Don't cite a game 13 years ago. It's not.
Tigers' rival is Cleveland. That is from Rick.
All right, but hold on. Okay, so we had the playoff series last year. Fine enough. Who really gets amped up when Cleveland's here? As if that's this, oh my God, I got to get to the ballpark. Who?
Nobody.
You can convince yourself of it, but I don't think it's real.
Tampa Bay and the Lions. Couple playoff games, right?
Lose to Tampa Bay in the playoffs, and then it would be a rivalry.
Correct.
Yeah. You've beaten them in the games that count. It's not for me.
Like I said, I think the closest, probably the Commanders. You're going to play them again this year.
They ended your season.
You went 15-2, and they said not good enough.
The Seahawks. They do come to town and beat them, though.
Yeah, you're right. They play every year for some reason.
Yeah, they do. Yeah. Cubs and Cardinals is a major rival.
Yeah, but see, again, okay, in a world of sports where you have, call it 120 professional teams plus, if you have 2 or 3 rivalries you're able to cite, that's kind of proving the point. Rivalries really in 2025 have been taken out of the game based on the business of the game. You want to sell me on Chiefs in Denver? I don't know. But for our teams here in town, it feels really empty. I mean, Wings and Pistons, forget it. There's nothing. Nothing. Baseball struggles with rivalries on surface. The Lions are our best shot. Rico may have the best suggestion. Maybe it's a developing thing with the Commanders, but it still has to develop. It's not the Rams. They can keep selling this Rams thing. The Rams don't beat you.
No, and you have a rivalry when all of a sudden you hate their best player. You can't stand him. And the reason why you can't stand him is because he beats you or he just gives you fits. So that's why I say, the Commanders may be the closest.
go to Jamie 97.1. Jamie, what's going on?
Oh, thank you for taking my call. Just want to say I thought Rico hit the nail on the head a few minutes ago when he said rivalries are dead to the players. Michigan State college basketball. They didn't try as hard. They didn't care as much. State takes it in basketball as a rivalry. And look what happened. And Michigan, I'll say, but he said that the people, especially me as a senior citizen, treat them always as a rivalry. With
Yes.
some.
That's the
Michigan,
disconnect.
Ohio State football, now they've won 4 in a row. It was always a rivalry in my opinion, but it sure is now.
Yeah,
And then
that's
just a
the
couple
problem,
more.
though. Ultimately, Jamie, the fans feel one way, but the players, a lot of these guys, they're not even here long enough to know what they're fighting for. Not at the college level.
Bruh, when you got players who transfer from one rival to the next, that tells you, man, of all the schools to go to, you went to that one? Really? You had over 200 schools to pick, and you went to your rival.
But now it's your fourth school and your fourth paycheck, and it doesn't mean anything.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, hell, we have reports. I mean, look at what happened with Nico Ilimaliava or James Pierce. These guys are 1 foot out the door. They're negotiating live. You can't possibly be engaged in a rivalry.
All right, that's what I said. Only for the fans does college football still matter where you see that logo, that color, and you just get so angry.
It killed it for me. Because you knew the guys on that field hated each other more than you could ever hate them.
Yeah.
And that's gone, and I can't explain it.
Dude, right. It was. I remember it was Brandon Graham because he was the last real Michigan player under Rich Rod, guaranteeing the win over Michigan State. They didn't get it, but he was just like, guys, we got to rise up and beat them because I don't like them. And yeah, it's like it's manufactured. I mean, you like the caller just said. You look at the logo incident at Spartan at the Breslin Center. It's like, okay, guys, do you really? We're doing this like. One's not even on the team. Neither one is on the team anymore. One's not on State anymore. One's not on Michigan anymore. So there's your rivalry.
Let's go to Brandon, 97.1. Brandon, what's going on, buddy?
What's going on, Mike?
How are you, sir?
I'm good. Hey, I got a rivalry that's brewing again in Detroit sports. Is the Pistons and Indiana Pacers. We got a history with them, and right now they don't like us. We don't like them. It's been close games, and we had drama during the time in the regular season. I was hoping we would play them in the playoffs. It didn't happen, but hey, that's a rivalry that's starting over
But the
again.
problem is you haven't played truly meaningful games against them in 20 years.
That's true.
Brandon, that's where I struggle with it. Now, I'm not telling you they're best friends. I agree with you. Beef stew may kill someone if those two teams play in a playoff series, but we need those series for it to be a rivalry again.
I think we might get it next year. I mean, we get the right pieces in place, and you see where the Pacers is at right now. And
Well, here's the
Pistons
thing,
on the way
Brandon.
up.
If you took out the Knicks and put the Pacers in there and had that series, maybe you would feel like the rivalry was back.
See, but here's the thing. It may never become that, though, because part of the hatred, is the Ivy Matherin thing. If Ivy gets dealt in the offseason, then what is left? Where's the hate?
I mean, beef stew right there, too. Don't forget
Deal
that.
him,
They
too.
had,
Oh, boy, David, please. You're going to offend a lot of Detroit. That is the city's mascot.
I'm sorry. Just deal him. Get
No.
somebody better.
No, okay. Listen, the cap hit is something I struggle with. Does he play a role? Is it rim protection? Is he a good backup center? Yes, yes, and yes. But $15 million a year for that? This is going to be the challenges trade. I know it's not the topic we're doing. I'm sorry. But you slandered the man, and I felt a need to interject.
My apologies.
Very unfair. 248-539-9797. I'm going to get more to people. We'll get into a blitz. We got Who Said It to get to as well. We talked about the Anzalone contract stuff. Probably get back into that a little bit later as well. 97.1. 97.1, good to have you with us. Odyssey.com Rewind. We talked about this Anzalone story, and it's simple. If you want to go listen to it, it's one segment. But look, Lions coaches, Kelvin Shepard had to answer for it. He wants a new contract. And I just don't understand the why. Why is it not enough to just play Anzalone this year, and when he turns 32, you cut him loose? It's the ice-cold nature of the business. Or you're going to sign one of your own again. It's going to be north of a $10 million cap hit. You've already paid Derek Barnes. You got to draw some hard lines. So we did one segment on it. If you want that, you can go get it right now. We're talking a little bit about, like, baseball's trying this rivalry weekend thing. So we naturally brought up, are rivalries even a thing in sports anymore? It doesn't feel that way. And, I mean, we just had a guy call up Pistons and Pacers. Is this 2005? Is Steven Jackson standing on a car outside of a strip club? Like, what are we talking about? Where's Jonathan Bender? Oh. So, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it just, they feel dead. But the Lions' rival would be what? Is it the Pack because it's always been the Pack? Well, the Pack doesn't beat you. Mm-hmm. Is it the Bears because of Ben Johnson? Well, they haven't played yet.
Right. I think for a second, we thought it was going to be the Niners because of the championship game.
Right.
But then, because we were all looking forward to that game last year, except Lions showed up, the other team didn't.
Yes. Now, you suggested, I think, the most interesting, which is Washington.
Yeah.
Stunningly ended your season last year. You're going to play in the regular season this year. And if you were able to meet them again in the playoffs, that's kind of the establishment of a rivalry. Mm-hmm. Playing someone 3 times, 2 years, consequential game.
With a player who you'll grow to hate
yes.
because, like, oh my goodness. And for some, it's the quarterback that they always wanted to see here in Detroit.
Let's go to Tommy, 97.1. Tommy, what's going on, buddy?
Hi, Rico.
What's up, Tommy?
Oh, yeah. Another day in the life. You know what I mean? I told your screener, and I always think like the Fab Five against Duke, a rivalry. It's like, to me, that like, it's one I wish it never ended. And it was like, I know they never beat Duke, but it's like they were always there. They were the better team, I thought.
But it was 35 years ago, Tommy.
I know, Mike.
I'm saying now. What rivalry now in professional sport? Do we have any?
Oh, now. Okay, now. All right. Well, gosh, now you're like making me like do. I'm going back to present time. What about the Lions and the Redskins? I don't know.
Well, they're the Commanders. But yes, Tommy, that's
same,
I know. I screw up sometimes too. Tommy, look, Rico brought the suggestion up, and I think it's the best shot they got, brother. Because other than that, look, the Pack would have to start beating you. You know, the Bears, one game, or that's not going to make a rival. Now, again, if you played the Bears twice in a regular season and then you met them wild card weekend and they busted your ass and Ben Johnson threw a headset at somebody.
And Mike, who are these people in the NFL who are saying the Packers are going to be like the greatest team this season? I've heard this.
No, I don't know who said they're going to be great. I think they have a chance to win the NFC North. I think they have a quarterback who, healthy, can be a top 5 quarterback. I mean, they're a good football team. Now, their problem is they lack a pass rush. That's really kind of their Achilles heel. But the Packers have a really good football team. But when your quarterback's hurt, not that you've experienced that, but when your quarterback's hurt, started the year on one leg, finished the year he couldn't feel his right arm. Those are kind of problematic things.
But yeah, I think the Commanders, and depending on what happens this year, you may be able to go back to the 49ers if they meet again in the playoffs with championship or on the line, Super Bowl on the line. You can add that to the mix as well.
Go to Andrew, 97.1. What's up, Andrew?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
How are you?
Yeah, I think hello?
Yep.
You guys hear me? Okay. I think for me, rivalries in sports, it's just changed. I think it's a short-term thing now. There's never going to be that long-term rivalry like how it was with like Colorado and the Red Wings and like the Pacers and the Pistons. I think right now for Pistons, it's like your Houston Rockets. It's your, I don't know, I guess the Knicks. Your Red Wings is probably Ottawa. I would always say that Toronto's in there just because like it's going to be your regional. For the Lions, it's got to be Chicago right now. Ben Johnson, the story. Detroit versus Chicago. It's just always such a big storyline.
But that's got to build.
I guess what's your thoughts?
No, I mean, Andrew, here's the thing. It might be, but they haven't played yet. And if you go out and smoke the Bears twice, it's not a rivalry. I think the Washington thing is the most interesting one.
Well, this is what I think. I think, 49ers could have been something like, what if we met again in the NFC Championship, and then let's say we beat them and went to the Super Bowl last year? Like that, that builds rivalry, but it takes two to tango. So if a team gets good and the other team doesn't, it's just not going to work out. So
no, and I have firsthand experience with it. Like for me, okay, I'm a Giants fan. The Giants and Cowboys is not a rivalry. We never beat them. Giants Eagles, it's no longer a thing. Why? We never beat them.
It's now become hammer versus nail.
So yeah, and the Giants are the nail. So no, Andrew, I'm with you. I think the shorter term thing, it's just so problematic too because Andrew, you can't keep your teams together. The way these leagues are designed now, look at what the NBA's got going. You can't keep it. There's been 6 different champions the last 6 years. This year is going to be a 7th. Andrew, I just don't know how you're going to develop rivalries.
Yeah, I mean, it takes two to tango, and the stars will have to align in today's world. And I'm sure somewhere down the line in one of the 4 major sports, there's going to be like a 5-6 year rivalry. But again, the stars have to align. Yeah. And I think with the Lions being so bad for so long, they never really had an opportunity to develop a real rivalry. Because what are we talking about? We're talking about NFC North teams. We're talking about who we play all the time. So I think now that we're getting good and all the other Detroit sports teams are getting good with the Tigers and the Pistons, something could be brewing in the next couple of years.
Yeah, that and you know what, Andrew, I'm glad you said it that way. It's the kind of like, what's the rivalry of tomorrow? So Rico offered, Washington. You offered Chicago. I think that's the interesting conversation. It's clear there ain't nothing today.
No, your rivalries, I think, will last. Maybe they'll have maybe a 3-4 year shelf life, and then one team is going to kind of fall off the cliff.
But doesn't that fly in the face of what a rivalry is?
It does. You're not going to have the long term. It's not going to ever. I don't think you're ever going to see the Yankees-Red Sox type of thing where it goes for decades. Because I think that if the Lions and the Niners had that rivalry game in a minute, the Niners are going to break up and start all over again. The Lions will keep going. And then when they bounce back, the Lions will have to break up. So unless you can time your team just perfectly, it's not going to work out that way.
David, Ticket Text, what do you got?
You were talking about Major League Baseball and the rivalry. Someone says it broke up with expansion. When they created the Central Divisions, when the Tigers were in the East, every team in the East was a rival. Now, nobody is a rival anymore. The leagues have removed so much physicality from the sports that the players don't have nearly as many reasons to hate each other.
Well, but you know what? 2 words, guaranteed money. If one guy's making $53 million fully guaranteed, the other guy's making $40 million fully guaranteed, it takes a special bird to actively go out and hate somebody. Now, is Jimmy Butler wired that way? Yes. But like the days of Steelers, Ravens, and the outright blood hatred, I'm sorry, it's largely just toast.
And again, that was so because of the coaches. The coaches still were like, they hated each other so much that it was ingrained in the organization.
And again, I'm not making this about college, but I don't want people to feel like they can't be involved. You could say Michigan, Ohio State. I'll argue Ohio State's going to win a game if that thing's going to swing.
And then before that, we didn't beat them.
Well, and here's the thing. It's a rivalry. The problem I have is, okay, Jack Sawyer was like the poster child for them. And then you had your Mason Grahams and your Kenneth Grants, and you had players who had been there for years, plural. Moving forward, a lot of these guys won't be where they are long enough to even know what they're fighting for.
Right. Will Bryce Underwood be there long enough that he could say, hey, I got 4 wins over the Buckeyes or 3 wins over the Buckeyes? Because that's a thing. Like back in the day, you would ask them, how many wins did you get? Like for Ohio State people, how many gold pants do you have? And if you said anything less than 3, oh, okay, well, you can sit over there.
And it's not slander, but it's part of the concern I have, and we've seen it with Michigan State. They're doing huge portal classes. They're recruiting kids from Honolulu and stuff. Newsflash, when they take the field against Michigan, they don't even know who they're supposed to hate. They don't get it. Jonathan Smith didn't get it. His staff didn't get it. The players didn't get it. It's real time showing you how the business of the sport is taking away the things.
The stuff that you loved.
That's all. No slander.
You know
248.
what? I'll allow it.
Thank you very much. 248-539-9797. Weather's got us ready to get out and get going. Moran Buick GMC. You can lease the 25 Buick Encore GX, $199 a month. The 25 Sierra Elevation Crew Cab, $211 a month. Everyone gets employee pricing. Both deals are 24-month leases, just $999 down. You can see inventory and schedule your certified service at MoranExpress.com. They've got what you need. Even Yukon Denali's in stock. So don't forget, Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price period, on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, we will get to football today momentarily. A lot of people want to rap about this rivalry issue, and it's on the heels of MLB trotting out another. I think it's another bad promotion. There are no rivalries in baseball. They're dead. The sport, it's not there, especially when half the league doesn't even try. But we've asked, what are the rivalries of tomorrow for our Detroit teams, including your Detroit Lions, who are the best of the group? And you start to really look at it, and you're like, look, you can't say it's the Bears. They haven't played yet. Yes, we all think it'll be a kind of mouthy deal where Ben Johnson will talk bleep, and you already hate Caleb because he's kind of a weirdo. Cool, but they got to play. They got to play games of consequence. Washington, I still want to support Rico's suggestion. They ended you last year. You're going to play in the regular season. And it would not be a crazy thought. You got a collision course for a playoff game.
So much so that I think probably of all the Lions road games, that's probably the one fans want to go to the most because they want to witness a victory over the Commanders.
Let's go to Sean, 97.1. Sean, what's going on, buddy?
Kabar Goya, gentlemen. How we doing?
Excellent, pal. What's on your mind?
Hey, first of all, I got to give a shout out to the Spartan, Mr. I think Spiro, who's been covering this thing along with Buckeye Scoop. July 15th, we're going to finally get a little bit of clarification on what's been going on for these past couple of years, and that's what leads me into what I would want to get to. I think there's more vitriol in this rivalry with Ohio State and Michigan than ever, and the reason why is because, you know, like David had mentioned, before the swing, as you had just mentioned, there was about 8 in a row, and then we had this COVID season, and they devised arguably the most, you know, schematic plan in history that's ever been uncovered as far as sports scandals go, with 16 different coaches now being removed from their job, you know, from that original staff. The hatred read that deep, they were willing to throw out what it was to be a Michigan man. And that is kind of what I think is what's changed in this rivalry. Yeah, maybe the money with the kids isn't there, you know, but that rivalry is still as deep as any rivalry, especially with the team's recently successes. Both teams, the way they spend money and powerhouse programs that way.
Well, it would help if you'd actually beat them.
I'm wearing my national championship gear right now, Mike, and I just got told that was treasonous when I was at a Speedway. So,
no, what's treasonous is you won a national championship and you haven't beat them since COVID. Will you beat these idiots, please?
Hey, Mike, but we did beat 4 teams in the top 10 in a row, which no team in history of college football has done.
I know,
right.
but
Sean, I think the biggest thing is Sean, I think the biggest thing is, though, you guys got the title, but they could hold that over your head. Yeah, but you didn't beat us.
Sure, it was all a part of their ReliaQuest, you know, and I understand that. But at the end of the day, I'm sitting here as the 2024 national champs, and that can never be taken away.
I understand. I'm happy for you, but you have to understand. You need to beat them so I can be happy. Thank you. My point is your national championship doesn't do anything for me. Beat these people once in a while. You want to call up a Detroit radio show and start bumping your chest. Yeah, they've made you. You lost as like a 50-point favorite last year.
You lost with a ton of NFL wide receivers, and for the last 4 years, you've refused to throw the ball. Michigan didn't have any corners, safeties, all out. You had another in Emeka Egbuka. You got the freshman of the year, and you decided, we're going to run this ball. We'll show you. We'll win it our way.
We'll show you. It's true, though. That's what it turned into.
Ryan, they don't have any say. Will Johnson ain't playing. Don't care. We're going to win this thing the way Woody would have won it.
Oh, dear. Okay, then. 248-539-9797. We'll go to Brad, 97.1. Brad, what's going on, pal?
Good afternoon, guys.
Afternoon, sir.
Like usual, I think the NFL is the one that has it right. The term rivalries, I'm not sure, but dislike, I think, works in the NFL pretty well. Just in this, you used to be Central, now it's the North. A lot of us do not like the Bears, do not like the Vikings. I mean, I'm still mad about Dante Culpepper with the Vikings, yet Aaron Rodgers with the Packers. And it's just the way it's set up. It's kind of like you're playing these teams, every year, home and away. That's perfect, right? And to me, it lines up long-term more than short-term. It's just like if you look at the NFC East, no one's repeated in 10 years. People can talk about the Giants and this and that. I remember being in Giant Stadium in 1973 when I was 9 years old. I thought the fans were going to kill me. They want to beat the Cowboys, and the Cowboys want to beat the Giants. And that's why I think really the NFL has that long-term feel to it
And
where
you
it
know,
might
here's
not be
why,
rivalry.
though. Here's why, and it's why I'm so sensitive to what the league is doing with expanding the season. It is because every game truly matters. And I know we've already expanded it to 17, and it'll be 18 soon enough. But, Brad, what you're saying, that's the reason why. The games matter. There's no second chances. You don't play 82 or 162. Hell, back when football used to be 12 games or 14 games, that was the foundation of the league.
Mm-hmm.
So, Brad, that's my problem. They're starting to ruin that stuff. Playing too many damn games now.
Yeah, like, I mean, even when Montgomery came over, it's like, you know, I really don't want people from the Bears. We're all set. There got to be somewhere else we can get a running back. And, you know, I think that dislike does build when you see a team home and away every year.
Yes.
I mean, how can anybody from Detroit really like Aaron Rodgers?
No. And, you know, Brad, what's interesting, too, and I know.
Like a grudge.
Brad, you know what? The funny, you said that because I often said that back in the day. Like, how could any Detroiter ever wear Jordan brand shoes? Because Michael Jordan was the most hated person. And it's like, how can you wear Jordans, man? Like, you couldn't find any other pair? Like, you're supporting Michael Jordan. Now, that's no big deal.
That was 40 years ago, man.
No. We're talking about the
Still
hate.
don't wear them. Never wore them.
See, the guy you two need to talk to is Evan. Evan's a Jordan slappy.
I know.
But he's a huge Pistons guy.
He can be that, but
Well, how? You know what? I'll leave it to you two to speak to him. I don't know how that works. I don't.
No, it's just one of those things. It just reminds, because the hatred is so much there that it's just like, yeah, I can't do this. I can't. Not Michael Jordan.
David, a couple of ticket texts, please.
I honestly hope the Knicks and Pistons become a rivalry. Brunson and Cade seem to be both long-term franchise players for their teams. There's only one rivalry in professional sports right now, and that is the Bills and the Chiefs. Regardless of the changes.
Okay, is it though? Because the Bills don't beat the Chiefs.
Not in the playoffs.
Right. Regular season.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Right,
You're
but
right.
I'm saying, now if all of a sudden the Bills come out and beat the Chiefs, because in order for, David, I didn't mean to cut you off, but both teams have to hate each other. Like the Chiefs are like, yeah, we'll play the Bills in the playoffs. Sure. Absolutely. Where you want to play? You want to play there in Buffalo? No problem. We'll fly there. I know we got home field, but we'll come to you just to embarrass you in front of your fans, and then we'll go on to the Super Bowl.
Regardless of the changes in college sports, Michigan and Ohio State will never not be one of the strongest rivalries in sports.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, you're arguing something that just no one's arguing.
Mm-hmm.
It's a standalone game. The other 99% of rivalries have been hurt by NIL. This is what Michigan fans do. They argue things no one else is arguing.
Rivalries are dead between teams, but they are very much alive between fans. That's
Well,
Ed in Northville.
See, and Ed's right, because I'm going to tell you that is what fuels the NFL, and I know Rico will vehemently probably disagree with this. NFL fan is the most toxic of all fans. It's even more than college.
Really?
Oh, hey, let me ask you a question. How many stabbings you seen in college games? How about every week when you see highlights of grown men slugging women at NFL games? Or grown men throwing other grown men down 14 stairs or stomping someone in a parking lot. Dude, the NFL has turned into WWE.
See, I just figured that was just drunk folks. I mean, they got their little, I guess their version of the student section, like the dog pound or things like that. But
are you kidding me? Your fan base is one of the biggest offenders.
Yeah, very much so.
You kidding me?
Who?
The damn faithful.
They don't do anything.
Okay. We're good. Yeah, David, you know what I'm talking about. Are you kidding me?
What have they done? Not Giants fans. I'm talking about the Niner fans.
That's right. Okay. Are you seriously ignorant to this?
Yes, I am.
That's stunning to me. Okay. Yeah, and an NFL fan. A
Do
lot
I
of them,
something I need to Google?
Yeah, after every game this year, there are videos galore in newspapers across America how these people behave. It's toxic, man. It's bad. NFL fan is bad.
But have they got to the poison a tree bad?
Okay. Okay. Rico wins, select random event from
No,
20
no,
years
no.
ago.
I just never thought that NFL fans, like you would see them, but that's in baseball.
I'm pretty
that's in
sure,
all-
wasn't it Niners and Cowboys and a guy got
Yes.
stabbed in the side of the head like
Yes.
2 years ago?
Yes.
People are crazy in the NFL. No, not Giant fans. We're so bad, we don't even have the heart to fight anybody. Let's get a little football today. We'll get to these calls. We can do Who Said It as well, 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. The Tigers are in Toronto to take on the Blue Jays tonight. Rogers Center roof is open right now. Temp around first pitch should be 70 degrees. Here is Jack Flaherty pitches against 29-year-old righty Bowden Francis. He's got a 4.50 ERA and 8 starts so far this year. The team announced that 2000s rapper Ludacris will perform a post-game concert after their Friday, June 13th tilt with Cincinnati. The Red Sox, the last of 8 teams this season, introduced their City Connect uniforms. The front is green to match the monster at Fenway Park with a black Red Sox across the front and yellow numbers in the bottom corner. The Chicago Bears continue to ponder a move to the suburbs. They've refocused to a 300-plus acre site they already own in Arlington Heights, where a former race course sat. The site 39 miles north of Soldier Field. Round 2 is underway at the PGA Championship. Jonathan Vegas is the leader with an 8-under. Michigan softball started regional play in the national tournament. The daughter of longtime big league reliever J.J. Putz, Lauren, just homered for the Wolverines to give them their first lead against UCF 4-3 in the 7th. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Okay, David said he has something special here. So I'm going to wait. The music will tell me what the hell we're doing.
Okay.
David, the floor is yours.
Well, Michael, the Preakness is tomorrow.
Oh, dear God. Oh, this ought to be great. Where's Evan for some nonsensical guesses?
Oh, he's busy right now, but I wanted to go through some facts and figures and some different things regarding the Preakness. And I do have one special thing, kind of quiz for you. I think you'll get it, though, but we'll go through it.
Oh, okay.
So, Rico, did you know what this is called? The Kentucky Derby is called the Run for the Roses. This is called the Run for?
Was it the Black-Eyed Susans?
Yeah, I didn't think you would get that. Yes.
Good for you.
I've sat across from this man long enough.
Good
He
for
doesn't
you.
think I listen
That's good.
to his horse racing stuff.
I like that.
I really thought he was going to fail there.
No. That's exciting. It means I've worn him down after all these years.
It means I you know what, David? It means that over the years I've embraced what he likes. He still mocks me. I can't believe you're going to that game.
So this was a fact, not a quiz, but of course it is the second race of the Triple Crown. Prior to 1931, there were 11 years in which the Preakness preceded the Kentucky Derby, though. In fact, there were actually 2 years in 1917 and 1922, where the two races were held on the same day. Never knew that.
Yeah, it's a sports oddity, isn't it?
What? Do you know the reason why?
I do not.
Oh,
yeah, it didn't list it, but it was weird.
I mean, I thought maybe it was like competing leagues.
I thought it would be
competing leagues.
You know, like the Live Tour and the PGA. Like, you know what? Ours is better than yours, so we're gonna hold on the same day.
2025 purse. What is the 2025 purse for this race?
I'm gonna say.
Oh, this is where him and Kenny say like $8 billion.
Yeah, exactly.
That was the funniest for the Derby.
I'm gonna say 800,000.
Oh no! Come on, do another guess.
It's above.
Okay.
It's more.
I need you to do another guess. I can't leave you out there like that.
2 million.
There you go.
You got it. It is yes.
Good man.
$2 million is the total purse. The winner gets 60% of that.
Okay.
Wow, you are on fire right now.
He's learning.
All right, so I'll give this as a fact. Don't quiz you on this one. $112 billion will be bet on Preakness Day in $1 million. I'm sorry.
I was going to
It'll
say,
be bet
what?
That was the most bet in 2021, the highest all sources handle, and last year's handle was $101.6 million.
Look, the big days, there's no problem in horse racing. People want to bet it. They want to watch it. It's the space between that some mistakes are made.
You know what? And maybe I'll go for it. Try to pick the winner again this race.
It's not hard.
Another fact here, no quiz. Bob Baffert and R. Wyndham Walden share the record for the most trainers to win with 7.
He's got a really good shot in this edition with goal oriented.
He's got 2 horses in this.
But I think that's the one.
I did my homework.
If you're going to be journalism, I think it's goal oriented. That would be the one that would do it.
And 6 fillies have beaten the boys in the Preakness.
Including my favorite horse of all time, Rico. No way Rico gets this.
Of all time?
All time.
I don't think
we have
gets
audio in the system of this lovely lady's one of her signature races. Nah, I know. It's Rachel
California
Alexandra.
Chrome?
No, I hated that horse.
Yeah, Rachel Alexander in 2009.
Alexandra, not Alexander.
Alexandra, that's what I said.
You said Alexander.
No,
You
Alexandra.
will not disrespect her. How dare you?
how about you just
2009 Woodward Stakes. Watch the video.
You know what, David? How about we just Rach?
Also, 2020 Swiss Skydiver.
Did you just call her Rach? Come on.
How
now.
dare you?
What? We go way back.
My favorite horse of all time.
So I want to have fun with this one with you, Michael.
Yeah.
And I
love they're
do
on
think
Friends, by the way.
that you can get the majority of these. There have been 11 Kentucky Derby winning horses that have won the Preakness since 1990. Could you guess the 11? I think you can get the majority, though.
Smarty Jones.
Yes.
Big Brown.
Yes.
American Pharaoh.
Yes.
Justify.
Yes.
Barbaro?
Oh, remember that.
No.
Okay, go with the rest because we've got more
the
questions.
California Chrome was
California Chrome was won in
There you go.
2014.
Good call by you. Yep.
So then you have
Let me hear the
Silver
others.
Charm in 97.
Yep.
Real Quiet in 98.
Oh, that's Wojo's horse.
Yeah. Charismatic.
What? Never shows up to work?
No, he would always scream, real quiet.
Charismatic in 99. War Emblem in 02.
I'm sorry.
Funny Side in 2003. And I'll Have Another in 2012.
There you go. Now, what happens now, though, like even this year, Sovereignty's not going to the race.
Correct.
The window is too tight. The 2 weeks, you got to do what's best for the horse. And it doesn't mean you just win the Derby and automatically you can turn around. I almost said the distance of the race, but I have a feeling David's going to ask Rico that question.
No, I'm not. I'm not actually.
So it's a mile and 3/16 or 9.5 furlongs. It's not easy to do.
No.
You don't turn around and run in 2 weeks.
See, these are the conversations, David, that we had pre-show that he always thinks I'm mocking him. But this is how I learned this stuff because I didn't know.
When you ask me questions like, do they wear knee bands?
No.
That just has a tone of patronizing to it.
Evan tricked me into the whole horseshoe, the snow chain thing.
Keep going.
No, but the fact I didn't realize how much weight they lost running that. It doesn't seem that long, but
think about
a
this.
mile and a half, and they just dropped.
If a human
50
being,
pounds?
look at a human being in a basketball game, Shaquille O'Neal, Kevin Garnett, right? Big guys. They could lose 6, 7, 8 pounds of weight running around, right?
Right.
Well, if you're a 1,000-pound plus animal.
Right. And see, I guess because they look so muscular, you don't realize how heavy they are.
Yeah. It's 1,000 pounds of twisted steel. No power steering or power brakes. You hop on that thing and ride on your toes. Out of your mind.
Another fact here that the race is named after the horse Preakness, who was the winner of the inaugural Dinner Party Stakes.
This is also isn't this the oldest trophy in American sports, or is it the most expensive? Which one is it?
Most expensive, I believe. Yes.
It's such a random thing.
Really?
Yeah. It's
like
it's over
made of gold. Or
Yeah, it's over the top.
Diamonds.
It's like sterling silver, I think. But Rico. It's makes the Stanley Cup look like chump change.
In 2026, and I know Mike knows this, but you may not know this, Rico. In 26 next year, the Preakness will be held at Laurel Park.
Correct.
Due to the Pimlico renovation.
They're basically blowing up this track.
Yes.
The entire thing is
they
going to
have
be.
to. This track should be leveled.
That I know
dump.
because that's why they did that to Belmont, didn't they? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, look, this is what it's
Thank
turning
you.
into. Look, he's come a long way, people.
He
But
has.
this is what the sport is turning into. Because if you're not competing on these big days for high ticket items or eventually getting in a Breeders' Cup rotation, but here's the problem. The new track they're going to build, the new Pimlico, it's still only going to have 8,000 seats in the grandstand clubhouse. Everything else for the big days, like today is Black Eyed Susan Day. That's the equivalent of the Kentucky Oaks for the Phillies, but it's today. It's going to be temporary seating.
So why wouldn't they expand it?
Because it'll sit dormant the rest of the year. That's Belmont's problem.
So now, okay,
it's a bygone era.
Will the track at Kentucky ever get demolished and redone?
Didn't they just renovate it?
What, Churchill?
Yeah.
Churchill never stops.
I'm saying, like, will they just one day say, you know what, let's just level it and start all over again, or is it just too much tradition?
It's the tradition, but it's also the billions of dollars they've sunk into the facility. I mean, Rico, they just paused like a $200 million project in the infield because of the construction costs and tariffs and stuff. Rico, they don't stop.
Okay.
Churchill is that's all.
I mean, I just didn't know if they're like, how about we just do a state of the art and just.
But I thought I remember last year during the Derby that the whole paddock or whatever was different.
That was $250 million.
Yeah.
They built a new paddock.
Yeah. I thought maybe like Yankee Stadium, like, you know what? How about we just build one that looks like it, but we'll modernize
you could demolish that tomorrow and I wouldn't care. Yankee Stadium.
The new one?
It's awful. It's like a doctor's office. Not for me.
Let's close it out with this quiz for you, Rico. What letter?
I like how it's horse racing, and I get the quiz.
It's about your development.
We're just having fun here.
Okay.
What letter has the most Preakness winners' names started with?
What kind of question is this?
What letter? You know what? A. I got a 1 in 26 chance.
No. It is 17 winners have come with the letter C.
Okay.
16B, 16S. I just wanted to have fun with that last one.
I'd like to state
That's
for the
crazy.
record that is not fair to Mr.
That's
Rico
crazy.
Beard.
Yeah,
That
I'm
is
sorry.
a ridiculous question.
That is why, and I am
got a
so
better
sorry,
chance of getting
Rico.
a trifecta.
That's ridiculous.
That is your horse racing blitz.
Bottom of the hour, we'll get to who said it. I've got just an interesting story, and obviously part of it is to bust David's chops, but NFL schedules have dominated the week. Well, here's an angle to it that is going to drive David insane, and it does pose a question about whether any of this is worth the trouble. The NFL had to factor in Aaron Rodgers' situation into the schedule-making process. Oh, dear God. So Aaron Rodgers said this with his last public statements on the Pat McAfee show. And I mean, you want to talk word salad. Take a listen to this. Quote, "I'm open to anything and attached to nothing. Retirement could be a possibility, but right now my focus is and has been and will continue to be in my personal life. There's still conversations that are being had. I'm in a different phase of my life. I'm 41. I'm in a serious relationship. I have off-the-field stuff that requires my attention. I have personal commitments I've made, not knowing what my future was going to look like after last year, that are important to me. And I have a couple people in my inner circle who are battling difficult stuff. I have a lot of things that are taking my attention and have, beginning early in January, away from football." I mean, dear God, could you just say whether you're interested in playing or not? So, long story short, NFL Vice President Mike North spoke to Pro Football Talk, Mike Florio. Steelers owner Art Rooney lamented the team's late season night games after the schedule was released earlier this week, Wednesday night. But the team's at 1 p.m. on Sunday in 4 of their first 5 games of the year. That is directly related to the ongoing uncertainty about whether Aaron Rodgers will be in a Steeler uniform. The Jets were scheduled for Monday night openers the last 2 years and had a slew of standalone short week games as the league tried to spotlight Rodgers. Rodgers expected to sign with the Steelers, but NFL Vice President of Broadcast Planning and Scheduling Mike North told CBS Sports the league, tell me if you believe this, did not take that hypothetical into consideration. Yeah, right. North suggested that the Steelers would be featured more prominently than they will be in the 1 p.m. window if they had. Well, no, it's you can't put the Steelers with Mason Rudolph in primetime when you don't know if Rodgers is the QB. You absolutely factored it in. You'll see Pittsburgh at the Jets on CBS at 1 o'clock in the afternoon of week 1, along with 7 other games, North said. If the league knew, we would have scheduled the game for a national TV window if we knew something. Well, that's the point. You don't know, but you did factor it in. So here's my question. Is Aaron Rodgers worth any of this consideration? 2 years ago, I would have said absolutely. Last year, absolutely not. This year, who in the HELL hell is going to say, oh, I've got to tune into this game because 41-year-old Aaron Rodgers in a wheelchair is playing? I'm no hyperbole. I'm being totally serious with you.
Nobody. I think it's the general circus that is Aaron Rodgers. You just want to see where he lands, but he's saying a whole lot of stuff. It's easy. Aaron, are you playing this year? Yes. It's just that easy. When you have to give all of that, no. Either he doesn't want to play for Pittsburgh, David, sorry, or he just doesn't want to play. But the word soup, as you say, like, come on, dude, what are we doing here, Aaron? But for the league to sit there, because you know what they wanted? They wanted that, Green Bay Pittsburgh game where, he's going back.
They would have opened Pittsburgh against the Jets on Monday Night Football if Rodgers is playing. Yeah. The point I'm making to you is why? Who the hell cares about Aaron Rodgers at age 41? And if I'm missing it, people can call up and tell me.
See, I think it's a nostalgic for maybe some people in the NFL. Like, that would be a great matchup that people want to see that. No, they don't. People don't want to see. Aaron stopped being great a long time ago.
It's like when baseball kept forcing Yankees Red Sox down people's throats.
Oh, my
Nobody
God.
wants
Every
to see
other
it.
weekend. Yeah.
Nobody. I don't want to. I don't care. So, no, it was just, David, what is your take on it? Because your team's schedule is being affected by Aaron Rodgers.
It sure is.
It's insane.
And building the roster is being affected by Aaron Rodgers. Everything is being affected by Aaron Rodgers, and it shouldn't be. He's not that good anymore. He's not. He's not worth the hassle off the field. He's not worth the hassle on the field.
He'd be good in one place, Minnesota, which has been Rico's fever dream, and that as of yet, It's not happening.
Well, that's because he wouldn't have to do much.
Right. Pittsburgh doesn't have the supporting cast.
Exactly.
For him to be relevant. Like Aaron Rodgers on Pittsburgh, to me, 8-win team.
Yeah, we didn't have the cast when we had George Pickens and DK Metcalf. Now, without that, okay, cool, we got DK Metcalf, but we have no running game, no offensive line to protect him, no receivers. So no thank you. I'm good on this. And, right, Steelers-Jets on Monday Night Football is better than Vikings and Bears and Ravens and at Bills on Sunday night for week 1? No.
Maybe it's the Jets because of the New York market, but I don't
They
care.
don't even, you know.
David, I don't. I mean, when the Jets come on, it's like background noise. I mean, I feel sorry for Sauce. I'm hoping that he gets a new deal somewhere else and he's on a lifetime Jet.
It's not worth it. Not with Aaron Rodgers. Not even close.
Ticket text, and then we'll move along. We got to get to who said it. But I wanted to just pass that along to you because the NFL, look, we joked about it when we were talking about the referee situation with the Chiefs earlier in the year and how they do. This is an entertainment product. They have fully jumped the shark. Everything for them is about taking oxygen up in the room, and they absolutely are playing a ratings game. It's not even about putting the best teams on. It's putting the best storylines. And it's just the fact that they're considering Aaron Rodgers and all of this that's lunatic. That's loony. That is one I think they're missing the mark.
Yeah.
Go ahead, David.
Someone's factoring in this. Eyes will always tune into Aaron Rodgers, and especially later in his career, to see if he succeeds or if he fails.
Is it wrong that I no longer care? I can be wrong. I'm asking.
I think they're hoping that he has like that John Elway where you go out with a bang all of a sudden, because Elway was kind of on the decline, and then Davis and
how old was John Elway in the game you're referencing?
Was he like 37 or so?
This guy's 5
I don't
years
think
old.
he was that old.
I don't think he was that old. This guy's 5 years old.
Okay, then back to. I know he hasn't won as many, but maybe like Brady, when Brady was up there in years and he went to Tampa, and everybody wanted to watch him play.
Yeah, I watched him
the
see him
league
fail.
has a fascination for the quarterback as they get older and they just keep following him. The Montana Chiefs years. It's like after a while, like, okay, just kind of go away, please.
Take a text here says, no one cares about Aaron Rodgers. The only people that do are the media, just so they can fall along his horrendous last ride.
I don't know who in the media really likes him. I mean, if you want to say McAfee.
Well, I was about to say McAfee's on every week.
It's scintillating stuff.
I think here's what you do with Aaron Rodgers. You completely ignore him. If you ignore stupid people, they go away.
I mean, that's where I'm at with it. Like, if the Steelers played at 1 p.m. every Sunday, who would notice the difference? Rodgers or no Rodgers? It's just not a story anymore. He's not good enough anymore, and he's not on a good enough team. This is like Johnny Unitas with the Chargers. Like, it's done. It's over.
We've done the math back here. You were right. He was 37, John Elway was, when he won
Right,
that
Aaron
first
Rodgers is going to be 42 this
Right,
year.
exactly.
He's 5 years older. That's insane.
Makes no sense. Ticket text here on the Preakness. Someone says Preakness is also held in the worst part of town. Move the race.
I explained that the other day when caller DJ called in. If you think it's bad outside of Churchill Downs like DJ did, don't ever go to Pimlico. Pimlico, you're actually an extra in the wire. You might see Omar. It's possible.
And they're going to leave it there, not going to move it.
Where are you going to move it? I mean, you'd have to knock down Laurel Park. Remember, it's 149. This is Preakness 150. Tradition matters.
Okay.
So, no, the state of Maryland, and look, it's a whole... You know what? Why I shouldn't be explaining this. I'm losing listeners by the syllable. I'll explain to you off the air.
I know. I mean, like they're going to tear down where the Commanders play and build something new. So I'm like, okay, well,
that's not the same thing. That's FedEx Field.
Yeah, they didn't play at FedEx Field for 150
years. It doesn't have 150 years of Mid-Atlantic racing tradition.
Right, but we used to, what was it, RFK Stadium?
Yeah, where they're going to be the new site. Yeah, well, the old site's going to become the new site.
Right.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Space the Triple Crown races a month from each other, or
Totally
move the
agree.
Preakness to July.
Totally agree. I have had this plan for years, and nobody will listen to me. First Saturday in May is the Derby. First Saturday in June is the Preakness. First Saturday in July as part of a closing weekend at Belmont, 4th of July celebration, the Belmont Stakes. 1 month, normalized. You've bred the stability out of the animal in the name of speed. Let's have an equal deal. But here's the deal I would make. If you enter the Kentucky Derby and your horse is able, you must run in all three.
If you space it like that, then yeah.
But that's the cost of doing business. Right. Nobody knew unless somebody scratches out of the Derby pool.
So no Paul George horse, where you just kind of opt out and don't play. No, I'm saying like.
Oh, I thought you were saying a horse that had no heart and did podcasts.
Bro, yeah, I mean, yeah.
Because that would be the Paul George horse.
I don't really feel like playing.
Horse who's never won a damn thing. Name that horse, Paul George. Podcast Paul. There you go. There's the horse.
Okay.
All right, we're good. 248-539-9797. America's favorite place to watch football is Stadium Swim. Located at Circa Resort and Casino, all the biggest games, best viewing experience built for you, the fans. 6 pools, 3 levels. Perfect view of the big screen, located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas on Fremont Street. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. Odyssey.com Rewind. You missed anything. We talked about Alex Anzalone, new contract desires. We've talked about the rivalry stuff with Major League Baseball saying it's rivalry weekend. We don't even know if rivalries exist. And Rico slating a Preakness quiz. I don't know who you are anymore. But right now, it's time for Who Said It. Evan Jenkins joining us.
That's a new addition.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
Our coworkers say things. We got to figure out who said it. David, you have ratcheted the difficulty of this to a level that really is unfair. I just want to state that for the record.
Yeah, maybe a little bit easier today, but
okay. All right.
Eligibility. 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. 6 a.m. to 8 p.m.
I don't think Wojo's been here all week, has he? Maybe one day?
All year. Guy's done 6 shows in 2025.
Oh, for 25?
He's like the Luke Cornett of the ticket.
Hey, you had a nice game in Game 5.
All right.
Number 1.
Let's go.
You want a good football team, and they're a very good football team, but this is the downfall of having a good football team.
Somebody complained about the schedule, huh? Downfall.
No, and listen, I may have said this. We talked about everybody wants a great team, but you're going to get really difficult games, and you're going to get challenged, and it's going to be. I said something very similar to this, but I don't know if I said it that way.
No, I think David repeated again because I said something similar.
It's
as
a
well.
battle.
You want a good football team, and they're a very good football team, but this is the downfall of having a good football team.
I'm going to go with Rico Beard.
Yeah, I think I said something like very similar to that.
So who you guessing, yourself?
Yeah, I'm gonna
Michael? You're guessing Michael?
I thought I said something similar, so
you take you.
Yeah, take you.
All right.
All right, who said it?
Ha!
Wow.
You guys all sound alike. Same thought process.
I don't know if you've ever said something more hurtful. Right to the spine. All right, David, number 2.
Number 2, as long as you go all in and you get 1, you're good.
Let's see, I said something like that with the Celtics and how I want the Lions to go all. I'm just going to guess, David, this is the new you guessing Gator. I'm just going to say I said it until I get 1. I think that's me.
Can you say it one more time? I don't think this is in reference to the Celtics.
As long as you go all in and you get 1, you're good.
Get 1 of what? Can I phone a friend?
I'm trying to think, is this Lions related?
Or is it your guys' conversation about the Pistons? Yeah. I'm going to say, has he ever done it? I'm going to say David Hall. Has he ever picked himself?
He has never picked himself. You know what? I'm going to go off the books. I'm going to go with the disingenuous. What did they call it? This show? Disrespected show or whatever. Costa.
You all should have listened to Mike.
Ah! Well, that was
it
about
was
the
a
Celtics?
conversation about the Celtics. Yes.
I was relating it to the Lions and the pursuit of Hendrickson, I think, and it was just look.
Correct.
The long-term success thing is a myth. Look at the Celtics. Like, they went all in multiply. Thank God they got 1. Otherwise, disaster. But Tatum's dead. And we hung a banner last year. What do you want me to do?
He's not dead. He just can't walk right now.
We should have listened to the senator from New York with the mint julep shirt.
That's right. That's right. Floral Fridays.
Number 3.
Julep, huh?
Not going to be the best defense in the NFL, but if it remains healthy, it's going to be better than the defense they had last year.
That's a lot of
I'm going to say Doug Karsh. He's very optimistic.
One more time, David.
Not going to be the best defense in the NFL, but if it remains healthy, it's going to be better than the defense they had last year.
God, I'm going to go with Costa again.
I'm actually going to...
I feel like Mike now. I'm just going to keep saying Costa.
Can I switch mine? I want to go to Tom Milliken.
Oh. To come see Tom.
I just heard it in his voice the second time David read
One
it.
more time, because when you say it's Milliken, I now have to imagine him saying it.
That's what had me guess him.
Hey, who wants spicy wings?
Okay, hold on.
Not going to be the best defense in the NFL, but if it remains healthy, it's going to be better than the defense they had last year.
Yeah, I'm going to stick with Tom.
No, because the other two would only say it's the best defense. So
Ever in the history of football.
Ever. 85 Bears, 2,000 Ravens, and this defense here. All right, I'll go Tecumseh, Tom, in the name of time and keeping the game moving.
Did you guess Rico?
Costa.
Oh, I forgot about that. Okay. Who said it?
Man, we danced around it.
Oh, man.
That was a layup, man.
Damn. Mad at myself. Go ahead, David.
Mad at David.
What? You have a tough schedule, a very difficult road portion of the schedule. You might be missing Aiden Hutchinson early on, definitely Aleem McNeil early on, and you got 7 new coaches.
See, I could guess myself again.
I want to guess Rico. I believe Rico may have said this. I don't see any show before you guys saying that Aiden might not come back.
Once again,
that is Rico's big thing. Like, that's his Bible verse.
The guy snapped his leg in half.
I'm going to change the rules here. I'm just going to read it twice before you all ever guess.
Well, you don't get to do that. Like at the spelling bee when the little nerds are like, origin of language.
Rico has asked me to repeat it every single time.
Because he doesn't listen to you. What? He's upset at you. Don't you get it?
That's very true. All right, one more time. One more time.
Can you use it in a sentence, please?
You have a tough schedule, a very difficult road portion of the schedule. You might be missing Aiden Hutchinson early on, definitely Aleem McNeil early on, and you got 7 new coaches.
What was the language of origin?
English.
You know what? I did that, but I didn't mention the 7 new coaches.
Kabara Goya.
I wonder if that's you.
I've said that.
That's him.
I do say, but hold on. I don't think I said the amount of coaches. I've said your staff got gutted.
Ooh. Jeff Frieger. That would be the only other person that would say that.
And he was reading slander last night.
From the book of Rieger.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hey, buddy. I'm going to go with Rieger.
Hey, David, could you read that?
No.
One more time.
Can you use it in a sentence?
Who said it?
Yes.
Yes. There we go. Process of elimination, fellows.
I am so proud of you guys.
That
one,
teamwork makes the dream
that
work.
was great.
Right,
Yes.
because I said the Aiden thing, and you talked about the assistant coaches, but you just say they got gutted.
That's why we have discourse.
When I read it the second time and you heard 7, you were like, I didn't say the name. That worked. That
See,
was
that's why
perfect.
he asked to read it again.
3 times next time.
Can you say the word again?
NFL doesn't have a lottery. Just do the draft.
Mike Valenti.
That's Mike.
That feels like because we did a big topic about this.
Yep, because it was in the Blitz.
But I don't know if the other shows talked about this. Look,
No, because you guys were talking about the tanking and how they changed it because the Sixers tanked over and over. I'm sticking with Mike Valenti.
I just hear NFL doesn't have a lottery. Just do the draft.
I don't think that's how I talk. It's a bit offensive.
That's how I heard
Judges?
it. That's how I heard it.
Judges?
I'll just give it away. It wasn't quite like that. It was not quite like that, but it did have authority to
Let's
it.
hear if it sounds like Rico. No, it's yes. I don't think that. Now you do your imitation again.
NFL doesn't have a lottery. Just do the draft.
Over to David. Over to Rico.
NFL doesn't have a lottery. Just do the draft.
I'll own it. I'll own it. I will own it. I'll own it.
We nailed that one.
That was 3 correct. That is very difficult to do. All right,
Told
David.
you a little bit easier this week.
David, thank you for allowing us to feel decent about ourselves.
Last week, Mike was so pissed. He broke stuff.
Because you may as well take a frying pan to the face with some of the weeks you do it.
I'm sorry.
You need the cast of CSI to guess one of these.
We're going to talk Lions schedule.
Detroit Tigers.
Tigers win again.
All right, you guys ready? Here's the next one. Detroit.
Javier Bays.
That is who said it.
All right, if you like free pizza, we got a very simple deal. It's the opposite of Rico's legal copy. This is simple. You go to hungryhowies.com. You sign up for the emails, spend $10, get a free pizza. Free medium 2-topping pizza, any flavored crust you want, any 2-topping combo. It's just that simple. Real dough, real mozz, not that space cheese from Sheboygan that some of these other places use, but it's limited time. So get yourself set up for Preakness 150. Come on, go get some free pizza. HungryHowies.com, spend $10, sign up for the emails. Boom, 2-topping medium, it's yours. Limited time only at HungryHowies.com.
That's right. We got 10 issues here. The first one, I'm not really going to get into because there's a lot of minutia with this one, and it's the House settlement. regarding walk-ons. We're just going to skip that. There's a lot of things there.
No. Here's what this one is about.
Right. You can't ask Thanos not to comment. Come on.
The House settlement will basically cap teams at 105, period. That's it. That's including walk-ons, which means you have to set aside a certain amount of spots. A lot of teams carry about 30 to 40 walk-ons. You're going to have to cut scholarships to make sure that you get under number if you want to keep the walk-ons on there. And you're seeing a lot of teams kind of telling their players, thanks, but no thanks. We need your spots more valuable than you are. So if you're a fringe player, you may be getting asked to leave in preparation of this new rule.
Next one on the agenda is, can Lincoln Riley and Mike Gundy bounce back? If you remember, 4 years ago, they were facing off top 10 Bedlam. Both of those guys, top programs, doing great. Well, Riley left for USC, not doing so well. Gundy, still at Oklahoma State, not doing so well. Can they bounce back?
I think Lincoln Riley can. He's going to have all the resources at USC to get this thing done. It's high profile enough. You're in the Big Ten. You saw what Oregon can do. I believe in Lincoln Riley more than I do in Gundy.
Let me defend Gundy in one sense. Last year didn't make any sense. So the year prior, they tried to change the offense. And by like week 4, he went into the OC's room and went, here's the deal. We're running power. Get rid of all the zone crap. That was the genesis of Ollie Gordon.
Yeah.
So last year, they bring back the whole offensive line. They bring back Ollie Gordon. One problem. They had no quarterback play. The quarterback play was abysmal. I want to give him one more shot here.
I'm trying to think, did they bring in a new coordinator? I want to say they did, but yeah, Lincoln Riley has all the advantages in California. Now, here's the thing.
It's time. He's got to do something.
It's high
here.
pressure. You don't get it done this year, I don't think he's going to be their coach next year.
So let's talk about the Diego Pavia situation and his fight for eligibility.
Year 30.
If you remember, the federal court determined that his junior college football year did not count towards his 4 year of eligibility. So they believe that this could affect, and now there could be a surge of players going to junior college.
David, it will absolutely affect. This is going to be the thing that one of the things that Mike will hate about it, but you will end up with grown-ass men playing boys, because I know I'm not ready, but I'll go to junior college, play for 2 years, and then still have 4 to 5 years of eligibility at whatever university I want to go to. So now you're looking at 25-year-old grown men going up against 18-year-olds.
It's basically going to turn everything into BYU minus soaking and a trip to Fiji. It's ridiculous.
You know what? How he summed it up.
It's ridiculous, and thank you that you agree with me, because I've had enough of these COVID babies. Oh, yeah, Johnny's 27 years old. COVID.
I thought that was over.
No, it's absurd.
But yeah.
Get a job.
Now, here's what's going to happen.
You're Frank the Tank. You can't be at school.
Here's the flip side to that. You're a fringe player, you ball out of the junior college, and now you become the hottest commodity, and now top teams want you because of what you did somewhere out in Kansas.
Miami had a tight end last year in his 9th year of college football. McLaughlin or whatever his name was. Okay?
The man liked education, Mike.
Sure. David, go ahead.
Next on the list, is this NIL's last big hurrah? This is why they mentioned that, because of the distribution that will happen of $20.8 million in revenue sharing. Will this be the last big hurrah for teams like Texas Tech, who is spending $40 million, because it says because of the allocated money, they will have, the NCAA will enforce NIL?
And I'm going to answer this question. Turn his mic off.
It's off. It's off.
No.
It's booming.
It's not. It's not the last thing.
You're a liar.
Here's what's going to happen.
Turn my mic on.
Turn his mic on. Go ahead.
Where's the drop before he explains it? The Francesa. Turn my mic on. Go ahead. Explain it.
Here's what's going to happen. It's not because you're going to just flat out have some private organization sponsor a team, where it's going to be like you see in the NBA, and they're going to have a logo of whatever team, and that company is going to be like, we're going to give you $40 million a year. We're sponsoring your team, but you got to put our logo on the jersey.
Next on the list will be coaching.
I know you're going to love that.
Will be coaching.
I stayed silent.
Okay.
You asked me to stay silent.
No, what do you think about it?
I don't even need to tell you.
Okay.
Someone should alert MSU it's the final hurrah. They just took a transfer from Dave & Buster's. We're paying them in drink tickets.
Or you get Dave & Buster's to sponsor you.
Let's get to the next one, which is coaching encores. They give an example of what Mike Norvell did one year, and then the next year we know what he did last year.
Yeah.
They're comparing that with Ryan Day. What does he do in his encore? Does Norvell recover? And then you also have West Virginia, Rich Rodriguez going back to West Virginia, and then Scott Frost going back to UCF. I'm sorry.
For Scott Frost, I think it's so far under the radar that he probably could have success because there would be very little pressure. Ryan Day, everything about you is one game this year. You've already won the title, but it was tainted. And it wasn't tainted because you cheated. It was tainted because you didn't beat the team up north, as they like to say. He has to win that game, David. I think it's sad to say the national title bought him a year because they're not going to sit here and lose to Michigan again.
I love Rich Rod back to West Virginia.
It might be the right place for him.
It sounds stupid, I know, but like Neil Brown and that power offense they were running. Look, what Rich Rod did at Jacksonville State, I'm a loser. I watched it. Man, his system works. It still plays. And I know he won't have Pat White and Steve Slayton, but damn it, it plays.
I'll go to my grave saying, if Michigan had backed him and let him brought his own defensive coordinator, he would have been ahead of the curve.
Was that Tony Gibson or Chuck Castile, the DC they wouldn't let him bring?
I think it was Castile.
Oh, well.
But they didn't. They said, no, you're going to take our guy, and it didn't work. But
nobody I'm telling you
he was
right now,
ahead of the curve with the spread offense and all of that. Michigan would have been getting all the recruits that Ohio State that they did get under Urban Meyer.
It's a power spread. It's power option. It's wild.
Florida State, I don't know.
I quit. I got nothing.
Florida State has to just stop going to the bargain bin of transfer quarterbacks.
Their O-line's worse than State's, and that's saying something.
Well, speaking of transfer quarterbacks, the dominoes of Nico, Joey Aguilar goes to Tennessee, and Nico goes to UCLA, but he still hasn't officially enrolled there.
His career's over.
Go ahead.
No, I just think Heupel's going to be able to make something out of Aguilar. Aguilar's a winner, and Heupel is a really good offensive mind. Nico went from a system that would have probably helped get him drafted, and you go to UCLA and die. What's he going to do out there?
I think he has nothing. He won't. He's going to go out there, and it's going to be buyer's remorse. I think by the middle of the year, they're going to pull him. The crowd will boo all 10 people who show up to UCLA games and get upset. David, I think he hasn't finished his classes in Tennessee, so technically he can't enroll
yet. You're right.
Why even go to class? This isn't school anymore. We're not here to play school.
Well, it goes back to the other thing. Once you're sponsored, then you don't have to worry about school. You're an employee. I don't know how you would classify it. Independent contractors. Maybe that's what you call them.
What a stupid
And
sport.
the last two quickly would be Dion without Hunter and Shador in Colorado.
You want to hit the share drop?
Sure.
And
I was
DeBoer,
thinking more like this.
And Kalen DeBoer, year 2 at Alabama.
That's one of the most fascinating storylines of the year to me. I leave it to Rico. DeBoer's got 1 year to get this right.
I was about to say, just like Ryan Day, all eyes are going to be on him, David. His honeymoon period is over. It did not end well. Losing to Michigan, he lost all credibility, and now people are sitting there with their arms folded, just like you are right now, saying, you better win. You better beat all of our rivals, and we better be in the playoffs. And I'm not talking about one of these 12 seed playoff. No. We want to buy, or else we made a big mistake.
And that is your college football blitz.
If you've been injured in an auto accident and now you're drowning in medical bills and you're dealing with an insurance company that just wants you to go away, enter injury attorney David Femininio. It's simple. David will fight for you. He will battle the insurance companies. That's why when we talk about Get David, Get Paid, it's not just a phrase, it's a promise. So if someone you know has been injured, don't sit there and hope things get better. Hope is not a strategy. Call David Femininio at 855-65-CRASH, or you can go to that website at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Niners QB Brock Purdy just got paid per Tom Pelissero. He's inked a 5-year, $265 million extension. The Tigers lineup is in. Here's what they'll roll out today against the Blue Jays. Kerry Carpenter leads off and plays right field. Gleyber Torres bats second at second. Colt Keith will hit third and DH today. Riley Green in the cleanup spot as he plays left. Spencer Torkelson bats fifth at first base. Zach McKinstry will hit in the sixth hole as he plays third. Dylan Dingler hitting seventh and catching. Trey Sweeney will bat eighth and play short. And Javi Baez once again rounding it out, playing in center field here tonight. Jack Flaherty hits the bump, 7:07 first pitch, with the pregame at 6:40 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Kenta Maeda, who was DFA'd earlier from the Tigers, now has inked a minor league deal with the Cubs. Their manager, Craig Counsell, confirmed the news with reporters today. Michigan basketball has added a late high school addition to their roster. 6'6", three-star wing from Fort Lauderdale, Patrick Liebert, announced his commitment. He was originally a Coastal Carolina signee.
Oh, the Chanticleers.
Yes. Good job. At the Corwell Hall Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Well, people, sometimes you just find yourself in a serendipitous moment. Brock Purdy paid live on the air. David, this man is already in the spin zone over here. I think that contract is horrendous.
What were you going to do, Mike? Cut him? Well, you were going to cut a guy who took you to 2 Super Bowls.
I don't like his face.
Okay, that doesn't count. Okay. You know what? How about you just join the morning show then?
Uh-oh.
Bring some facts.
Brock Purdy, 5 at 253. Do I have that correct? 160-something guaranteed?
5 at 265.
5 at 265?
181 million guaranteed.
Average of 53 million a year.
53. He is just under to sixth best at 53, yeah.
Ooh, wee.
It's... Mike,
I understand.
No, it's the price of doing business as a quarterback. It's
seventh best.
Yeah, so...
Here's my question. Is Brock Purdy a top 10 QB in this league?
No.
I don't think so either.
Why is he not? And don't tell me you don't like his face.
He's a rat.
Okay.
Drives a combine?
Give me some real reason.
Well, here's what I'll say. Because I said he's seventh best at 53, tied with Jared Goff at seventh best. And I can argue... They're similar. They have to have everything right around them to be great.
See, David, I don't think so. Because last year, last year, everything fell off. He still went out there and put up numbers. You remember the game against the Lions? He wasn't the reason why they lost. He went out there.
When you rattled him, he threw interceptions and you rattled again.
He gutted them, David. He gutted the Lions.
And then again, when they rattled him finally in the second half, he threw interceptions.
He threw a pick. Wow. So that's why. Because a quarterback threw a pick. Wow.
Because they rattled him.
David, he didn't get rattled. He came out there and put up points. The defense couldn't stop anything. And he had no McCaffrey, no Ayuk, no Debo.
Here's my
no
question.
Kittle. He didn't have any of these players, and he went out against that 15-2 Lions team and gutted them.
Here's my question. And David... Which quarterback has more question marks moving forward? Goff's contract kicks in. Purdy just signed. At the end of their respective deals, one of these teams is going to be happy, both are going to be happy, or both are going to live in the pit of regret. Which is it? Now, I understand we're doing a show in Detroit, but there still is an undertone in this town of Goff haters. There are. And much like gremlins, when you pour water on them, hey, oh boy, like after that playoff game, it happened again, after the Houston game. But there are people here who don't like Goff. But there are people here who love him. But I think we all know he's not a top 5 quarterback. He operates in the space between not being a Mahomes, an Allen, a Lamar regular season, and then being better than the undesirables. But, like, here's my question. Would you lump Purdy, Baker Mayfield, and Goff in the same grouping?
Yes. I'm sorry, you asked David.
No, I'm asking everybody.
Oh, yeah.
No,
Yes.
Please.
Yes. Yes,
okay. Would you lump Stafford in that group, age 37
Yes.
version? Okay.
Yes.
So here's my question. Which is the better contract, Goff or Purdy? Which is the one, or do you believe it's all bad, that you can't pay non-elite quarterbacks that level of money? And I like Goff. Everyone knows this. Mobile golf season.
I think that it's two parts to the question, Mike, because like with Goff, with the salary cap going up, and if You don't have to be a top 5 quarterback. I think you need to be a top 15 quarterback. If you are top 15, your team is going to keep you around. If not, they got to go the rookie route.
But how many of that grouping is worth keeping around? Because here's the problem. We just saw the first QB get paid who won, which is Jalen Hurts.
Right.
If you're going to spend, David, what is 53 out of the cap? Is that around 20%, 21%?
Yes, around there. Yes, I believe so.
If you're going to commit that level of your cap, that's what's fascinating about Purdy and Goff. Look, I don't know what's going to happen.
I would say of the two, I would say that Stafford and Purdy would be worth it because they've won. They've gotten to the Super Bowl. Goff has all the toys, and he had the number 1 overall, and he couldn't get it done in that game. Baker Mayfield is he's good. Like, he's that scrappy quarterback. I don't know if that's one that I want to pay a ton. I guess for him, I would need to see a better body of work.
See, but here's the thing, and I get it. It's all about timing for your quarterback,
right?
And when you get the contract. But I'm just looking at this list again for the highest paid. No one's won a thing. Prescott, Burrow, Allen, Love, Lawrence, Tua, Purdy, and Goff.
It's an investment. I don't want to start over. I think I have something here. It's the risk reward. Do you just say, forget about it, and you go draft somebody, and then you may be in obscurity forever, or, well, this guy's winning me some games. Maybe if I add these pieces here and there, we'll just go for it. But yes, I think if you have a top 15 quarterback, that's just the price of doing business. You're going to pay him. And it sounds ridiculous, but I remember when Goff got paid, it was like, for Jared Goff? And now look at it. It's just like a steal. And in a few years, this will be a steal because, like I said, wait until Jaden Daniels and C.J. Stroud come up.
Or will you regret it?
I was about to say, because you might regret it if you don't win a thing.
What happens? Look, here's the thing with Goff and Purdy, right? I feel part of the way I feel because I think Purdy, I can't get there with him. But he is mobile. Not in a Goff mobile season way, but it legit mobility.
Right.
But both guys need heavy insulation. I've never run from that. I know that Goff needs it. So does Purdy. The problem is the Niners are a year or two ahead of where the Lions are, where some of your insulation goes away.
Well, see, I think and I'm assuming they must really like this because, Mike, they've already kind of hit the reset button. They halfway hit it. They gutted the roster, drafted a ton of people last year and a ton of people this year that they're hoping will be starters. It's just like the Trent Williams and the Fred Warners and all of that, but most of them are guys in their first, second, and third year. Debo, you can go. We got a replacement for you. So I think that they're already there, and they're like, yeah, you know what? We got something here. Let's roll it. Will they regret it? Time will tell. I would say no. Cap will go up, and it ain't like quarterback prices are ever going to come down.
248-539-97. I said, David, any ticket text coming in on it? I know it's probably like it's a deep question, but there is just, and Rico's right. You have to do it, but it's almost like you
don't want to do it.
You don't feel great about it. Like paying Josh Allen is a different thing. You just do it.
Right.
Paying Tom Brady, paying for a long time, paying Aaron Rodgers. Pick a number. Here, reach in this pumpkin.
Right. But
pick a number.
But if you're paying, like you said, you pay Josh Allen, you're like, yeah, he's worth it. But if he doesn't win the Super Bowl, was it worth it?
It's true.
It's like it's paying your taxes. You don't want to do it, but if you're rich, you got to pay a lot of money for taxes.
David, ticket text, or do you want to wait?
I'll do it on that.
We'll keep it timely. Okay, let me take care of some business. Northville Lumber, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. And in fact, Northville is Michigan's Trex superstore. They stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting all the time, and they got the lowest prices. So whether you're a builder, a do-it-yourselfer, you can count on Northville to have all the Trex decking you need when you need it. Now's the time to plan and build, and do it with Northville Lumber. Stop by, see the showroom, take home some samples. Call Northville Lumber today. It's Michigan's Trex superstore. Or you can go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com.
Odyssey.com rewind. You missed anything. David, we've asked the question. Brock Purdy just got paid. Top of the hour. 5 years, $265 million. You paid Goff. They paid Purdy. One of them, both of them, or neither of them are going to end up happy with these contracts. Because, look, as much as I bust Purdy's chops, Goff and Purdy are very similar.
Oh, yeah. They're the Spider-Man meme. I say it all the time. But for those out there like, oh, I can't believe they paid him, let me ask you this question.
What was your option?
Not even what is your option. Would you blink an eye if Jared Goff took the Lions to 2 Super Bowls and had them in overtime and won, but they lost both? But it wasn't his fault, but he took this Lions team to 2 Super Bowls. You'd be like, yeah, pay the man his money.
He has a point. I don't like admitting that this late in the show on a Friday, but you know what? Fine.
That's why I'm not looking at him, because he does have a point.
He has a point. Sometimes, David, you just got to do the little Derek Jeter kid respect thing. And Rico's right.
I mean, the thing is, Jordan Love hasn't done that. He's making more. Okay? And you can say, well, he has to have all the toys. Well, a lot of quarterbacks have the toys, but you still have to get them to the big game. And you lost to the Chiefs. Is that big of a lot of people lose to the Chiefs.
David, ticket text.
Yeah, it's like the Knicks losing to the.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
Will you please?
I don't see anyone as better than Goff other than Mahomes.
Excuse me?
So he says Mahomes is 1 and Goff is number 2 in his mind. Oh, my.
I'm sorry. Are we doing drugs on a Friday afternoon?
Wait, David, could you repeat that?
I don't see anyone as being better than Goff other than Mahomes.
Sign Costa out of the ticket text.
You're saying Purdy took them to the Super Bowl when it was more like he was on a team that went to the Super Bowl. Not worth it. That's Gordon from New Hudson.
Okay, but Gordon, Goff was on a team that blew a 17-point lead. If this is the argument, you lose.
Right.
You got to argue different terms. Otherwise, Rico, it's going to be the volleyball game and meet the parents.
Right.
He's just going to boom.
Right, because you were up 17. How did they get back? It wasn't a bunch of pick sixes. They drove down the field and scored.
How'd your season end last year? Uh-oh.
Goff is significantly better than Purdy. The other quarterbacks.
Do you have evidence for that, just so I can understand it?
Not in this text, no.
Okay, like, look, I like Jared Goff, but this idea that he's wholly superior, you better be careful on that one.
The other quarterbacks are better than Goff based on what? Certainly not stats or wins.
Okay,
Goff is better. That is from
city.
Dan.
We're in the wrong city to have this conversation.
But I thought there was a segment of people that didn't like Goff.
There still is a lot of people who do, but here's what
idea.
they see. They saw Jared Goff, they saw all the touchdowns, they saw the fun, they saw the offense, and they're like, yeah, he's the best quarterback out there. And when the pressure was on, he wasn't there.
If you go, look, I don't love a direct statistical thing, but when we start naming the elite quarterbacks, the stats are really good. Look, Goff is a really good quarterback. I just don't think he's going in the elite category. He's really good.
Yeah.
Purdy is good. I hate him, but he's good. The point is, they're more similar than they are dissimilar.
And I'm agreeing with that. I don't
you
want anybody
are.
to say, oh,
No, I
I'm
know.
saying, I've said it for years. They are the same person.
All I was bringing up is, who's going to end up happy at the end of this? Both teams, one team, or neither. No one will answer. They're bent out of shape because I said he's not Josh Allen. I can't. I don't even want to have that discussion.
According to that one person, they would take Goff over Josh Allen.
Okay, well.
Yeah, you're right. That's what he
He
said.
said it was Mahomes and then Goff.
I don't know what.
Not
you want me
Jalen Hurts. Yeah,
like I don't know. Not what you
Joe
want me to
Burrow.
say. Well, right. I know. Okay, carry on.
Goff does not bring you to the Super Bowl. I think he goes to the Super Bowl with the rest of the team. Not that good.
But
my.
Maybe I asked a terrible question because I can't get anyone to answer.
You're not. You win with both. You don't win because of either.
I respect that. But which team or both or neither are going to end up feeling like this was worth it?
Yeah, someone says, finally, the 49ers will feel like it's worth it.
Now, and look, there's a very real chance neither of these guys win a Super Bowl. And that's not a shot. It's just look at the league. Some unbelievable quarterbacks finish their career without ever winning it.
And see, I you know what? I may agree with him for the numbers, the fact that the Niners are going younger right now. So he's going to carry a lot of the cap, but they're carrying a lot of first and second year players, where the Lions they're going to have to pay the piper in a year or two.
Well, but here's the thing, and someone else just answered the same questions with the same answer with different reason. Purdy and the 49ers will enjoy Purdy more because he at least has already taken them to 2 Super Bowls.
So, yeah, kind of a tax.
So they're kind of saying that Goff isn't going to go to one.
Yes, I get that, but yeah, I think that all people heard was Goff's better than Purdy. And, how dare you? Guys, they're the same quarterback. They do the same thing. Both need a lot of talent around them. They do. And, but if Detroit, hear me out. If Goff had taken the Lions to 2 Super Bowls,
you'd pay him $100 million.
You pay him, he'd have a statue. They would uplift the spirit of Detroit, and it would be Jared Goff.
Just
right there.
Stop making good points. Stop. It's upsetting.
Okay.
I mean, it's too close to the weekend. It's just too many good points. A lot of points. All right, let me take care of some business. We'll get to this next nonsense David's got for us. Springtime, you know the deal. Flowers are blooming. Old Nation Brewing Company, another seasonal release, the Tart Strawberry M43, a variation of their famous award-winning M43. Same great taste, but with the addition of strawberry flavor, a little tartness in there, perfect for the warm weather, but it won't be around long. Respectfully brewed in Williamston, using only natural, high-quality ingredients. Taste the difference yourself. Support local and independent. Pick up some today at your favorite retailer or visit oldnationbrewing.com to find a retailer near you. 21 and up. Old Nation Brewing Company reminds you to please drink responsibly.
Crown.
Oh, dear God.
Ah.
Oh, this ought to be great. Where's Evan for some nonsensical guesses?
He's busy right now, but I wanted to go through some facts and figures and some different things regarding the Preakness. And I do have one special thing, kind of quiz for you. I think you'll get it, though, but we'll go through it.
Oh, okay.
So, Rico, did you know what this is called? The Kentucky Derby is called the Run for the Roses. This is called the Run for?
Was it the Black-Eyed Susans?
Yeah, I didn't think you would get that. Yes.
Good for you.
I've sat across from this man long enough. He
for
doesn't
you.
think I listen
That's good.
to his horse racing stuff.
I like that.
I really thought he was going to fail there.
No. That's exciting. It means I've worn him down after all these years.
It means I you know what, David? It means that over the years I've embraced what he likes. He still mocks me. I can't believe you're going to that game.
So this was a fact, not a quiz, but of course it is the second race of the Triple Crown. Prior to 1931, there were 11 years in which the Preakness preceded the Kentucky Derby, though. In fact, there were actually 2 years in 1917 and 1922, where the two races were held on the same day. Never knew that.
Yeah, it's a sports oddity, isn't it?
What? Do you know the reason why?
I do not.
Oh,
yeah, it didn't list it, but it was weird.
I mean, I thought maybe it was like competing leagues.
I thought it would be
competing leagues.
You know, like the Live Tour and the PGA. Like, you know what? Ours is better than yours, so we're gonna hold on the same day.
2025 purse. What is the 2025 purse for this race?
I'm gonna say.
Oh, this is where him and Kenny say like $8 billion.
Yeah, exactly.
That was the funniest for the Derby.
I'm gonna say 800,000.
Oh no! Come on, do another guess.
It's above.
Okay.
I need you to do another guess. I can't leave you out there like that.
2 million.
There you go.
You got it. It is yes.
Good man.
$2 million is the total purse. The winner gets 60% of that.
Okay.
Wow, you are on fire right now.
He's learning.
All right, so I'll give this as a fact. Don't quiz you on this one. $112 billion will be bet on Preakness Day in $1 million. I'm sorry.
I was going to
It'll
say,
be bet
what?
That was the most bet in 2021, the highest all sources handle, and last year's handle was $101.6 million.
Look, the big days, there's no problem in horse racing. People want to bet it. They want to watch it. It's the space between that some mistakes are made.
You know what? And maybe I'll go for it. Try to pick the winner again this race.
It's not hard.
Another fact here, no quiz. Bob Baffert and R. Wyndham Walden share the record for the most trainers to win with 7.
He's got a really good shot in this edition with goal oriented.
He's got 2 horses in this.
But I think that's the one.
I did my homework.
If you're going to be journalism, I think it's goal oriented. That would be the one that would do it.
And 6 fillies have beaten the boys in the Preakness.
Including my favorite horse of all time, Rico. No way Rico gets this.
Of all time?
All time.
I don't think
we
he
have
gets
audio in the system of this lovely lady's one of her signature races. Nah, I know. It's Rachel
California
Alexandra.
Chrome?
No, I hated that horse.
Yeah, Rachel Alexander in 2009.
Alexandra, not Alexander.
Alexandra, that's what I said.
You said Alexander.
No,
You
Alexandra.
will not disrespect
Okay,
her.
how
dare you?
how about you just
2009 Woodward Stakes. Watch the video.
You know what, David? How about we just Rach?
Also, 2020 Swiss Skydiver.
Did you just call her Rach? Come on.
How
now.
dare you?
What? We go way back.
My favorite horse of all time.
So I want to have fun with this one with you, Michael.
Yeah.
And I
love they're
do
on
think
Friends, by the way.
that you can get the majority of these. There have been 11 Kentucky Derby winning horses that have won the Preakness since 1990. Could you guess the 11? I think you can get the majority, though.
Smarty Jones.
Yes.
Big Brown.
Yes.
American Pharaoh.
Yes.
Justify.
Yes.
Barbaro?
Oh, remember that.
No.
Okay, go with the rest because we've got more
the
questions.
California Chrome was
California Chrome was won in
There you go.
2014.
Good call by you. Yep.
So then you have
Let me hear the
Silver
others.
Charm in 97.
Yep.
Real Quiet in 98.
Oh, that's Wojo's horse.
Yeah. Charismatic.
What? Never shows up to work?
No, he would always scream, real quiet.
Charismatic in 99. War Emblem in 02.
I'm sorry, Dave.
funny side in 2003, and I'll have another in 2012.
There you go. Now, what happens now, though, like even this year, Sovereignty's not going to the race.
Correct.
The window is too tight. The 2 weeks, you got to do what's best for the horse. And it doesn't mean you just win the Derby and automatically you can turn around. I almost said the distance of the race, but I have a feeling David's going to ask Rico that question.
No, I'm not. I'm not actually.
So it's a mile and 3/16 or 9.5 furlongs. It's not easy to do.
No.
You don't turn around and run in 2 weeks.
See, these are the conversations, David, that we had pre-show that he always thinks I'm mocking him. But this is how I learned this stuff because I didn't know.
When you ask me questions like, do they wear nay bands?
No.
That just has a tone of patronizing to it.
Evan tricked me into the whole horseshoe the snow chain thing.
Keep going.
No, but the fact I didn't realize how much weight they lost.
Yeah.
Running that, it doesn't seem that long, but
think about
a
this.
mile and a half, and they just drop.
If a human
50
being,
pounds?
look at a human being in a basketball game, Shaquille O'Neal, Kevin Garnett, right? Big guys. They could lose 6, 7, 8 pounds of weight running around, right?
Right.
Well, if you're 1,000-pound plus animal.
Right. And see, I guess because they look so muscular, you don't realize how heavy they are.
Yeah. It's 1,000 pounds of twisted steel. No power steering or power brakes. You hop on that thing and ride on your toes. Out of your mind.
Another fact here that the race is named after the horse Preakness, who was the winner of the inaugural Dinner Party Stakes.
This is also isn't this the oldest trophy in American sports, or is it the most expensive? Which one is it?
Most expensive, I believe. Yes.
It's such a random thing.
Really?
Yeah. It's
like
it's over
made of gold or
yeah, it's over the top.
Diamonds?
It's like sterling silver, I think, but Rico, makes the Stanley Cup look like chump change.
In 2026, and I know Mike knows this, but you may not know this, Rico. In 26 next year, the Preakness will be held at Laurel Park.
Correct.
Due to the Pimlico renovation.
They're basically blowing up this track.
Yes.
The entire thing is
they
going
have
be.
to. This track should be leveled.
That I know because that's why they did that to Belmont, didn't they? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, look, this is what it's turning
you.
into. Look, he's come a long way, people.
He
But
has.
This is what the sport is turning into, because if you're not competing on these big days for high ticket items or eventually getting in a Breeders' Cup rotation, but here's the problem. The new track they're going to build, the new Pimlico, it's still only going to have 8,000 seats in the grandstand clubhouse. Everything else for the big days, like today is Black Eyed Susan Day. That's the equivalent of the Kentucky Oaks for the Phillies, but it's today. It's going to be temporary seating.
So why wouldn't they expand it?
Because it'll sit dormant the rest of the year. That's Belmont's problem.
So now, okay,
it's a bygone era.
Will the track at Kentucky ever get demolished and redone?
Didn't they just renovate it?
What, Churchill?
Yeah.
Churchill never stops.
I'm saying, like, will they just one day say, you know what, let's just level it and start all over again, or is it just too much tradition?
It's the tradition, but it's also the billions of dollars they've sunk into the facility. I mean, Rico, they just paused like a $200 million project in the infield because of the construction costs and tariffs and stuff. Rico, they don't stop.
Okay.
Churchill is that's all.
I mean, I just didn't know if they're like, you know, how about we just do a state of the art and just.
But I thought I remember last year during the Derby that the whole paddock or whatever was different.
That was $250 million.
Yeah.
They built a new paddock.
Yeah. I thought maybe like Yankee Stadium, like, you know what? How about we just build one that looks like it, but we'll modernize
you
it?
could demolish that tomorrow and I wouldn't care. Yankee Stadium.
The new one?
It's awful. It's like a doctor's office. Not for me.
Let's close it out with this quiz for you, Rico. What letter?
I like how it's horse racing, and I get the quiz.
It's about your development.
We're just having fun here.
Okay.
What letter has the most Preakness winners' names started with?
What kind of question is this?
What letter? You know what? A. I got a 1 in 26 chance.
No. It is 17 winners have come with the letter C.
Okay.
16B, 16S. I just wanted to have fun with that last one.
I'd like to state
That's
for the
crazy.
record that is not fair to Mr.
That's
Rico
crazy.
Beard.
Yeah,
That
I'm
is
sorry.
a ridiculous question.
That is why, and I am
got a
so
better
sorry,
chance of getting
Rico.
a trifecta.
That's ridiculous.
That is your horse racing blitz.
History had the gold rush, then came the oil boom, then the tech boom, but right now it's the Wi-Fi boom, and the Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Streaming, booming. Gaming, booming. Video calls, booming. Even when your boss schedules that meeting that could have definitely been an email, and now you can get Xfinity Internet and mobile together in an all-in-one plan. It's the ultimate power couple. Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile gives you faster and secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go, so your Wi-Fi is booming wherever you are. Now through June 23rd, new customers can get a 400 megabit Xfinity Internet with free equipment and unlimited internet data, and get one unlimited 5G mobile line included, all in one plan, all for $40 a month for 1 year. So whether you're working, watching, or planning for Wi-Fi Gold, one thing's for sure, Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of data usage. Data thresholds vary. After 1 year, regular rates increase to $110 a month. After 2 years, regular rates apply to all services up to $143 a month. Actual speeds vary. Before we get ready to hand this thing over to Jeff Riger, David, let me apologize. Purdy went to one Super Bowl. Jimmy G went to the other. Purdy took him to one. They lost to the Chiefs in overtime. He got his arm ripped off in the NFC title game against Philly the year before. But yes, he went to one, not two. But I still say if Goff had done the same thing in Detroit and took them to an overtime loss in the Super Bowl, nobody would blink an eye. Nobody would say anything. They're the same quarterback to me, except for he got paid. He was the next in line. If it went the other way around and Jared Goff's contract was up next year, he would probably make about $55 million. That's just how it goes. That's life in the NFL. Cap goes up, top 15 quarterback will make money. Does that mean he's going to win the Super Bowl? No, but look at all the top paid quarterbacks. None of them have won the Super Bowl. So, take a text, David.
Yeah, someone saying Goff and Purdy have been to one Super Bowl and both lost to future Hall of Fame quarterbacks, so I don't really hold their losses against them.
I don't, but I'm saying if he did it in Detroit, like Goff got look at the love he got for getting to the NFC title game. He gets his name chanted. Imagine had he gotten them there. So that's why, say what you want. They had to do what they had to do. Now, the Lions, and they've locked up a lot of money in people. So we'll see what happens if he can keep all of the toys around. But, in case you just missed it, Brock Purdy he's the latest quarterback that just got paid 5-year, $265 million, $181 million guaranteed. Averages out to about $53 million a year. Chump change.
Lions will enjoy it more. Goff was the number one pick who was expected to make top money, brought a life to the Detroit Lions that hasn't been around for decades, so the Lions will enjoy it more. I guess when you think about it that way, he's doing things that the Lions have never done.
No, but you know what? And it's funny, unnamed ticket texter, I wonder what's going to happen now that his security blanket is gone. Because his career took off once Ben Johnson kind of said, hey, Jared, me and you, let's do this thing, and developed an offense that basically complemented him. He's gone. So I wonder what the new OC will do and the new quarterbacks coach will do.
Allen and Jackson haven't won anything. And yes, they have lots of talent around them, so I do think Jared Goff is better than them. Ooh.
Okay, I always like to simplify things when people do this. We go back to, you're 12 and you're on the playground and you got first pick to play football.
Jared Goff.
There's Jared Goff. There's Lamar Jackson. There's Josh Allen. Nobody's picking Jared Goff first. Nobody. Okay? It's not going to happen that way.
Kyle Shanahan is the key to Purdy's success. If he didn't believe, he would not have signed Purdy to a long-term deal.
Absolutely.
That makes sense.
Kyle Shanahan is what Ben Johnson was to Goff. But Shanahan's the head coach, and it looks like he's going to be there a while. Ben Johnson's gone. And like it or not, I think, David, we're going to be comparing, Caleb Williams to Jared Goff to see, okay, was it kind of like Belichick and Brady? Who was it? Was it the coach that made the player, or did the player make the coach?
He had a good career in L.A., Goff did, until all his weapons went away. If you surround Goff with good weapons, then yes, he's a good quarterback.
Well,
that's a chicken and the egg.
Well, no, but see, that's where people are like, oh, well, Purdy had to have a man. Last year, every weapon he had fell off, from Debo to Ayuk to Kittle to McCaffrey. Those are the big four, right? So, okay, he looks at Jawan Jennings. All right, it's me and you, man. Let's get Cowling and finally Ricky Pearsall showed up after getting shot. So, yeah.
Someone wants to throw in another quarterback. They say, guys, I would trade Goff and Purdy for Mayfield straight up right now. Goff doesn't have the moxie like Baker.
Baker Mayfield has the it factor. He's got that gritty, I'm never out of the game, and I will punch anybody in the mouth who wants to quit on me. I get that. I probably wouldn't, but I get where he's coming from. Yeah. Jeff Riger, First day in radio, Jeff. Make a little more noise.
I think he just
please.
broke his headphones.
I know.
What's going on, boys? Can we just leave that behind the curtain? Does everybody have to know that I can't unwrap this cord?
Have you ever heard you talk about the ticket text that people say about you?
No.
This is nothing.
No, I'm greatly offended. You guys are my friends. At least strong acquaintances.
You're looking at on the Easter bonnet, the way that thing is wrapped around your neck.
Yeah, it's a little tight. It's a little tight. I'm going to have to fix this before the show gets going. Choking just a little bit, kind of like the Maple Leafs. We have something in common. How's it going?
Oh, so you're enjoying that too? Because I am.
Oh, God, loving it. Loving
David,
it.
It's straight out the water, boy, and he's Farmer Fran.
Well, today, I mean, it's a good day.
Just naked and twisting his nipples.
Do you realize that there's a chance, and that's true, by the way, do you realize there's a chance that the Tigers could beat the Blue Jays, the Panthers beat the Maple Leafs, and the entire city of Toronto is going to be very upset, which would be fantastic. Apparently, I learned this by listening to Toronto radio. Monday is a holiday. It's like a Canadian holiday. So they all get Monday off on the radio. So if the Maple Leafs get eliminated, yeah, I got to wait till Tuesday to hear about it.
I'm sure they probably will come back on.
They said they have Monday off.
I mean, it's one of those things that I'm sure, like, you know, if a Detroit team did something like on the day after
4th of
Christmas,
July or
right.
something, like Scott Harris like makes a huge trade.
Yeah. Or all of a sudden, you know, they get Trey Hendrickson.
Oh, yeah. That'd be
put us on the
something,
4th of July.
Or like Memorial Day, you get word that Trey Hendrickson's a liar.
Yeah, we probably all show up for that.
Yeah, I would say so.
Tell Jimmy, yeah, you owe us this day. Give it to us later.
I would say so. Yeah. So what's going on, Rico? Yeah?
Yeah.
I'm going to talk about, I'm only on for 40 minutes, then we got Tiger baseball. We got Tigers and Blue Jays in the Rogers Center, I think it's called. I'm going to talk about a topic that you are actually responsible for. You and I had a little conversation via the cell phone, I don't know if they call it the telephone anymore, this morning, and you came up with a pretty brilliant topic, and you guys didn't use it, so I'm going to totally steal it.
Okay. It's David's topic, by the way.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fine. I'm going to steal it from David. Here's the thing. I don't know what the right answer is, but hopefully we got 40 minutes to figure it out. So we're going to do that and get you up to Tiger baseball.
You want to give the people a tease or no?
Oh, you want me to tease it? Okay, so Javi Baez has been pretty good, right?
Mm-hmm.
Javier
Baez.
Via Fair Javier. You could get a T-shirt at the ticket store.
Sure.
Shoptheticket.com.
There you go.
Company man.
Via from Dave. I am a company man. I work hard for this company. But you finished? You brought up the fact that it literally took so many what ifs for Javier Baez even to be in center field. And he's working out. Like Ryan Kreidler didn't work out, and Parker Meadows got injured, and Wenzel Perez got injured. I mean, all the things that needed to happen for Baez to get out there and prove himself. And now, hell, people are saying, hey, once Parker comes back, leaves Baez out there. So it got us thinking, what is the greatest what if in Detroit sports? What if Javi never got a chance? Would he be off this team? I don't think that's the best one, though. What is the greatest what if in Detroit sports? Like, I think I have it. I got one that would piss you off. Like, I always wonder, what if Kenyon Martin never got injured, never broke his leg? Do you guys win the 2000 national championship game?
No, that does not piss me off at all.
Oh, I was hoping it did.
No, because that's something we always talked about because...
Yeah, I mean, he had a Hutch injury, did he not?
Yeah, it just
He,
snapped.
his leg.
And I remember
and he was player of the year that year.
I believe we were either in Indy or Chicago for the Big Ten champion tournament, and the news just started spreading. Internet wasn't as big as it is now, and it's people like, "Hey, did you hear what happened? Did you hear what happened?" And so State wins, and then they're like, "Wait, will they get to know?" Because Rieger, I want to say they were like the worst number one seed record wise ever.
Right,
they had already lost, I think, 6 or 7 games.
Yeah, that's a good what if. Another what if that I always wonder. And again, these aren't the big ones. We're looking for the biggest one. But what if Michigan basketball at some point hired Rick Pitino? whether it was the first time instead of Tommy Amaker when apparently his wife didn't want to go to Ann Arbor, or whether it was after John Beeline decided to call it quits instead of going out and getting Jawan. What if you got Tricky Rick? That's something I always wonder about. Big what if.
Okay.
So we'll do that. Get you up to Tiger baseball. Big series against the Blue Jays, and let's go Panthers.
I'm trying to think. What was the other big name coach when the Lions hired Dan Campbell that they could have gotten?
You know what? I just actually saw this the other day.
Because that would have been the biggest what if, because they took
Wasn't it the Titans coach? They ended up getting
No, that was Wisenhunt. That was for Jim Caldwell.
Oh, I'm
remember
sorry.
the whole team plane and all that nonsense.
Because Dan Campbell,
Caldwell was better than Wisenhunt.
Because Campbell was like, really? You're taking this guy?
Who was it? I don't think there was one guy rumored.
You know
more
what?
than
Before I leave, I'll look it up for
It was right after Matt Patricia, and if you remember, Sheila so desperately wanted whoever they hired to be like the anti-Matt Patricia. And Dan Campbell, I would say, is the anti-Matt Patricia.
He is. Jeff Rieger, up next, 97.1. Enjoy your weekend.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. Some Tiger injury news. Wenzel Perez will start a rehab with the West Michigan